Chapter 1084. Sure enough, a punch. Who is that? He's only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, but he dares to talk to Wu Ping like that. Many people in the distance were surprised. The late stage of the Holy Spirit realm was the lowest cultivation level in the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. Moreover, this young man was unfamiliar. No one had seen him before. At this moment, everyone was looking at Wu Ping. Wu Ping also knew this, so he became even more aggressive. He had lost before, so if he defeated this newcomer in a domineering manner, he would be able to regain some of his lost face. It seems that I've met a mad dog. What else can I say? If I don't beat you to your knees today, I won't come to the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. Seeing Wu Ping's aggressive manner, Lin Ling's face became indifferent. He was not a newcomer, and he had seen many cases of the strong bullying the weak. Yu Mun Yun, on the other hand, chuckled. It was their first time here, so they didn't want to cause trouble. However, they wouldn't take it lying down when others used them as punching bags. In this world, one either had to keep a low profile or be arrogant. Obviously, both Shi and Lin Ling chose not to be arrogant because it could intimidate others. The crowd was stunned. They all thought that the young man would put down his pride and beg for mercy. Who knew that the young man would be so arrogant and ask Wu Ping to kneel? Are you talking to me? Wu Ping was also stunned. Do you know who I am? I'm the West conquering general of the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. I'm from the west of Xianpeng province. I participated in the battle against the demon race and pacified the west. I'm from the 7-star blood phoenix domain. I'm the pride of the holy region. Why do you ask me to kneel? Wu Ping was so angry that he laughed. The crowd also laughed. As for the white-robed young man, Chen Quan, he was still leaning against the maple tree. Although he had defeated Wu Ping, it was undeniable that Wu Ping was also very powerful. He had to use his full strength to defeat Wu Ping every time. With one punch. Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. Chen Quan, Heaven's destined one, needed several moves to defeat me. Do you think you're a half-step transcendent? Or do you think you have a saint physique? Wu Ping laughed. Wu Ping Yang, fist of the 8-directional flame emperor. Lin Ling did not waste any more words. Boom! Surging flames erupted, and it was as if a small volcano had appeared in the square. The intensity of the flames made many of the peak Saint Spirit Realm geniuses feel their mouths go dry. Level 5 Fire Profound. Everyone's pupils constricted. Then, they saw that one punch had turned into 8 punches, all heading straight for Wu Ping. What? The power of spiritual source? At the same time, the white-robed young man, Chen Quan, narrowed his eyes. He was also a half-step transcendent and his state of mind had undergone a qualitative transformation, but he was still condensing his spiritual yuan. However, a newcomer at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm had succeeded even faster than him. Rumble. The scorching hot fists blasted out like heavenly fire. Impossible. Wu Ping's face changed dramatically as he thrust out his ice halberd, but the ice around him instantly melted. Although his cultivation realm was higher than Lin Ling's, he was obviously unable to block Lin Ling's spiritual qi. After all, this was a power only a transcendent realm master could possess. On top of that, Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire mysteries was far too profound, causing the flames around him to burn even more fiercely, like the most primordial fire in the world, making it even more difficult for Wu Ping to resist. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire square seemed to shake.
Under countless gazes, Wu Ping's body was sent flying and he half knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. This scene was extremely familiar. Wu Ping had also been defeated with serious injuries. Now, history was repeating itself. The only difference was that Chen Quan had used several moves to defeat Wu Ping, but this strange young man had only used one punch. The young man had said before that he would make Wu Ping kneel, and now he had done it. It really was a single punch. Many people were shocked. What was the origin of this young man? Xiao. At the same time, a figure crossed the sea of flames and appeared in front of Wu Ping. A large sword was inserted between Wu Ping's legs, causing Wu Ping's pupils to shrink and his face to turn pale. That's not a monkey, it's my brother, Xiao Yan. You want my brother to die? A cold voice floated in front of Wu Ping, causing Wu Ping to look over. The handsome black-robed young man in front of him was extremely cold, as if he didn't speak, that sword would cut off his private part. It's my brother. Wu Ping swallowed hard. If his private part was cut off, he would be unable to perform sexual intercourse. GG. At this moment, a fiery red shadow shot over and landed on the shoulder of the black-robed young man. It picked up a pear and ate it again. Moreover, there was a mocking smile on the monkey's face. This bastard! Wu Ping cursed in his heart. Previously, he wanted to regain some of his pride, but in the end, he was defeated again and again, causing even the monkey to mock him. Don't curse Xiao Yan in your heart. Otherwise, I will cut off your private part. However, just as this thought appeared in his heart, the cold voice sounded again, causing Wu Ping's forehead to be filled with cold sweat. How terrifying, the monkey actually knew what he was thinking. Hand over the medicinal pill that you took before. The voice sounded again. Obviously, Lin Ling had taken a fancy to Wu Ping's rare medicinal pill. I exchanged it for countless battle merits.
Wu Ping was unwilling to give up. Paw! The sword was between his legs, and it was getting closer and closer. I'll hand it over. Wu Ping gritted his teeth and roared, handing over the medicinal pill that could recover injuries and spirit qi. However, Lin Ling calmly took it and said at the same time, "This is my first time here. I didn't snatch this medicinal pill, but you gave it to me. Am I right? Am I right?" Wu Ping's eyes were filled with anger. This guy was very smart. He seemed to know that there was a rule in the sea-calming heavenly palace that forbade him from forcibly snatching other people's belongings. Was he trying to seal everyone's mouths? Paw! The sword moved closer again, causing Wu Ping's lower body to feel the coldness of the sword. Yes. Wu Ping could only say sullenly. Thank you. Lin Ling tossed the medicinal pill in his hand and turned to leave indifferently. Not far away, Yuman Yun was waiting for Lin Ling with a smile. She was also very interested in that magical medicinal pill. Who is this guy? He defeated a half-step transcendent when he's only at the late-stage Saint Spirit realm. He's too abnormal. He seems to be a newcomer. He's already so strong when he just arrived at the sea-calming heavenly palace. This newcomer isn't simple. That's not necessarily true. When he first arrived at the sea-calming heavenly palace, many people were astonishingly talented. However, as time passed, they would also be surpassed by others. Perhaps, this newcomer is just a flash in the pan. Many people were discussing animatedly. They were curious about Lin Ling's origin. As for the white-robed young man, Chen Quan, he looked at Lin Ling with fear. Although he didn't admit it, he believed that Lin Ling might be stronger than him. After all, he defeated Wu Ping in a few moves, while Lin Ling only used one punch. This explained everything. Of course, he didn't know that that punch was also Lin Ling's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought so. Meng Yun, take it. Lin Ling recognized the medicinal pill in his hand and asked Yuman Yun to take it. The first deterrence between the two of them seemed to be effective. At least, it had saved them a lot of trouble. Who dares to cause trouble in the sea-calming heavenly palace? At that moment, a large number of young men in armor walked out. Their armor was all blue. It seemed that their identities weren't simple.
Chapter 1085. Venerable Sea Calming, Sir, It's him. He stole my 9 revolutions life-extending pill. Wu Ping struggled to his feet and pointed at Lin Ling. You're from Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. Sir. A handsome young man in the disciplinary team looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's brow furrowed. This group of people was more like an army than anything else. The most terrifying thing about them was that they were all transcendents. Of course, they were all in their 20s, much older than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was here because of the reputation of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, so he wasn't really a member. Kill him. Kill. The young man in the lead shouted coldly when he saw Lin Ling's silence. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Kill me just like that? Not even giving me a chance to explain myself. Cold words is really cold. Many people's faces changed. The young man in the lead was obviously targeting the newcomer. After all, he didn't even give the newcomer a chance to explain himself. This also showed that Cold Words didn't like the newcomer, but this was normal. Cold Words had just become the captain of the disciplinary team, so he naturally wanted to make an example out of the newcomer to prove his authority. Show. Several transcendent realm masters surrounded Lin Ling, their eyes filled with a cold light. Stop. Yes. However, right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and then a woman in red armor walked out. Her figure was exquisite, and coupled with her gorgeous armor, she seemed like a goddess of war. Orange armor. Many people's eyes narrowed. There were 7 types of armor in Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, each representing the 7 colors of the rainbow. The higher the color, the more merits and the higher the status. Orange armor was extremely rare. In terms of status, it was several times higher than Cold Words. Cold Words also frowned. However, this was his first time as a captain, so he couldn't lose face like this. Orange armor general, we are upholding the rules of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. This person has violated the rules. Even if you are a general, you don't have the right to stop him. Under the orders of the Venerable, I'm here to bring Lin Ling to see the Venerable. The woman in orange armor said coldly. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This newcomer can see the Venerable? One had to know that Sea Calming Heavenly Palace had many geniuses from various saint domains, but none of them had the chance to see the Venerable, except for a few monstrous geniuses. However, when those geniuses first arrived at the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, their strength had already reached the Transcendent Realm 3rd level, while this newcomer was only at the late Holy Spirit Realm. It was a dream. Leng Yan's pupils constricted. The person he wanted to kill was fated to meet a supremacy. A Transcendent Realm Master, how awe-inspiring, wanting to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Lin Ling smiled coldly, which made Leng Yan snort coldly. A newcomer at the late stage of the Holy Spirit Realm dared to be so arrogant. Don't fall into my hands next time, or else I'll kill you. Leng Yan said coldly. The same goes for you. Lin Ling turned a blind eye. In order to prove his power, the other party wanted to use Lin Ling as an example. He wanted to kill Lin Ling without saying a word, so why should Lin Ling give him any face? Lin Ling, you two come with me. As for that monkey, you can't enter the mansion. There's a spirit mountain behind the mansion. Everyone's spirit beasts and mounts are placed there. Unless you become a 7-colored general, you can take away your spirit beasts and walk around as you please. The woman in orange armor looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded, then patted Little Flame's head. The latter giggled and didn't seem to be reluctant. The eyes of the woman in orange armor flashed. The monkey didn't seem to be reluctant. It seemed like it was the same as Lin Ling. It was their first time in a foreign land, and they weren't shy at all. Let's go. The woman in orange armor turned and left, while Lin Ling and Yu Munyan followed. As for Little Flame, he was taken away by someone else. Along the way, the interior of the mansion wasn't as lively as the outside. It was quiet everywhere. The doors, corridors, and other objects were engraved with ancient runes, giving the entire mansion a sacred feeling. Not long after, Lin Ling arrived outside an ancient mansion. This mansion wasn't very big, but it was extremely elegant. The Venerable is inside. You two go and see him. Remember, don't forget etiquette. The woman in orange armor seemed to worship the Venerable, so she reminded them. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Yu Yun. Then, he stepped into the mansion gently. The mansion was filled with bamboo. After crossing the cobblestone path that was filled with green bamboo, Lin Ling and Yu Yun entered a hall. The hall was burned with an unknown plant, and a fragrance filled the air. However, it wasn't strong, and it made them feel comfortable. Lin Ling and Yu Yun also felt that their cultivation was closer at this moment. In the hall, two figures were sitting cross-legged quietly. They were filled with a sacred and majestic feeling. The two of them were a man and a woman, and they looked to be in their 30s. Lin Ling had seen the man in a loose blue robe before. He was the man who had helped him in the past. You're here. A soft voice drifted out, but it was like a Buddha's voice. It made Lin Ling's spirit tremble. In the hall, the man in the blue robe opened his eyes, and his expression was indifferent. You're a fast learner. You know that being dominated by others is not as good as being arrogant. That's why you shocked everyone when you first came to my Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. His words seemed to be praising, but they also seemed to be blaming. No one knew what he meant. Senior, please forgive me for my rashness earlier. Lin Ling cupped his hands politely. The man in the blue robe's expression was still indifferent. However, the woman beside him kept looking at Yu Yun. Then, she smiled and said, "Are you willing to learn martial arts from me?" Yu Yun's heart trembled. She looked at Lin Ling. When she saw Lin Ling nodding, she quickly knelt down and bowed. I'm willing. She didn't expect that the powerful woman would be willing to guide her after just one meeting. Hee, get up. The woman smiled and nodded. The man in the blue robe's expression still didn't change. He slowly said, "Do you know why I helped you?" I don't know. Lin Ling said bluntly. In fact, he was also very curious. I, Venerable C. Calming, have known since I was young that there is no free lunch in this world. Therefore, I helped you because I want you to help me in the future and do things for me. That's all. The man in the blue robe said indifferently. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then, he smiled. In fact, he had always been curious about why the other party was helping him. Now, he finally understood. To put it bluntly, it was a deal. If he helped Lin Ling today, Lin Ling would help Venerable C. Calming in the future. And this kind of direct and efficient transaction was obviously better than being unfathomable. Everyone here is the same. If you want to become stronger, you have to do things. It's very simple. As for helping you, there is another reason. It's because you are a piece of jade that has yet to be carved. Therefore, I took a gamble on you and offended Celestial Venerable Void Star for you. The man in the blue robe picked up his teacup and took a sip. Offending Celestial Venerable Void Star is not good for me. Therefore, you have to help me with 3 things. This is a promise. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I agree. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Chapter 1086. 3 things. Of course, there are countless talented people in this world, but many of them fall. You can't be complacent. Thank you, Venerable One, for your guidance. Lin Ling said politely, I wonder if Venerable One can see what kind of talent I have. He should have seen it when he looked at the sky god's eye and froze time, but he didn't know if he could see it. You haven't awakened your talent yet, so I can't see it. The blue-robed man shook his head and said, the greater the talent, the stricter the requirements for strength. When your strength reaches the standard, your talent will be completely revealed. So for now, you should focus on improving your strength. You're still too weak. The early stages of cultivation are divided into 3 stages. First, mortal body realm, which is divided into 10 stages of body tempering, martial spirit, earth spirit, and heavenly spirit. The second is the immortal realm, which is divided into the king's spirit realm, emperor spirit realm, and saint spirit realm. The third is the transcendent realm. At present, you are about to step into this realm, but this realm is also the limit of a weak saint domain. You're still in the realm of leaving your mortal body, which is the immortal realm. However, your foundation has barely met the requirements. Next, go to the floating heavenly fish and refine yourself. Let your mortal body completely leave your mortal body. Lin Ling nodded. This might be the difference between him and the experts of the other realms. It seemed that he had to go to the floating heavenly fish, which should be in the sea calming heavenly palace. Your emperor body is the Tai Yi true body, which is a bit weak in Xianping province. However, your foundation is fire, and your fire profound has reached level 5. This is not bad, so you can accept the inheritance of fire. Before you went to Sky Toon City, you saw the flame under the chains. It's the Sea Heart Flame, an earth fire level flame. The flames of your 6 saint realms are mortal fire, so they're much weaker. Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. When he came to Sky Toon City on the chains, the flames under the chains made him feel hot. It turned out that they were earth fire level. It seemed that fire was also divided into levels. The flames he comprehended before were all mortal fire level. How to get the Sea Heart Flame, here are some pointers. Go see for yourself. The blue-robed man took out a jade slip for Lin Ling to take. Then, Lin Ling heard the blue-robed man say, "Remember, don't go there if you're not confident, no one can save you if you're dead." Venerable, thank you for your pointers. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. Is Heaves heavenly too? Is heavenly's T have heavenly heavens T Ute is heavens? Another jade slip was shot over. It was the mission given to him, and Lin Ling received it again. My Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture is similar to a military prefecture. War achievements are very important. If you complete the task of forging, you will also be able to obtain a lot of war achievements, which may even exceed your imagination. You may go. The blue-robed man finally said. After Lin Ling bowed, he turned and left. Let me ask you something. Do you want to find Empyrean Void Star for revenge? However, just as Lin Ling was about to step out of the door, a soft voice drifted over. Yes. Lin Ling stopped and nodded. There will be a day when I return and save my hometown. I will get justice for the dead holy sons. Do you know the difference between you and him? Venerable C. Calming's voice drifted over once more. I'm younger than him. Lin Ling didn't answer. Instead, he resolutely replied and strode away. Venerable C. Calming's eyes trembled when he heard that. That little guy was saying that he didn't have any advantage in challenging the Void Star Divine Palace. The only advantage he had was that he was young and unafraid of death. He's just like you from back then. The woman said with a faint smile after Lin Ling and Venerable C. Calming left. Venerable C. Calming's solemn expression disappeared when no one else was around. He rubbed his nose and said, "Is that so?" Very similar. Before you became Venerable C. Calming, you were just like him. Perhaps he will surpass you in the future. The woman said again. He is indeed an unpolished gem. Therefore, it might be possible. Venerable C. Calming smiled as he looked into the distance. He seemed to be reminiscing about the struggles of his youth. At that time, he had also been full of vigor. However, aren't you making things difficult for him by asking him to find that foul-tempered old geezer in Dongfu? You should know that that old geezer doesn't even give you face. The woman suddenly laughed. If it was easy, I wouldn't have asked him to do it. However, speaking of that old geezer, I'm also very angry. That old geezer has a bad temper. I asked him to help me refine a sacred tool, but that old geezer kept making things difficult. Alas, I hope that little guy can complete his task. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling took out the first jade slip and looked at it. The Sea Heart Flame was of the earth fire grade. If he could obtain it, Lin Ling's innate talent would become a sacred innate talent and reach the earth grade. According to the Jade Slip, the sacred innate talent was divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. An earth grade innate talent was very terrifying. As for the ancient flame devil and Yiksha king, they could also become Lin Ling's sacred innate talent and reach the heaven grade. Of course, these were Lin Ling's trump cards and couldn't be easily exposed. Therefore, Lin Ling usually used his own innate talents. Therefore, he had to obtain the Sea Heart Flame. However, it was very difficult. He needed at least a sacred tool to protect it. Only then could he enter the mountain and absorb the flame. Sacred tool? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had 2 of them before. One was the ancient Buddha burning lamp, but it was used up during the Heavenly Fall era. The second one was the 3 Realms Cloak. However, the 3 Realms Cloak didn't have any defensive function and could only be used for concealment. It seemed like he couldn't get close without a sacred tool. Lin Ling opened the second Jade Slip. Venerable Sea Calming wanted him to find Old Man Dong Fu and refine the Fire Heavenly Sea cover. The mysterious treasure was also a sacred tool. If Venerable Sea Calming couldn't complete it himself, it would be even more difficult for me to complete it. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't think much about it and headed to the floating heavenly fish. The so-called floating heavenly fish was in the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture and wasn't difficult to find. Along the way, Lin Ling saw many geniuses wearing armor. Lin Ling, this place is really like the general's residence. Everyone is wearing armor. However, those armors are very beautiful. I wonder when we can wear them. Yu Mun Yun said excitedly. Armors are divided according to strength. It won't be long before we can all wear them. Moreover, those armors are good spiritual tools. Lin Ling said with a smile. Not long after, the floating heavenly fish appeared. It was a giant fish made of bronze. It floated in the air and emitted dense spiritual energy. A large number of figures stepped on the clouds and shot into the floating heavenly fish. It must be something like a cultivation room. Here, let's completely cleanse the flaws of our bodies. Chapter 1087. Floating heavenly fish. You, big brother, they should be cultivating hard right now. We can't embarrass them. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Right now, everyone was working hard to become stronger. Everyone wanted to wash away the shame of the past, and Lin Ling was the same. The floating heavenly fish could make up for the gap between a weak saint domain and a great territory. It was something that every genius who wanted to go to a great territory had to experience. Lin Ling would naturally seize this opportunity. The two continued forward, and before long, a huge stone tablet appeared. Carved on the stone tablet were the bones of a giant fish in the sky. This fish was also called the floating heavenly fish and had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. After it was killed by a master, a spirit array was set up and it hung in the sky, becoming a rare cultivation room. Whether it's humans or monster beasts, the weak are dominated, and the floating heavenly fish is the same. Lin Ling sighed. Because it could help one's cultivation, the floating heavenly fish was killed by others. This was the truth of heaven and earth, the sorrow of the weak. Are the two of you newcomers? At this moment, behind the stone tablet, an old man in green armor said lightly. This person was sitting cross-legged, and if he didn't speak, he would seem like a stone statue. Newcomers? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The old man had easily guessed that he was a newcomer. Only newcomers don't have armor. The old man seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and asked Lin Ling to look over. He saw that most of the young elites heading to the floating heavenly fish were wearing white armor, with a few wearing black armor. With a little merit, you can get white armor, and with 1,000 merit, you can exchange for black armor. In Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, except for a few proud people who don't like to wear armor, most people wear armor to represent their status. You too are wearing robes, so you should be newcomers. The old man said again. Lin Ling and Yang Kai nodded. They really didn't have any merit. Newcomers going to the floating heavenly fish for the first time don't need to pay merit. You can enter at will, but if you still haven't reached the transcendent realm this time, you'll have to pay merit the next time you come. The old man explained and closed his eyes again. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling was more familiar with the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. Everything here seemed to require battle merits, and armor represented one's status. After that, the two of them flew toward the giant fish in the sky. The entrance was at the mouth of the fish. As soon as they stepped in, the two of them felt a strong spiritual energy rushing toward them. It was a strange feeling, as if their bodies were wrapped in invisible small fish. It was hard to imagine what it would be like inside. After entering, it was as if there was a universe inside. The most eye-catching thing was a huge crystal fish bone. It stood there like a pillar, surrounded by tiny crystal fish bones. It was extremely mysterious. As for the space between the fish bones, there was a floor laid out. Large amounts of youths were gathered there. They wore armor and had cold expressions. Hee, I didn't expect 9 color domains Linghu Shan to also come to the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. That guy is extremely famous. Even I have heard of him in the 7-star sanctuary. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture is very famous in Xianping province. All the famous geniuses come here. Look, that's the Black Lightning Ghost. He's already come to the floating heavenly fish island 100 times, preparing to break through to the transcendent realm. The sounds of conversation continued to ring out. No armor, only robes. Those two are so stupid. They just came to the sea-calming heavenly prefecture and didn't do missions to earn merit. Instead, they immediately came to the floating heavenly fish island. What a waste of their first free opportunity. Many people also saw Lin Ling and Yu Yunyun walking in. So many people. Yu Munyun was secretly surprised. Her cultivation was the weakest here, at the early Holy Spirit realm. Even Lin Ling, who was at the late Holy Spirit realm, was the weakest. They are the geniuses of the various sacred domains. Lin Ling nodded, ignoring the strange gazes around him. He had heard before that this was a cultivation room for those below the transcendent realm. This meant that the geniuses here were not beyond the transcendent realm. He wasn't afraid of such strength. Sweeping his gaze, he saw a large number of rooms built by the crystal bones. Some of the rooms emitted light, and many fish as thick as a finger could be seen swimming in them. Some of the rooms had no doors but were dark. Which of those doors can be used for cultivation? Lin Ling frowned. At this time, someone beside him said, "You two must be new here. My name is Ning Quebec. If there are fish in those cultivation rooms, it means that there are people. Those fish are the row of the floating heavenly fish. If there are more fish gathered, it means that the cultivation room is better. The dark door means that no one is cultivating." Lin Ling turned his head and found that the young man who spoke was about the same age as him. However, he had a baby face and gave off a good feeling. "Thank you," Yu Munyun hurriedly said. Ning Kei's face instantly turned red, as if he was extremely shy. Lin Ling was a little surprised. Was this guy a cultivation maniac? He had never talked to a woman in his life, so he was so shy. "My name is Lin Ling." Lin Ling also said his name, which made the other party laugh. Then, he explained that Lin Ling had been in Dinghai Divine Prefecture for half a year and had made several military exploits. He could be considered half an old man. Lin Ling listened quietly. It was his first time in the big domain, so it was not wrong to be modest. The three of them talked as they walked, as if they were old friends at first sight. However, Yu Munyun occasionally interrupted, and Ning Kei's face would turn red. He even secretly said to Lin Ling, "Brother Lin Ling, your wife is so beautiful. She has been in Dinghai Divine Prefecture for half a year, and she is the most beautiful warrior I have seen." These words made Lin Ling somewhat happy. Men liked others to praise their partners. "There's a cultivation room here, and it looks very big." "Yes. After a moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked at a cultivation room. The door was closed, and there was no one around. However, Lin Ling and Yu Munyun both smiled. This was a two-person cultivation room, which was very suitable for the two of them. Wait, someone is watching this cultivation room. Yes. At this moment, Ning Kei pulled Lin Ling's arm and said. This made Lin Ling puzzled. Someone is watching. Do you see that one-eyed man? He has been staring at this cultivation room. This cultivation room is built at the neck of the fish, so the cultivation effect is the best. Ning Kei said in a low voice. If he likes it, then he can enter and cultivate. Why is he looking at the door? Yes. Lin Ling did not understand what the one-eyed man meant. However, his voice was not as soft as Ning Kei's, which made many people around secretly laugh. He was indeed a newcomer. He did not know that this was Dinghai Divine Prefecture, not a sect. This place was extremely cruel, like an army. Because that cultivation room needs a lot of military merits, and you are a newcomer. You don't need military merits to enter the cultivation room for the first time. Therefore, if you open the cultivation room, that person will rob you. Even if others use military merits to open the door, he will rob you too. Ning Kei explained. Then he is too cheap. Although I don't know how to obtain military merits, it must be very difficult. How can he rob the military merits that others risked their lives to obtain? Said Lin Ling with a smile. His voice wasn't soft, which made even more people around him laugh. Their laughter was very loud. He thought that he was childish enough, but who knew that Lin Ling seemed to be even more childish than him, as if he had never come out to adventure. Chapter 1088. Heavenly Fish Diagram. Sister Mengyun, please persuade him. Sister Mengyun. Ning Kei was worried, but Yu Munyun smiled. She knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation seemed weak, he was not weak at all. Furthermore, he had a lot of trump cards. It was good enough that Lin Ling did not bully others, but others wanted to bully Lin Ling. That was a dream. My man is not someone you can bully. Yu Munyun said with a smile, which silenced Ning Quebec rumble. The door of the largest cultivation room slowly opened. At the same time, everyone's eyes narrowed. That youth was so arrogant. Ning Kei had already explained everything, but he still dared to open the door. At the same time, the one-eyed youth opened his eyes, and his long dark green hair danced like snakes. Get lost, this place is mine. Go! He did not say much, but his words seemed to shake the entire floating heavenly fish diagram. Rumble. He reached out his hand, and endless black light appeared. He was like a wild beast from the wild world. The peak of the Holy Spirit realm, the younger brother of the Black Lightning Ghost, the black-haired ghost. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Among the geniuses below the transcendent realm, the black-haired ghost was not weak. He had 6 levels of ultimacy, and the ultimacy of the bear gave him great strength. 6 levels of ultimacy, that was more powerful than the genius of the Su Xing Divine Palace that Lin Ling had killed. It would be easy for him to fight the 4 patriarchs. The bear paw seemed to come from the void. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He could feel that the other party was very strong. If it was before, he might not have been able to defeat him. But now, he wanted to see how strong the other party was. He also wanted to see the means of the geniuses of the major domains. Overwhelming righteousness. Go! He stretched out his left fist and fiercely collided with the bear paw. A dull sound rang out. This was not a collision of spiritual chi, but a collision of strength. Time seemed to stop. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was as immovable as a mountain, while the black-haired ghost was like a bear. However, he could not move Lin Ling at all. Get back! Go! At the same time, a low shout rang out. Lin Ling's entire body released spiritual chi. The 110,000 small worlds erupting at the same time. The overwhelming righteousness made him holy. Thud thud thud. The black-haired ghost took a step back. His pupils constricted and he could not say a word. Dream clouds, go in. Lin Ling said indifferently. In terms of physical strength and defense, he didn't fear any genius. Hee hee. Yu Munyun smiled and walked towards the door under countless envious gazes. The cultivation room is right here. Who dares to snatch it? Next time, you'll have to get the hell out of here. If you're crippled or injured, don't blame me. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. He was domineering and arrogant. In the world of the great regions, if he wasn't domineering, others would be domineering towards him. Therefore, he would rather not reduce his arrogance. Many people fell silent. This newcomer was not simple. Then, they looked at the black-haired ghost and realized that he was also silent. The black-haired ghost didn't seem to dare to provoke the newcomer. It was obvious that when the black-haired ghost unleashed the 6th level of ultimacy, although he was on par with Lin Ling, he felt that Lin Ling didn't unleash his full strength. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore and was even a little scared. Of course, his guess was right. Although he had the 6th level of bear ultimacy and was extremely strong, Lin Ling didn't unleash his spiritual qi. He relied on the small worlds and the overwhelming righteousness to block him. If he unleashed his spiritual qi, killing him would be extremely easy. Brother Ning Ke, thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling thanked him and dream clouds entered the cultivation room. Ning Ke's mouth was still wide open and he was shocked like thunder. Every year, there would be newcomers from the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, but very few of them could suppress everyone except for those exceptional geniuses. However, Lin Ling did it today. The most terrifying thing was that compared to those geniuses, Lin Ling's advantage wasn't his cultivation speed, but his power to fight beyond his level. If he reaches the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to fight against a transcendent? Ning Ke thought in horror. At the same time, Lin Ling and Yu Munyun entered the cultivation room. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. It was pitch black inside, making them feel as if they had entered a world of the universe. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fish swam over, each as big as a finger. They swam around, emitting a mysterious light. This! Wow! Lin Ling and Yu Munyun were both shocked. Were these the floating divine fish? At the same time, the spiritual qi that rushed over was even denser. It was spiritual qi. Every little fish was spiritual qi, and they were even more powerful than the spiritual qi in Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, I'm going to break through. Wow! Yu Munyun said in surprise, then sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also laughed. As expected of the cultivation room of the great domain. He then sat down cross-legged and looked at the divine fish around him. Obviously, this was a place to condense spiritual qi, and spiritual qi was one of the indispensable powers in the transcendent realm. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and let the spiritual qi around him enter his body. First, he awakened the small world in his body. Pop pop pop. The rich spiritual qi made the small world awaken crazily. The effect was many times better than the Bodhi liquid. One by one, the small world awakened. As time passed, the number reached 200,000, and it still didn't stop. 21, 22, and finally reached 300,000. The Tai True physique had finally reached the peak stage. It could be said that below the Saint physique, Lin Ling's talent was the strongest. He was also at the peak of the Emperor physique, and no one could compete with him. After 300,000, that was the limit. Lin Ling used the spiritual qi from his cultivation to stabilize the Saint altar and the spiritual qi in his body. The stronger the Saint altar, the more likely Lin Ling would be to break through. And the more powerful the spiritual qi, the stronger Lin Ling would be. These were two different paths. But more than that, Lin Ling still used it to strengthen his spiritual qi. The effect of breaking through now wasn't great. After all, Lin Ling still wasn't clear about his obsession, so he couldn't break through to the transcendent realm. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, he noticed that Yu Munyun's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Her progress was faster than his, but this was normal. After all, Yu Munyun didn't have any other trump cards except for the guardian deity. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had many, so his growth was much slower. Those fish, their swimming trajectories are so mysterious. Then, Lin Ling looked at the fish around him. There were more and more fish, tens of millions of them. On the surface, they seemed to be swimming casually, but they seemed to be carrying a kind of mystery. Lin Ling's eye of time appeared in his eyes and began to record the swimming trajectories of the fish. There are a total of 81 diagrams. After a long time, Lin Ling was shocked. He had been paying attention to the swimming movements of the fish. There were a total of 81 diagrams, and each one was extremely mysterious. And there were more and more fish. My head hurts. Lin Ling frowned. His soul force was tired. He hadn't tested this state in a long time. After a short rest, Lin Ling looked at the diagrams again. This time, he was tired again, but he lasted longer. Lin Ling discovered that his soul force had improved. Those heavenly fish diagrams could improve soul force. These fish are too mysterious. Let me try. Lin Ling had an idea in his mind. With a thought, the fish moved according to his idea and laid down new heavenly fish diagrams, which shocked Lin Ling.
Chapter 1089. Black Electric Ghost, 9981, must be simplified. At this moment, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he was arranging the heavenly fish, his soul power increased crazily. This caused his eye of time to open up again. Not only could he see time, but Lin Ling could also remember anything. That kind of calmness and meticulousness had reached an extremely terrifying level. There were tens of millions of fish. If one fish did not swim well and was slightly off, Lin Ling could see it. The entire situation and the details were seen through by Lin Ling. If one had to give an example, it would be a copy. It was as if he had copied it. Amazing. The higher the level of martial arts, formations, and so on, the harder it is to learn, but I can remember it at a glance. Lin Ling was overjoyed. His eyes had finally transformed again with the increase of his strength. Of course, it was mostly caused by the increase of his soul power. This heavenly fish picture has been simplified into 9 pictures. It contains endless mysteries, including movement techniques, meditation techniques, and even cultivation techniques. It is very suitable for everyone to cultivate. Lin Ling had an idea. The next time he returned to his hometown, he would take out the heavenly fish picture and let everyone improve their strength. Although he went out to cultivate, it was not for a long time. It would not be long before he went back to take a look. As for the new place where his family and friends lived, they also left a mark for Lin Ling. This picture is very suitable for Yu Munyun. It has the effect of suppressing demonic aura. This is very suitable for Yu Yu. It is an offensive martial art. Yu Yu's defense, speed, and can even assist others. But her attack power is too weak. Lin Ling analyzed the 9 pictures and chose the most suitable one for him. The more Lin Ling looked at the 9 pictures, the more complicated they were. Moreover, he found that as long as he visualized the heavenly fish picture, his soul power would continue to improve and recover faster. While Lin Ling was visualizing, Yu Munyun had already woken up. She looked at the mysterious scene around her and immediately gasped. Unfortunately, she was currently breaking through continuously and was no longer suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have missed this opportunity. Then, she saw that Lin Ling seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. She didn't disturb him and pushed the door open. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside. They were all looking at the terrifying scene at the door. Countless heavenly fish had entered this cultivation room. What's inside? After Yu Munyun came out, someone asked curiously, but Yu Munyun didn't say much. She frowned and looked at everyone. What else could have happened? That place has attracted all of the floating heavenly fishes, little heavenly fish. If one cultivates inside, the effects will be 10 times greater than normal. Someone said enviously, making many people's eyes reveal greed. 10 times? This was too frightening. I say, you guys are too greedy. Shouldn't such a rare scene be shared with everyone? I feel that everyone should take turns to use this cultivation room, said another. Yes. Many people chimed in. You guys are going too far. This cultivation room has always been empty. You guys didn't use it at that time, but after we entered, you want to take turns using it. Yu Munyan finally couldn't help but ask. At that time, there weren't so many heavenly fish swimming here. However, many people felt that Yu Munyan was too greedy and overbearing. She actually wanted to take it all for herself. Yu Munyan's pretty face turned ugly. She knew that the heavenly fish phenomenon was caused by Lin Ling, but these people thought that it was a natural phenomenon, so they wanted to share the benefits. I don't care.
Anyway, you guys can cultivate, and we can cultivate too. Let's mind our own business. Get out of the way. I want to enter this cultivation room. Someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Then, a large number of voices sounded. Everyone wanted to enter. How dare you? Yu Munyan shouted angrily. Lin Ling was currently comprehending. If they entered and disturbed Lin Ling, what would they do? Moreover, these people were also martial artists. They should know that others were most afraid of being disturbed when they were cultivating. However, they ignored this taboo for their own sake. Woman, you're too greedy. Yu Munyan blocked the way. Everyone was furious. Alright, get out of the way. I saw this cultivation room first. If you want to cultivate, you have to do it after me. At this time, the crowd was separated. A young man with long red hair and black armor strode over. Behind him was the black-haired ghost. The two of them strode forward, causing many people to make way for them. Black Lightning Ghost. Many people's pupils constricted. They shook their heads helplessly. How unlucky. The Black Lightning Ghost actually saw such a rare cultivation room. Then, they sneered at Yu Munyan. Previously, Yu Munyan didn't allow them to enter the cultivation room. However, now that they had attracted an even more powerful existence, Yu Munyan would probably regret it even more. Brother, that brat entered this cultivation room. Behind the red-haired young man, the one-eyed young man shouted coldly. He didn't expect that the cultivation room Lin Ling entered would have such a change and attract countless sky fish. He's really a lucky brat blessed by the heavens. However, we can also take a share of the glory. Let's go in. The red-haired young man moved his black fist slightly and smiled faintly. You can't go in. Yu Munyan stopped them again. However, the surrounding people laughed. This time, they wanted to see how Yu Munyan would stop them. You're talking to me. The red-haired young man laughed. This is the floating sky fish. You should know who is not to be trifled with. Get out of here. Brother, I'll do it. Previously, I was at a bottleneck in my cultivation. That's why I let that brat take advantage of me. However, if he appears in front of me again, I'll definitely cripple him. Moreover, the floating sky fish can kill people. Killing him is extremely easy. The one-eyed young man, the black-haired ghost, took a step forward and said. His stocky body emitted a strong aura as if an ancient bear king had descended. He slapped his palm towards Yu Munyan. Pop! Pop! When the strength reached the limit, the power wasn't any weaker than spiritual energy. So fierce. The others took a step back. Although they also wanted to enter the cultivation room, they didn't reach the level of ruthlessness. However, the Black Lightning Ghost brothers could. They grew up in the savage forest since they were young. There was nothing that they didn't dare to do. You're going too far. Yu Munyan clenched her teeth. She wasn't a match for the black-haired ghost unless she used the guardian deity. Let me do it. At this moment, the door slowly opened. A figure stepped out and punched towards the black-haired ghost's huge palm. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Under countless gazes, the black-haired ghost staggered back. Following which, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His right hand drooped down and his bones were completely shattered. A figure coldly appeared in front of Yu Munyun. It was Lin Ling. He's out. Many people's pupils constricted as they looked at the cold black-robed young man. Previously, the black-haired ghost had said that he fought with the newcomer because he was at a bottleneck in his breakthrough. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength. However, the black-haired ghost should be at his peak. The outcome was even more shocking. The black-haired ghost's right arm was crippled by the black-robed young man. Chapter 1090. Against a transcendent realm master, you crippled my right hand. The black-haired ghost's single eye turned ferocious. However, after meeting the gaze of the black-robed youth, he was inexplicably afraid. Although he was talking tough, he was terrified when he saw the youth with his own eyes. He didn't have the strength to fight back. You said that you can easily kill me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't know what was going on outside, but the fact that the one-eyed youth dared to attack Yu Munyun was enough for his killing intent to fill the air. It seemed that he was too merciful before and didn't kill them all, which led to endless trouble. The black-haired ghost fell silent and didn't dare to speak. He found that the youth was even colder than before. Speak! Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing the black-haired ghost's heart to tremble. He subconsciously hid behind the black lightning ghost. His cowardly appearance made the crowd feel like they were dreaming. The black-haired ghost was really afraid. Your physical strength is at least 20 tons. No wonder you're so arrogant. At this moment, the black lightning ghost, who had been silent all this time, said indifferently, unfortunately, your weak cultivation is your weakness. Do you think that you can dominate everything with your late-stage Saint Spirit realm cultivation? Dominate you? That's enough. Lin Ling coldly looked at the black lightning ghost. The other party's aura was similar to the one-eyed youth's, so they must be acquaintances. Moreover, the one-eyed youth had lost to him before, so he shouldn't have the guts to come again. Now that he appeared again, it was obvious that he relied on this red-haired youth. Brother, kill him. The black-haired ghost hid behind the black lightning ghost and coldly said. Arrogant and overbearing when facing the weak, but can only hide behind the strong. You're just a piece of trash. You want your brother to kill me? Fine, I'll show you what your so-called reliance is. Lin Ling coldly shouted and unsheathed the Tyrant Song sword. He was like a sword, combining his killing intent and righteousness. Many people's eyes narrowed. At this moment, they realized that this newcomer was stronger than they had imagined. What a strange martial profundity. So this is your capital. Unfortunately, it's too weak. The red-haired youth's eyes flickered. Lightning snakes appeared around his body, forming a world of lightning. The lightning was strong enough to kill any Saint Spirit realm master. Stay away. Many people's expressions became serious. The black lightning ghost was rumored to be the most terrifying existence in the floating sky fish, and it was about to seize one of the rainbow armors and break away from the black armor. Judging from its current strength, it indeed had the qualifications to do so. Lightning Claw. With a cold shout, a huge claw of thunder grabbed at Lin Ling fast, incomparably fast. One had to know that the speed of lightning had always been the fastest, making it impossible for people to guard against it. Moreover, in addition to its speed, it also had a ferocious and domineering power. It was one of the most difficult powers to cultivate in the world. Sky-severing sword. Lin Ling coldly shouted and pointed his sword forward. His killing intent and righteousness fused together, forming a powerful life and death profound. In the past, once the life and death profound was used, the opponent would be robbed of their chance of survival. However, it was clearly ineffective now. That lightning could block everything and wreak havoc. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. In midair, the sword and the claw collided. The life and death profound splashed everywhere, and the lightning snakes seemed to wreak havoc in the void. Those lightning snakes wrapped around Lin Ling, but they were blocked by Lin Ling's righteousness. If Lin Ling hadn't awakened 300,000 small worlds, he wouldn't have dared to be careless in this first confrontation. The black lightning ghost was obviously more than twice as strong as the black-haired ghost. I'm just playing around. Do you have to resist with all your strength? Looking at the indifferent youth holding the sword, the black-haired ghost's red hair danced wildly in the wind. How can you be sure that I'm using all my strength? After the tyrant song sword, Lin Ling coldly said. That sentence instantly caused the black-haired ghost's pupils to narrow. His left hand was still like a lightning claw, but his right hand pointed out, finger shooting star. An even more powerful force erupted. With one finger, the universe was stirred, and a lightning vortex appeared. It was shocking. Terrifying. Is that the power of the transcendent realm? Many people felt their mouths go dry, as if their bodies had been struck by lightning. They knew that although that finger was at the 6th level of martial profundity, it probably contained a trace of spiritual yuan. Spiritual yuan couldn't increase one's comprehension of martial profundity, but it was the foundation that could greatly increase the power of martial profundity. Once spiritual yuan is used, any saint spirit realm cultivator will be obliterated. The one-eyed youth sneered. He knew his brother's strength. Spiritual yuan. The terrifying lightning finger shot out, causing Lin Ling's pupils to flicker. Then, he realized that his sword was still held by the claw, leaving him with only two choices. 1. Abandon the sword. 2. Resist with all his might. Sword cultivator, if you lose your sword, you won't need to use it anymore. As if he knew Lin Ling's thoughts, the black lightning ghost laughed. He wanted to force Lin Ling to abandon his sword. He wanted to proudly take this newcomer's sword. Since he had used a trace of spiritual yuan, his opponent had no other choice. Why do you want to abandon your sword? However, in the next moment, a sneer floated into his ears. In front of the black lightning ghost's eyes, Lin Ling didn't abandon his sword. Instead, he stretched out his left hand, causing flames to erupt wildly. The giant flame god appeared behind him, and the raging flame fist met the lightning finger head-on. Bang! Flames, scorching hot, yang. Lightning, swift, overbearing. At this moment, they collided madly. How is this possible? The black lightning ghost gasped. He could feel that the newcomer's flames were extremely terrifying. They contained 5 levels of martial profundity. Of course, the most powerful thing was that it seemed to contain the power of the transcendent realm. This was impossible. You're not the only one who has spiritual yuan. At the same time, a cold voice floated in the black lightning ghost's ears, causing him to finally understand. His opponent also had spiritual yuan. Bang! The black lightning ghost's body flew backwards. Obviously, the amount of spiritual yuan he used before was not as large as Lin Ling's. After being tempered by the heavenly fish diagram, Lin Ling's spiritual yuan was no longer the size of a hair, but the size of a finger. Pang pang pang. The black lightning ghost flew backwards, his body burning with flames. He slammed into dozens of people and landed heavily on the crystal fish bone. The crowd was silent as their pupils constricted. The black lightning ghost was defeated. The one-eyed youth's face changed drastically. Obviously, he did not expect the gap between him and Lin Ling to be so big. After all, his brother was sent flying after a few moves. I'm just playing around. Do you have to resist with all your strength? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling waved the sword in his hand. His long hair danced wildly as he laughed arrogantly. At this moment, many people did not dare to speak. They were lucky that the black lightning ghost wanted to enter the cultivation room first. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. This newcomer was more complicated than they imagined. Bang! At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from the crystal fishbone. The black lightning ghost walked over step by step. He was injured, but it was not fatal. However, the injury on his body could not compare to the humiliation in his heart. He was a powerhouse, but he was sent flying by a newcomer. Spiritual Yuan, it seems that you're confident. A cold voice floated out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. It seemed that the black lightning ghost was not defeated yet. Unfortunately, you think you can defeat me with this? The black lightning ghost shouted again. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's dignified expression. Chapter 1091. Soul Sealing, what? The black lightning ghost is a transcendent. Many people's faces changed drastically. They didn't know at all. They only knew that the black lightning ghost was very strong. One had to know that the floating heavenly fish didn't allow transcendence to exist, but the black lightning ghost actually ignored that rule. The black lightning ghost's pupils constricted. He wanted to slowly reveal the news because he wanted to see the newcomer's regretful and scared expression. But who knew that the newcomer saw through him and still faced him calmly? This made him even angrier. He didn't know that Lin Ling's eye of time had improved again. He was calmer now and could analyze the situation. It was because of this calmness that Lin Ling knew that although the transcendent was strong, he could still win. And this was also the first time Lin Ling fought a transcendent. Although you know my background, so what? In the world of martial arts, strength is everything. You don't have the strength to resist me. You will die in the end. The black lightning ghost still stepped forward step by step. The black fists in his hands unclenched. Finally, a lightning chain appeared on his wrist, but it was broken at this moment. The lightning chain broke and a powerful aura erupted. He was a transcendent first realm cultivator. This is a half-step sacred artifact, the lightning bracelet. It allows me to hide my strength and increase my lightning power by 50%. Although using a sacred artifact to win against you is somewhat unfair, in this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You don't have the qualifications to say anything. The black lightning ghost's face turned even colder. His body bloomed with lightning like an octopus. Oh, I forgot. I've told you so much, but a newcomer from the countryside like you probably hasn't seen a half-step sacred artifact before. How terrifying. The people around seemed to have forgotten to breathe. No wonder the black lightning ghost could enter the floating heavenly fish. It was because of the half-step sacred artifact. Moreover, increasing lightning power by 50% was too terrifying. One had to know that the black lightning ghost was a transcendent first realm cultivator. This was already difficult to resist. If his lightning power was increased, even a transcendent first realm cultivator wouldn't be his opponent. This newcomer is just a flash in the pan. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads. Sister Meng Yun, hurry up and inform the punishment team outside. Otherwise, brother Lin Ling will be in trouble. Ning Ke quietly approached Yu Man Yun and said worriedly. Yu Man Yun shook her head. Although she was also worried, she saw that Lin Ling was still calm. Naturally, she believed in Lin Ling more. Don't worry, that guy has been through hundreds of battles. He's not as simple as you think. Yu Man Yun said softly, which made Ning Ke's heart tremble. It was as if he had met Lin Ling for the first time. When he first met Lin Ling was like a newcomer who was easy to talk to, so he thought Lin Ling was a newcomer who kept a low profile and was weak like himself. However, who would have thought that this kind of approachability was only for friends? When facing enemies, that kind of ferocity was many times stronger than his. As long as I get hit, I can kill you. At this moment, the black lightning ghost took a step forward. Between its two fists, thunder bloomed. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still stood calmly. A large number of runes flashed through his eyes as he analyzed the situation. The next moment, he gradually smiled. You said that I haven't seen a semi-divine weapon. Sorry, I really haven't. Because I have a divine weapon, the Three Realms Cloak. Boom! With a cold shout, Lin Ling disappeared from everyone's sight, causing the Black Lightning Ghost's punch to hit nothing. A divine weapon? Everyone's expression changed. This newcomer actually had a divine weapon. Most importantly, Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. No one could detect a trace of him. Insignificant skill, electric eyes. The Black Lightning Ghost sneered. Lightning snakes appeared in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. However, in the next moment, his expression turned ugly. Lin Ling had disappeared. It was not a concealment martial art, but the power of a saint artifact. Bastard, do you only know how to rely on the power of the divine weapon? Boom! The Black Lightning Ghost roared. He was a strong man in the transcendent realm, but he was helpless against a newcomer in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Do you only know how to talk? Then why don't you talk about your divine weapon? In the void, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, layer upon layer. No one knew where his real body was. Hee, the Black Lightning Ghost is angry. The crowd was secretly laughing. Previously, the Black Lightning Ghost had said that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. Relying on a divine weapon to win didn't mean anything, but now that Lin Ling had used a divine weapon, the Black Lightning Ghost was angry. Saying that Lin Ling only knew how to rely on a divine weapon was tantamount to slapping his own face. You, go ahead and hide. You're only in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. You can't touch me, and I can kill you with a single punch. If you have the ability, you can hide it for the rest of your life. The Black Lightning Ghost suddenly sneered. Yes, although that newcomer hid his figure, he didn't have the strength to touch the Black Lightning Ghost. Many people suddenly understood. A transcendent realm master was so overbearing. Even if he stood there and let you attack, you couldn't do anything. Come out, you cowardly turtle. How can you talk about the martial Tao? The Black Lightning Ghost's aura grew stronger as he humiliated Lin Ling. His gaze suddenly fell on Yu Munyun and shot over, I'd like to see which one you choose between your life and your woman. Despicable. The Black Lightning Ghost's strength is in the transcendent realm. Originally, it was a little unfair to fight a newcomer, but now he's using underhanded tactics. Many people's eyes narrowed. In order to force Lin Ling to come out, the Black Lightning Ghost actually resorted to unscrupulous means. Hide, let's see how you hide. At this moment, the Black Lightning Ghost had already appeared in front of Yu Munyun. His terrifying thunder fist blasted over. Do you really want me to come out? At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from the underworld sounded. The Black Lightning Ghost sneered. Come out? He was waiting for this moment. He had no fear of Lin Ling because Lin Ling couldn't touch him at all. The moment you come out, you'll die. However, at this moment, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. In their eyes, a black-robed young man with a black cloak appeared behind the Black Lightning Ghost. His palm carried an indescribable power as it fiercely slapped out. Soul-sealing seal. Everyone's soul trembled. They seemed to see an ancient stone tablet falling from the sky, making them feel like they were worshipping it. As for the Black Lightning Ghost, his eyes were wide open. In addition to seeing the divine stone tablet, he also saw the mighty soul sea and the pair of terrifying demon god eyes. That kind of power made him afraid. He said that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to shake him, but now, with one move, he was afraid. The moment Lin Ling appeared, he seemed to have stepped into the underworld of hell and would never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Seal your soul. Under countless gazes, a palm heavily slapped out, causing the Black Lightning Ghost's body to tremble and his soul to collapse. A wisp of green smoke disappeared into the void under countless horrified gazes. Only the tall figure still stood in front of everyone's eyes. A Transcendent Realm first-level expert was killed. Although the Black Lightning Ghost's strength was stronger, It was obvious that his soul force was no match for Lin Ling.
Chapter 1092. Murderous intent. The scariest thing was that the newcomer was only in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm and he wasn't wearing any armor. That guy, where did he come from? Impossible. The one-eyed youth shook his head. His brother, a first realm of transcendent, was killed. How could this be possible? Is this what you're relying on? Very weak. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing the one-eyed youth's face to turn pale. He shouted angrily, I'm under General Cold Words, you can't touch me. I don't know you. Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out from his mouth. He slashed out with his sword, causing a ghastly sword wound to appear on the one-eyed youth's neck. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that he was going to die. He didn't know that the moment he wanted to kill Lin Ling, no matter who was behind him, he had to die. The black-haired ghost is dead. The surrounding people didn't expect that the black-haired ghost brothers would die here. Who else was there before? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. The armored youth's eyes narrowed and they couldn't say a word. This newcomer wasn't someone they could deal with. Scram, if anyone else comes within 3 breaths, I'll kill them. Kill! Lin Ling shouted again. The crowd trembled in fear and left. After 3 breaths, there was no one left. Amazing! Wow! Ning Ke looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling had arrived later than Ning Ke, but with his strength, he was probably able to wear the black armor. There were countless generals in the Dinghai Divine Prefecture, and it was extremely rare for someone to be qualified to wear the black armor. This Lin Ling might be from a higher-level divine region. After that, the 3 of them left the floating celestial fish. This time, they had spent a lot of time cultivating. Yumenyan's cultivation level had increased greatly. Lin Ling's cultivation level hadn't increased, but his strength had increased greatly. Most importantly, he had obtained the 9 celestial fish pictures. Meng Yun, after you turned into a demon, the side effects are very serious. Here's a heavenly fish portrait that is suitable for you. It can calm your mind and prevent you from being invaded by demon aura. Lin Ling took out one of the heavenly fish drawings and handed it to Yu Mun Yun. This is... Yu Mun Yun looked at it carefully for a moment, and her pretty face became serious. This heavenly fish painting was very mysterious. It actually calmed down the demonic aura in her body. Humans and demons were different. Since humans cultivated demonic arts, it was naturally difficult for them to control their demonic arts at the beginning. Therefore, every full moon, the demonic aura would wreak havoc and she would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Moreover, every time she used the great illusion White Dragon King, the demonic aura in her body would become denser. This was similar to the murderous aura of the ancient flame devil. However, after obtaining the heavenly fish painting, she realized that the demonic chi in her body seemed to be under her control. If this continued, she might be able to use the great illusion White Dragon King at will. The martial way of the great regions is even more vast and mysterious. This diagram is probably the innate ability of the floating heavenly fish. Lin Ling said with a smile. After coming to Xianping province, he was able to further explore the secrets of the martial way. It was obvious that he was right to leave the 6 sacred regions. I also prepared the heavenly fish painting for Yu and the others. We can take it out when we go back next time. Okay. The 2 of them chatted as they walked. After that, Lin Ling told them his plan. He wanted to go to Sky Tomb City to find the old man of Dongfu, so he asked Yu Mun Yun to wait for him at Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Yu Mun Yun immediately nodded.
She also knew that Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. After that, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. The reason why he wanted to find the old man of Dongfu was because firstly, Lin Ling still wasn't clear about his obsession. Therefore, breaking through to the peak of the Holy Spirit realm didn't have much effect. Secondly, he wanted to obtain the Sea Heart Flame and complete the task that Venerable Sea Calming had entrusted to him. After Lin Ling left Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, in a garden in the prefecture, a young man in blue armor was facing a terrifying frost scarlet dragon. This dragon was a combination of fire and water. It was ferocious and difficult to deal with. However, the young man took a step forward and pointed his finger. As if he was reversing the universe, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was as if he came from the demon domain. The sharp power split the frost scarlet dragon into two. Blood spurted out and fell to the ground. One side was ice and the other side was fire. It was a shocking sight. Congratulations to General Cold Words for increasing your strength greatly, someone said respectfully to the young man. This made the young man Cold Words smile faintly. In the transcendent realm, he didn't have many opponents now. General, the Black Lightning Ghost brothers have been killed. At this time, a young man in blue armor walked in. What? Cold Words' eyes narrowed. The Black Lightning Ghost brothers were his people. In the past, they came from the same sacred region and fought side by side. But today, they died. Xiao. He didn't move but strangely floated forward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the young man in blue armor. The latter's face turned pale. Although he was also a transcendent realm cultivator, he obviously wasn't a match for Cold Words. Who? Cold Words shouted coldly. It's that newcomer. The newcomer without any armor. The newcomer who can meet the sea calming venerable. A terrifying aura erupted from Cold Words. His eyes turned black and white. He had just become the captain of the disciplinary team and wanted to punish the newcomer as a warning to the others. However, a newcomer dared to defy him and now even dared to kill his people. What's his background? Cold Words shouted again. The young man in blue armor immediately said, according to Ning Kei, he's only from the 8-star sacred region. He shouldn't have any strong background. He's courting death. I'm from the 6-star sacred region, but even I don't dare to be arrogant in the sea calming heavenly prefecture. Yet, he dares to ignore the heroes. This person must be killed. The dense killing intent caused the garden to turn bone-chillingly cold. Everyone bent down, their faces pale. Cold Words was a transcendent realm cultivator. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, he was vicious and merciless. In the past, in order to achieve military merits, he sacrificed millions of people to become the captain of the disciplinary team. Such a person was an existence that couldn't be provoked. That newcomer was dead meat. Sky Tomb City was as vast as the sea, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. Lin Ling had no choice but to hide himself. After all, he had many enemies, including the Three-Era Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, and the Void Star Divine Palace. If any of them sent out their experts, he wouldn't be able to stop them. As for the old man of Dongfu, he wasn't hard to find. He seemed to be extremely famous even in Shenping province. Thus, Lin Ling quickly found the old man's residence. Of course, the problem was how to get the old man to refine the leaf fire heavenly ocean cover for him. Lin Ling didn't have much confidence in this, so he could only try his luck. Do you have a name card? Or do you have an appointment? In front of the gate, two transcendent guards looked at Lin Ling indifferently, causing Lin Ling to feel helpless. Transcendent guards? No wonder the old man of Dongfu didn't give face to Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Well, I came because of your reputation, Lin Ling said with a smile. The two experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Every year, there are young people who want to learn forging skills from Sir Dongfu. Unfortunately, there are countless geniuses in the great domain. How can everyone become Sir Dongfu's disciple? Little guy, you'd better be down to earth. Sir's teachings are right. Lin Ling still smiled. People under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads, so he could only smile. Chapter 1093. Acquaintances, many thanks, big brothers. Lin Ling was overjoyed as he strode away. Although he still didn't have a clue, at least there was a glimmer of hope. The Heavenly Universe Temple was one of the more famous treasure trading halls in Sky Tomb City. Today was the day of the auction, so there were many cultivators here at the moment. Fortunately, there was no requirement to enter this auction, so Lin Ling was able to easily enter. Wearing a large cloak, Lin Ling came to the vast square. A stone platform floated in the center of the square, which was used to display the items to be auctioned. The surrounding cultivators sat in rows and rows, chatting and laughing. However, their eyes were indifferent as they stared at the stone platform, trying to find something that caught their eye. The weakest is at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, and most of them are transcendents. Sensing his surroundings, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He was still too weak. It seemed that he had to obtain the Sea Heart Flame as soon as possible. At the same time, the auction had already begun. On the stone platform, the first item to appear was the Saint Artifact, 9 Dragon Treasure Pagoda. The starting price was 100 Source Stones. Source Stones were a product of world energy that surpassed spirit crystals and were priceless. Suddenly, the auction hall was filled with voices, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. The moment a Saint Artifact appeared, everyone went crazy. He also wanted to obtain the Saint Artifact, but it was obviously impossible as he didn't have any Source Stones. A moment later, the Saint Artifact was obtained by an old man. The old man smiled faintly. When a cultivator reached the Transcendent Realm, any advantage could lead to victory. With a Saint Artifact, his strength could increase by 30%. Next, the auction began again, but the treasures were obviously not as valuable as the Saint Artifact. Heart Demon Obsession Pill. It can allow one to recall their entire life and has a 30% chance of finding their heart demon obsession. It is the best pill to break through to the Transcendent Realm. As the voice rang out, 2 colorful pills floated above the stone platform. These pills had illusions, such as the Sea Market, Star Tower, Pink Skulls, and so on. The auction hall was a little quiet. Most of the people present were Transcendent Realm Masters, so they didn't care about these pills. Only the younger generation's eyes lit up. 10 million high-rank spirit crystals. A young man shouted, and then someone else followed suit. This pill was obviously not as valuable as the Saint Artifact, so the price was spirit crystals. So expensive. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was interested in that medicinal pill, and it was quite important to him. As for high-grade spirit crystals, Lin Ling had some of them. Back when he had destroyed the 4 ancient kingdoms, Great Qin had given him a lot of loot. As such, he waited for a while before calling out a price, 20 million upper spiritual crystals. As soon as the price was announced, many youths angrily looked at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak, and with his soul force covering his entire body, no one could see his appearance. 25 million upper spiritual crystals. However, as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, another person competed with Lin Ling. It was also a cloaked man. Lin Ling frowned and gnashed his teeth. He shouted, 30 million. This price was his entire fortune. If the other party increased the price, he would be helpless. The other party was silent for a while, as if his heart was aching. He even glared at Lin Ling fiercely before calling out a price of 35 million. This made Lin Ling feel helpless. He had missed out on this medicinal pill. These 2 medicinal pills are mine. In the distance, the cloaked man shouted excitedly. However, at that moment, a laughing voice sounded out, no one wants to compete? Then, it's my turn. Although I don't care about these 2 medicinal pills, I don't want to see what you've bought. 50 million upper spiritual crystals. As soon as the voice sounded out, many people gasped. The inner demon obsession pill was not worth this price. At most, it was worth 20 million spirit crystals. However, the other party had raised the price by 50 million spirit crystals. Obviously, he wanted to suppress the cloaked man. You! The cloaked man shouted angrily. He was so angry that he forgot to hide his voice. Lin Ling, who was far away, narrowed his eyes. That voice sounded familiar. Was that guy here too? I'm from the Northern Dark Nether territory. I know who you are. So, how can I let you get the inner demon obsession pill? On the other side of the stands, a purple-haired young man was drinking wine. He did not even look at the front. The Northern Dark Nether territory. Many people narrowed their eyes. Although this force was not as powerful as the sea-calming heavenly prefecture, it was still a force to be reckoned with. It seemed that the medicinal pill would belong to the Northern Dark Nether territory. It's him. Looking at the purple-haired young man, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. However, he quickly hid his murderous intent. The purple-haired young man was the Northern Dark Nether who had come to the rainforest sacred land to kill people. He did not expect to meet his enemy here. Lin Ling remembered how arrogant the Northern Dark Nether god was when he came. If it were not for the arrival of the Six Holy King, the rainforest sacred land would have been destroyed. How could Lin Ling not remember this grudge? I didn't expect that I would be bidding against him. If I had known, I wouldn't have bid. Lin Ling looked at the cloaked man on the other side and smiled. He noticed the murderous intent in the cloaked man's eyes under the brim of his hat. He knew that the cloaked man had failed in the bidding. He seemed to be planning to kill Lin Ling and steal the pill. However, it was not a bad idea. The Northern Dark Nether was in trouble. The auction was still about medicinal pills. Every time the cloaked man took a fancy to a certain pill, the purple-haired young man would snatch it away. The cloaked man trembled in anger. Is it fun? This is just the beginning of a nightmare. The Northern Dark Nether was still drinking. He did not even look at the cloaked man opposite him. He knew that the cloaked man had an irreconcilable hatred for him. Unfortunately, this was Xianping province. The cloaked man did not even know where he was before killing him. Of course, he did not know that the person who wanted to kill him was not a cloaked man. The next item was some rare heavenly treasures. Demon Essence Diamond. On the stone platform, a pitch-black crystal stone appeared. This crystal stone emitted a dense black chi, and that was an astonishing devil chi, which affected many people around the spectator stand. This treasure was probably rare in the world. We don't know the exact function of this treasure. We can only let the discerning people buy it. The starting price is 200 primordial stones. The auction was silent. No one knew the function of the treasure. Naturally, no one would waste their money. After all, this treasure was more expensive than the first holy artifact. It seems that no one knows the function of this treasure. A helpless voice sounded. It seemed that the auction was about to put away this treasure. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His eye of time quietly appeared. Not only did he see the growth process of the demonic aura, but his eyes also seemed to be able to copy the demon essence diamond into his mind. He seemed to be able to see the flaws and loopholes of this mysterious gem at a glance. This is the only material to refine the demonic dragon blade. Chapter 1094. Yang Gan, this old man wants this stone. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out. It was an old man in purple robes with a jade crown on his head. This person had a square face and was dignified without being angry. He had a handsome mustache on his face and he slowly stroked it, exuding an aura of arrogance. It's old man Dong Fu. Many people looked at the old man with shock in their hearts. Old man Dong Fu was one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianping province. He often traveled around and had his own residence in many places. He was also one of the existences that couldn't be provoked in Xianping province. He's old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. Looking at the old man's calm and arrogant aura, it was no wonder he didn't give face to Venerable Si Calming. It seems that if I want to get close to him, I have to catch him off guard. Lin Ling said helplessly. The task Venerable Si Calming entrusted to him was more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ling could only remember this person, but as for how to move his heart, Lin Ling had no clue. The world has been blinded by the world. No one knows what a true treasure is. After Old Man Dong Fu obtained the demon essence diamond, he smiled proudly. He seemed to know the use of this treasure. Then he exclaimed, "Perfect, perfect, perfect." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In his eye of time, the demon essence diamond wasn't perfect. It could only be said to be 70% perfect, but Old Man Dong Fu said it was perfect. Lin Ling smiled. He seemed to know how to get close to this troublesome old man. The auction continued, but Lin Ling didn't have the heart to watch. Instead, he was paying attention to the cloaked man. After a long time, the auction ended. Evil North smiled as if he didn't know anything. He walked out of the heavenly palace with large strides. At the same time, the cloaked man walked out with large strides and quietly followed. Evil North, you almost destroyed my hometown. Today, I will definitely kill you. After the cloaked man walked out of the heavenly palace, his aura changed. He hid his figure and followed Evil North. Obviously, he wanted to kill and steal the treasure. Everyone is working hard to cultivate so that they can free their hometowns as soon as possible. As for the enemies of the past, they must be dealt with one by one. The cloaked man muttered to himself as he walked forward. He still remembered the deaths of those chosens. At that moment, Bai Xia was casually walking away from Tianling City. Whoosh! Stepping on the chains, Northern Evil was like a nimble dragonfly. After he left, another person stepped on the chains and quietly followed him. However, neither of them saw that after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, another young man wearing a cloak followed him with a smile. Inside a mountain range, Northern Heretic finally stopped. This place was next to a green pond with birds chirping and flowers blooming. The grass was green like a cushion. Bai Xia seemed to be enjoying the scenery. He plucked a flower and sniffed it. You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet? The mountain range was still quiet. Only a gentle breeze blew, causing the grass to sway. If you don't come out now, I'm going to leave. You won't have the chance to do anything when I return to the northern dark territory. Bai Xia added. Amazing. I used the 7 treasure golden reed to hide my aura, but you still managed to sense it. You're worthy of being the son of northern dark evil god. Finally, a faint laughter drifted out. A cloaked man walked over from afar. He took off his cloak and revealed a handsome face. It was Yang Gan. We don't have to talk about our enmity. Moreover, you've obtained the inner demon obsession pill. Don't blame me for killing you and stealing your treasure. Yang Gan said coldly. He was looking forward to seeing Northern Evil's surprised expression. However, Northern Evil was still sniffing the flower. His purple hair danced in the wind. I'm sorry. You've been following me for so long. Didn't you know that I was the one who lured you out? Yang Gan narrowed his eyes. He had secretly followed Northern Evil and thought that Northern Evil would be surprised. However, Northern Evil had already sensed it and lured him out. I already knew that you were from the 6 holy regions in the Yinyang Sky Palace. Moreover, I even snatched your heart demon obsession pill. How could you let go of this pill? Therefore, I already knew that you were following me. Bai Xia smiled faintly as if everything was under his control. So what if I know? I have the Guardian God 7 treasure golden reed. Even if you're only a realm 1 transcendent, I can still kill you. Yang Gan's eyes turned cold. Although Northern Evil knew his intentions, he still dared to follow him. Naturally, he had some confidence in himself. The 72 demon gods of the heavens were famous in the Xianping province. However, they were obtained by trash like you. What a waste. Without the 72 demon gods, you're nothing but an ant. Northern Evil threw the flower in his hand and finally took a step forward. However, the heavens still blessed me with your demon gods. I'm sorry. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Come out! Shoo shoo shoo! At the same time, a towering wave erupted from the silent pool. The willow tree beside the pool also quietly transformed. A person in green clothes slowly walked out, and from the mountain range, another 3 figures shot down. A total of 5 people, each of them a transcendent realm master. 3 of them were even at the Realm 2 transcendent realm. This was an inescapable net. Yang Gan had been fooled. If he was facing Northern Evil alone, he wouldn't be afraid. However, if he was facing 5 transcendents at the same time, that might not be the case. Your guardian god isn't as strong as Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was here, I might have to send 100 transcendents here. But you, 5 of you plus me, are enough. Northern Evil's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely evil. Your 7 treasure golden reed is mine. Shoo shoo shoo. Several people rushed towards Yang Gan, all of them laughing at Yang Gan's naivety. He didn't know that the young master of Northern Evil had set a trap for him. Bastard! Yang Gan roared. His opponents were toying with him. A 7-colored gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd began to gather world energy and the opening of the gourd shone brightly. The 7 treasure golden reed was a half-material, half-demonic item. In fact, it was an existence similar to the ancient flame demon. Its attack power was very strong and it could break countless martial arts. However, its weakness was that it took too long to charge up. Moreover, Yang Gan's cultivation was too low, so he couldn't use the full power of the 7 treasure golden reed. 7 treasures divine light. The light shot out towards one of the second-layer transcendents. That person's eyes narrowed. He used his martial profundity and stepped into the void. He was scared. Boom! However, the 7 treasures divine light could slay immortals and gods. No! A painful cry rang out. Even though he hid in the void, he was still killed by the 7 treasures divine light. Kill! The rest of the people took the opportunity to attack Yang Gan. Yang Gan didn't have the strength to fight back. Sorry, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You're not the oriole. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded from the ground. Scorching flames spewed out from the distance. The demonic flame burned the ground. What? The faces of Northern Evil and the others changed drastically. Someone had ruined their plan. What was worse was that they thought they were the oriole when they tried to lure Yang Gan, but the other party had compared them to the mantis. Flames, it's him. Chapter 1095. It's time for your pride to end. Yang Gan could not suppress his excitement. He slowly turned around and saw an ancient fire fox the size of a mountain slowly walking over with an evil charm and indifference. Its 7 tails wagged lazily, and its fox face was baring its fangs. It was like the most unrestrained demon king in the world. At this moment, Yang Gan's body trembled even more violently. It's really Lin Ling. Ancient flame demon! Exclamation point. Bei Xia and the others' faces changed drastically. They had seen the ancient flame demon's madness in the rainforest Holy Land. When the ancient flame demon teamed up with the Yiksha king, even the 3-era ghost king had to flee. It could be said that the ancient flame demon was the most terrifying of the 6 guardian gods. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Bei Xia shouted angrily. He had almost obtained the 7 treasures golden reed, but Lin Ling had mysteriously appeared and caused trouble. How hateful! Lin Ling, don't get yourself into trouble. The northern dark underworld is not something you can mess with. The transcendent realm masters also shouted angrily. Provoke the northern nether evil territory. The huge ancient flame demon gradually appeared in front of everyone. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he stood on the fox's neck. His long hair danced in the wind as he laughed. Show! In the next moment, the ancient flame demon appeared in front of one of the transcendent realm masters. The Transcendent Realm Master narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I want to provoke the northern nether evil territory." Its terrifying claws swept out fiercely, stirring up the clouds and slaughtering everything in its path. Boom! The Transcendent Realm Master was split in two and blood splattered everywhere. He was only a first realm transcendent, so he obviously couldn't stop the ancient flame demon. Bai Xia stood there in a daze. His fists were trembling. "You dare to kill him?" "Huh." Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his smile was extremely cold. "Dare not." When the people of the northern nether evil territory came to the rainforest holy land to slaughter them, why wouldn't they dare? Therefore, Bai Xia's words were useless. He thought that because he was the son of the northern nether evil god, Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him. Whoosh! Dazzling flames tore through the void as the ancient flame demon once again appeared in front of a Transcendent Realm Master, its huge claws slashing out as if it wanted to crush the earth. Soul-sealing seal. Dazzling soul characters appeared on the claw, causing the Transcendent Realm Master's face to change dramatically. His hands moved rapidly, becoming illusory as he pushed out with his palms. Space-shattering palm. This martial art was extremely profound. It was the profound meaning of space, and it could tear apart space and crush the opponent into pieces. However, he was only a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator. With such a cultivation, even if Lin Ling didn't use the ancient flame demon, he could still kill him with his full strength, not to mention the ancient flame demon that even Yen feared. Bang! The claw collided with the pair of palms, causing space to shatter, causing the claw to ripple like a wave. However, the ancient flame demon's defensive power was too powerful and was able to instantly restore itself. At the same time, a soul-sealing soul attack appeared, completely overwhelming the Transcendent Realm Master. Pop! Pop! His soul was sealed, and Lin Ling's soul force was too big, so it instantly shattered. In just a few breaths of time, only 3 people were left. "I don't dare." A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth as he looked towards Bai Xia and smiled, but this smile was still cold and filled with a thick sense of ridicule, causing Bai Xia's face to become extremely ugly. How could Lin Ling not dare? Attack! Both of you are Transcendent Second Realm cultivators, even if you can't win, you can at least stall for time. As long as you don't underestimate your enemy, I've already called for more people to come. When the time comes, both of them will die. Bai Xia roared. As the 16-year-old in Northern Dark Demon Territory's #1 genius, his temperament was also extremely good. He knew that the remaining people were afraid, so he had said these words to give them confidence. "Yes, young master." The 2 Transcendent Second Realm Masters were indeed a little afraid, but now they were filled with confidence. Indeed, they couldn't kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling might not be able to defeat them. Most importantly, in their hearts, they believed that the 2 people who died before were only killed by Lin Ling because they underestimated him. I admit that the ancient flame devil is very powerful, but martial arts in the world don't represent attack power. You, don't even think of touching us. The 2 of them looked at each other and their bodies became strange, as if they had turned into reflections on the water surface, illusory and moving. Soul-sealing seal. The ancient flame devil was extremely fast. Devil flames burst out and pounced towards one of them, but it missed. I'm getting more and more confident. Looks like we were all shocked by the name of the 72 demon gods and forgot that the one controlling the ancient flame devil is only a Saint Spirit Realm cultivator. A cold voice drifted out, and the 2 of them became strange, running on the ground and in the sky, as if they were treading on water. This was the shattering profound, and it had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could shatter the void, allowing one's body to pierce through the void. The void and the heaven and earth were originally not on the same plane, but to be able to pierce through the void so easily, this power was undoubtedly terrifying. A Transcendent Realm cultivator is indeed powerful. Not far away, Yang Gan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling could not attack the 2 experts at all, and under the explosion of flames, the 2 experts could actually dodge the flames in the narrow space. 7 treasures godly light. Yangon also attacked. Although his attack power was terrifying, it still missed. Hee, two useless things. In the void and the heaven and earth, the two experts laughed coldly, as if they were toying with ants. Northern Heretic also let out a sigh of relief. No matter how strong the 72 demon gods were, if the person controlling them was too weak, it was all just empty talk. Swoosh! Lin Ling was expressionless. The ancient flame devil under him pierced through the sky, attacking with its claws and tail, as well as devil flames, but every time it missed. They have discovered my tracks, and they didn't use their eyes to do so. Lin Ling muttered to himself, somewhat unable to see how the other party dodged his attacks. Ha, you're quite smart, knowing that we didn't use our eyes to detect your attacks. One of the two experts laughed coldly. We didn't use our eyes to detect it. Lin Ling watched as the two experts disappeared and reappeared continuously, and saw invisible ripples in the sky. Every time the two appeared, the ripples would spread out, and if not for the eye of time, he would not have been able to see the ripples. No, they didn't use their eyes, but they used the shockwaves in the void to detect his attacks. One must know that any martial arts, even the most ordinary movements, would bring about shockwaves in the heaven and earth. For example, a normal punch would cause a shockwave to appear, it was just a matter of the strength of the shockwave. A stronger attack would naturally cause a stronger shockwave, while a weaker attack would cause an undetectable shockwave, but it would still exist. The two of them must have sensed the shockwaves to detect his attacks. Your arrogance should end. With a low voice, the ancient flame devil disappeared in the sky and pounced towards one of the two experts. The voice was calm, but it also carried a shockwave, just that it was extremely weak. However, the two of them had a deep understanding of this domain, so they clearly heard that sentence. Chapter 1096. You're scared. Their hearts trembled violently as they stared at the huge figure. They suddenly realized that the ancient flame devil was still as crazy as before, but there seemed to be some changes. Be careful. One of them shouted. The ancient flame devil's flaming claws swept over. He felt the shockwave. Petty tricks. Another person laughed coldly. He stepped into the air and dodged the claw attack. However, when he reappeared, the ancient flame devil appeared in front of him again. The ancient flame devil was like an illusion, causing him to draw in a cold breath. The ancient flame devil used the fragmentation intent again and disappeared into the air. However, when he reappeared, the demon-like figure quietly appeared. The demonic eyes stared coldly at him, and the claws swept over. Impossible. I can sense his shockwave and avoid his attack trajectory, but how can he catch me? That expert's face turned pale as he saw the claw sweeping towards him. That claw seemed to be the most ancient claw in the world, a claw that he couldn't avoid even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Shockwave. He learned how to comprehend shockwaves. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in that expert's mind. He used the trajectory of the ancient flame devil's attack to sense the shockwave and avoid the attack. However, if the ancient flame devil could also sense the shockwave, then no matter how he dodged, the ancient flame devil would still chase after him. As long as it hit, the result would be a one-hit kill. Heaven, earth, void, no matter what kind of attack it was, there would be a shockwave. The ancient flame devil's attack had a shockwave, and so did his shatter profound. If someone sensed it, he would be able to step into the void to dodge it. In fact, it would be like walking on flat ground. On flat ground, the ancient flame devil could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. A fearful genius. The last thought of his life rose in his mind. The giant flaming claw swept over and turned him into dust. As long as he could grab hold of his figure, he would naturally be able to kill him in one strike. How is that possible? The other expert sucked in a breath of cold air. This was all too surreal. Whoosh! At the same time, the flaming body of the ancient flame devil shot over like a fox running in the sky. Oh no! That person was scared. He stepped into the sky, causing invisible ripples to spread out in the sky. He hid in the void. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's Eye of Time had already seen through the shockwave. The transformation of the Eye of Time allowed Lin Ling to remain extremely calm. He could even replicate the most mysterious martial arts in the world. Naturally, he could replicate the ability to comprehend shockwaves. That was close. As soon as that person walked out of the void, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Not necessarily. However, the sun in front of him was blocked, and the enormous ancient flame devil was already waiting for him. Its huge claws were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and it viciously swept out, tearing apart the expert's body and organs, causing him to cry out in terror, "No!" That expert's eyes widened, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. I regret it so much. Previously, he shouldn't have been so confident. He shouldn't have thought that the ancient flame devil wouldn't be able to kill him because of his powerful movement technique. The result of his confidence was death. Chi! In the sky, flames burned the expert's corpse, causing Northern Evil and Yang Gan, who were on the ground, to be speechless. As expected of the King of Saints, the prodigy of the Rainforest Holy Land. Especially Yang Gan, his heart was not only shocked, but also filled with deep admiration. One had to know that although he had the powerful 7-treasure golden reed sword, it was completely ineffective against those 2 second realm transcendents. After all, no matter how sharp a sword was, it was useless if it couldn't cut through its target. Lin Ling was the same, but he had personally witnessed Lin Ling comprehend the opponent's profound meaning, break it, and finally kill him. This comprehension ability was simply monstrous level. These people's spiritual yuan is too weak, not comparable to the 3-world Ghost King. At this moment, in the sky, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Killing those transcendents had increased the spiritual yuan in his body, but it was obviously not as effective as the 3-world Ghost King. It's your turn. Suddenly, the ancient flame devil's head turned towards Northern Evil, causing him to tremble violently. "You can't kill me." "Why?" In the sky, the ancient flame devil slowly walked down. "My father is demon god Bei Ming. If you kill me, he will definitely kill you." Northern Evil took a step back. He was afraid. In fact, he was afraid the moment Lin Ling arrived, because Lin Ling had defeated him in the past and left him with a huge heart demon. However, his pride did not allow him to retreat. But now, he had to retreat even if he didn't want to. "Even if I don't kill you, he will kill me, so what?" Lin Ling's cold voice floated out of his mouth, causing Northern Evil's eyes to narrow. Yes, his father had returned empty-handed from the Rainforest Holy Land and suffered great humiliation, so he had to kill Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling give him face? "We can talk." Although Northern Evil was proud, he still lowered his noble head. "Ha, you're afraid." Lin Ling laughed, his voice filled with ridicule, causing Bei Xia to grit his teeth. This Lin Ling was going too far. One had to know that Bei Xia was a genius from the Great Territory who had reached the Transcendent Realm at the age of 16, while this Lin Ling was from the countryside and hadn't even reached the Transcendent Realm yet he dared say Bei Xia was afraid. "I'm not." Northern Evil refused to lose face. "Really?" The ancient flame devil rushed down from the sky like an ancient beast, causing Northern Evil's eyes to widen. "I'm really afraid." He still wanted to deny it, but Lin Ling personally asked him to admit that he, a top genius, was afraid of Lin Ling from the countryside. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Sorry, I'm very interested in the treasures on your body, so even if you're afraid, you still have to die." The ferocious claws swept down from the sky, causing Northern Heretic's face to turn pale. He roared, "Lin Ling, how dare you kill me!" Unfortunately, these words were obviously feeble and powerless. Moreover, the louder voice in his heart was regret. He regretted it even more than the cultivators who had died before. After all, he possessed natural talent, a status that was revered by others, and endless cultivation resources. In the future, his name would definitely shake the entire Xianping region. However, he had offended Lin Ling, and everything had become a dream. Pang! No pain could describe the taste of death. Northern Evil's long purple hair fluttered as he was cut in two. The moment you came to the rainforest's holy land to slaughter, you already had half a foot in hell. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, becoming the last words Northern Evil heard in his life. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Everyone was killed by you. Yang Gan walked over in amazement, watching Lin Ling loot Northern Evil's body. Although the guardian god is powerful, it only represents a sharp sword. The real strength depends on the person who wields the sword. Lin Ling smiled, then left with Yang Gan. After a full hour, a large number of people arrived. When they saw the dead bodies, they were all stunned. The young master is dead. Finally, someone shouted in horror. The Northern Dark Territory was going to be in complete chaos. Chapter 1097. Blacksmiths gather, who is it? Evil god Bei Ming roared. However, it wasn't difficult to find the murderer of Bei Ming's death. From the flames left at the scene and the fact that Sky Tomb City was nearby, it was easy to guess that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill his son. Lin Ling, this evil god will kill you and make sure that your family will never be able to reincarnate. Unfortunately, although he was angry, he didn't dare to go to the sea-calming heavenly palace to ask for them. Furthermore, the rainforest holy land belonged to the Void Star Soul Palace, so he didn't dare to offend them. As for Lin Ling's family, he could only search for them slowly. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You've only left the 6 sacred regions for a short time, but your strength seems to have improved. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yang Gan appeared in Sky Tomb City. When Lin Ling heard Yang Gan's words, he smiled and shook his head. I'm just borrowing the power of the ancient flame devil. Besides, Xianping province is full of strong masters. I'm nothing now. Yes. Yang Gan felt the same way. He looked at the streets, where transcendents were everywhere. It gave him pressure, but it also gave him motivation. By the way, why are you here? Lin Ling asked. Then, he learned that Yang Gan had been paying attention to the Heavenly Palace's auction. The Heavenly Palace was very famous in Xianping province, and there were auctions everywhere. Therefore, Yang Gan came for the Sky Tomb City's auction. He didn't know that the sea-calming Heavenly Palace was in Sky Tomb City, so they were lucky to meet each other. By the way, let's split the loot. They came to a quiet restaurant and booked a private room. Lin Ling began to check the loot. There were 2 heart demon obsession pills, 100 origin stones, and many other pills, treasures, and so on. Both of them were delighted. They had made a fortune by killing people and robbing people. No wonder Xianping province is more chaotic than the 6 sacred regions. It's like a wild world. It turns out that killing people and robbing people can make you stronger. Lin Ling was speechless. You can't be thinking of going down the path of killing others and seizing their treasures, right? I've had this thought before. It's hard to differentiate between good and evil in this world. Everyone kills for the sake of becoming stronger. But why can they kill while we can't? Yang Gan's eyes were cold. In the world of martial arts, if you were merciful, you would be killed. Strength was everything. That's true. Lin Ling nodded in agreement, then asked Yang Gan where he planned to go next. I plan to go to the north to take a look. It's even more chaotic there, but heroes are born in troubled times. Yang Gan's eyes were filled with determination. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. When he first met Yang Gan, this person was magnanimous, free and unrestrained. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. However, the upheaval in his hometown caused Yang Gan to become completely heartless. Of course, Yang Gan couldn't be blamed for this. This was caused by the heartless world. Then I wish you a safe journey. Lin Ling didn't stop him. Everyone had their own path of martial arts. He couldn't interfere. Moreover, Although Xianping province was vast and boundless, there would be a day when they would meet. You too. Now that you've killed Northern Evil, Northern Darkness Evil God will definitely guess that it's yours. You're under more pressure than me. Don't worry. I'm in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. He won't dare to touch me. The two of them spoke again. Yang Gan finally left, while Lin Ling walked towards the old man of Dong Fu's residence. Previously, when he went to visit the old man, he wasn't confident. But now, he was a little more confident. At the same time, in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, Yu Munyun met the woman by Dinghai Venerable's side, Madame Yu Qin. She had a high status and was extremely powerful. Previously, she had said that she would help Yu Munyun cultivate. While the two were chatting, Madame Yu Qin learned that Lin Ling had gone to visit the old man of Dong Fu. She couldn't help but smile in astonishment. My husband entrusted Lin Ling to visit the old man of Dong Fu. That wasn't set a time. Lin Ling could visit in a few years. I didn't think that this little guy would be so impatient. Madame Yu Qin said helplessly. Elder Yu Qin, is that old man of Dong Fu very hard to get along with? Yu Munyun felt that something was wrong. If Lin Ling went to visit like this, he would be late and suffer a great loss. Madame Yu Qin nodded. This person has a strange temper and is one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianping province. Many ancient experts have to give him face. Naturally, he is hard to get along with. Do you know how many times my husband has visited him? After saying this, she saw Yu Munyun's puzzled expression. She smiled and said, a total of 20 times. He only asked him to refine a saint tool, but he was rejected 20 times. Also, the old man of Dong Fu didn't give my husband any face. There was even one time where he made my husband wait for 3 whole days. So hard to get along with. Yu Munyun said helplessly. No wonder Dinghai Venerable gave Lin Ling no time limit. It's fine. It's good to let Lin Ling suffer a little. At least let him know that in the 6 sacred domains, Lin Ling can dominate the world. But in Xianping province, he is only at the beginning stage. Young people can see themselves more clearly and be down to earth after suffering some hardships. Madame Yu Qin didn't say much on this topic and brought Yu Munyun to her mansion. However, Yu Munyun was a little worried about Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared at the gate of old man Dong Fu's mansion. What surprised him was that at this moment, the gate was filled with people. It seemed that they knew that Sir Dong Fu had returned, so many people came because of his reputation. Sir said today that he won't refine anything. Outside the gate, the Transcendent Realm Guard said indifferently, causing many people to shake their heads helplessly. Almost half of them left. These people obviously came to ask old man Dong Fu to refine a treasure. The remaining half still had many people, and all of them were young people. Sir, we didn't come to ask Senior Dong Fu to refine a treasure. We came because of his reputation and want to become Senior Dong Fu's forging apprentices. A young elite said respectfully. Obviously, they were here to be apprenticed. Sir Dong Fu didn't refuse this point. I'll go inform him. One of the guards said and walked into the mansion. Outside the gate, everyone was looking forward to it. Looking carefully, their origins were extraordinary. All of them were dressed in luxurious brocade robes, and the clothes they wore were extremely mysterious. One of the young men took out a luxurious box. After opening it, a cold aura spread out. He took out some fruits and ate them with a smile. Obviously, his box could preserve the freshness of the fruits. Moreover, it was self-freezing. It would be of great help when they went out for life experience. That looks like a refrigerator. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This kind of treasure was like the refrigerator he encountered in the last world. Of course, it was more convenient than a refrigerator. At least, it could be carried around. Another person smiled and took out an exquisite box. Pouring his spirit chi into it, a fragrant smell suddenly filled the air. A small pavilion appeared, and 2 puppets served him. Amazing! Lin Ling could see that these people seemed to be blacksmiths, and their skills were extremely powerful. Chapter 1098. He doesn't even know how to refine spirit tools. A mere wonder box dares to compete with the bright moon. The others also smiled faintly. It was as if they were competing in martial arts. They all took out their own outstanding works, which opened Lin Ling's eyes. Blacksmiths, alchemists, and martial artists were all the same. In this profession, there was a sense of pride. Moreover, compared to alchemists, blacksmiths were nobler. This was because blacksmiths increased a martial artist's combat strength, while alchemists healed and assisted in cultivation. However, in this world, there were many treasures that could increase one's strength. There was no need to refine them into pills. This caused alchemists to be less noble than blacksmiths. "Hey, where's your work?" A young girl looked at Lin Ling and said. This young girl was wearing a pink dress and had an apple-like face. She looked extremely cute. Everyone else had shown their works, but Lin Ling hadn't. This undoubtedly made her curious. Could it be that this black-robed youth disdained to show his work? The others also thought the same. After all, some blacksmiths were highly skilled, so when they saw the other party's treasures that were not worthy of their attention, they would naturally disdain to show their own treasures. Lin Ling smiled bitterly as many people looked at him. He knew nothing about smithing skills. Could it be that Your Excellency can refine saint artifacts? Someone asked in awe. Lin Ling shook his head. Could it be the legendary heavenly weapon that is above the sacred weapon? More people looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was much younger than many of the people present, blacksmiths were not martial arts. They did not look at time but talent. Lin Ling shook his head again. The crowd was stunned. What did this mean? Sorry, I don't even know how to refine spirit weapons. The sword on my back was refined by someone else. Lin Ling said with a smile. Everyone widened their eyes. This black-robed young man isn't a blacksmith. Ha, you're just a piece of trash, putting on an act. A youth wearing a flower-like robe laughed disdainfully. Previously, he was actually in awe of this trash. It turned out that the other party didn't know anything. Deliberately mystifying things. The other blacksmiths also shouted coldly. You're just imagining things. Seeing the change in everyone's faces, Lin Ling sneered. Before, he didn't say anything, and it was what they thought. Now that they knew the truth, everyone's faces changed, and they disdained him. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to give face to such people. Then why don't you scram? This is not a place you can come to. Someone said with a frown. They were blacksmiths and had a superior status, yet this good-for-nothing youth actually dared to refute them. It's none of your business. Lin Ling was too lazy to exchange pleasantries, his cold words causing many people's expressions to become ugly. If this wasn't the residence of the old man of Dongfu, they would have already taught this youth who didn't know the difference between heaven and earth a lesson. Kiki, you're really interesting. You're not a blacksmith, but you want to become Dong Fu's old man's forging boy. At this time, the girl in the pink dress couldn't help but laugh. She felt that everything was too interesting. Then, with a wave of her right hand, an exquisite golden stone appeared. This is an illusion stone that I forged. It's filled with spirit energy and can record everything that happens in the surroundings. Consider this my compensation for your ridicule. This girl obviously didn't go out much, so after mocking Lin Ling, she immediately compensated Lin Ling guiltily, causing Lin Ling to have a good impression of her. Record everything that happens in the surroundings, this treasure is amazing. Lin Ling happily received the treasure. In reality, there are many treasures like this in the 5-star saint regions of Shenping province. However, mine can record 3 times, so it's more valuable than the ones outside. The girl in the pink dress smiled. Lin Ling carefully put away the treasure. He wanted to give some gifts in return, but he didn't know what to give. After all, compared to these noble blacksmiths, he was a little poor. From the countryside, it's just an illusion stone, but it's so precious. On the side, the youth in the flowery robe sneered disdainfully. The others were the same. From this angle, it could be seen that Lin Ling wasn't familiar with Xianping province. He came from the countryside. Darren has ordered that everyone can enter. Today, Darren is in a good mood. If you want to become his forging boy, then it'll depend on your luck. At this time, a guard walked out of the door, his words rousing everyone's spirits. The old man of Dongfu, one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianping province. If one could obtain his legacy, it would be a matter of great luck. Also, the old man of Dongfu knew many strong people. With the old man of Dongfu as a backing, many strong people would give them face. I must become the old man of Dongfu's forging boy. Even if I'm not a disciple, I'm satisfied. You, dream on. The old man of Dongfu is famous for being harsh in his selection of boys. Only I have the right. Then we'll wait and see. Each of the blacksmiths became confident and proud, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. These guys thought too highly of themselves. He looked at the girl in pink beside him and found that she was trembling nervously. It's just visiting a strong person. Relax, what's fated to be yours is yours. If it's not, you won't force it. Lin Ling comforted her with a smile. Thank you, I'm Ping Er. The girl in pink smiled and nodded. She looked closely at Lin Ling. She found that the other was calm and gave people an indescribable feeling. This made her very surprised. She could see that the calmness wasn't faked, but the confidence in his heart. Not being shocked even if the sky fell, it was a calmness that came from the bones. Compared to the surrounding blacksmiths who appeared proud but were nervous in front of a strong person, she was clearly more genuine and calm. After that, the crowd entered one after another. The youth in the flowery robe frowned at Lin Ling and shouted coldly, "You're not a blacksmith, get out. Can't I visit the old man of Dongfu just because I'm not a blacksmith? Or do you treat this place as your home? Do you think you have more prestige than the old man of Dongfu?" Lin Ling's pupils constricted. They minded their own business, but the other party asked him to get out. This was too arrogant and overbearing. Do you know who I am? To put it bluntly, my status is 100 times nobler than yours here. Whatever I say goes. Who do you think you are? The youth didn't expect Lin Ling to refute him again. Young Master Chen, we've all come because of your reputation. Why be so overbearing? Ping Er couldn't help but say. This Ouyang Chen seemed to treat this residence as his own home. Ping Er, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't hang out with trash like this. If your grandfather finds out, he'll definitely teach you a lesson. The youth called Ouyang Chen said coldly. He seemed to know Ping Er. Obviously, blacksmiths had their own circle and knew some people's names. The other blacksmiths had mocking expressions. Lin Ling wasn't a blacksmith, but he wanted to make up the numbers. This made them feel as if they were humiliated, so they didn't object to Lin Ling being driven out. I'm nothing, but you're a noble blacksmith. So, you have the final say here. Lin Ling's expression was still calm as he spoke indifferently. Exactly, I have the final say here. Chapter 1099. The old man of Dongfu. Alright, then I'll go ask the old man of Dongfu if you have the final say here. An exquisite golden stone appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After he poured in Ling energy, an illusion appeared. It was the voice of his conversation with Ouyang Chen. That's right, I have the final say here. The voice floated out of the golden stone. Even the illusion seemed to be alive, causing Ouyang Chen's face to pale. He could be proud in front of the lowly Lin Ling, but if Lin Ling gave the illusion stone to the old man of Dongfu, that would definitely make the old man unhappy. After all, This was the old man of Dong Fu's residence. What was Ouyang Chen? He dared to say that he had the final say here. I don't know if the old man of Dong Fu will be happy after this illusion stone is given to him, or will he be dissatisfied with you? Lin Ling's light laughter floated out. Without a doubt, if this illusion stone was given, the old man of Dong Fu's impression of Ouyang Chen would be very bad. If the first impression was bad, then unless Ouyang Chen had the ability to defy the heavens, he would fail today. Give the illusion stone to me. Ouyang Chen took a step forward. He seemed to want to snatch it. If you make too much noise in the process of snatching it, I wonder if the old man of Dong Fu will be unhappy. Lin Ling slowly put away the illusion stone, saying faintly, I don't care, at most I'll be chased away. But if you're chased away with him, that would be interesting. Don't go too far. Ouyang Chen didn't dare to attack. If he made too much noise, it would attract the old man of Dong Fu. That would be even worse for him. I'm going too far. I'm entering the residence. What does that have to do with you? But you're telling me to scram. If you don't apologize, then don't blame me. Lin Ling stood silently, unaffected by the collapse of the sky, the smile on his face light. You! Ouyang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. He, a noble blacksmith, had to apologize to Lin Ling, while Lin Ling was just a piece of trash who didn't know how to refine anything. However, he saw Lin Ling's fearless smile, as if he wouldn't compromise at all. In the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. As the sound of Ouyang Chen's voice faded, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by a knife. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Ouyang Chen was apologizing. As for Ping Er, she covered her mouth with a shocked expression. The illusion stone that she'd given to Lin Ling could record everything that happened in the surroundings. However, who knew that Lin Ling would immediately activate the illusion stone? Give me the treasure with the puppet and the pavilion, and I'll forget about this. Lin Ling said again. He was somewhat moved by the treasure from before. I spent countless treasures to refine them. Ouyang Chen was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Clearly, he was unwilling to part with it. But after he finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling shrug his shoulders. He was so angry that his body trembled. He could only give his heart's blood to Lin Ling. Hee, proud blacksmith, where did your pride go? After Lin Ling received the treasure in the square box, he calmly left. His laughter was wild and arrogant, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. What was the background of that guy? He wasn't a blacksmith, but he was so arrogant. Wait until I become the servant of Dong Fu, old man, I'll show you. Ouyang Chen had pridefully wanted to drive Lin Ling away, but in the end, he lost both his wife and his soldiers. At this moment, his anger surged. After that, the crowd continued to move forward, but this time, no one dared to drive away Lin Ling. Clearly, they didn't want to cause more trouble. However, they still felt that it was strange. A guy who wasn't a blacksmith had mixed in with them, yet they, with their noble status, had chosen to tacitly accept it. This kind of thing was too dreamy. Ping Er had been following Lin Ling the entire time. She found that Lin Ling wasn't nervous at all. This made Ping Er believe that Lin Ling was actually a powerful blacksmith who was just hiding his identity. A moment later, everyone's footsteps stopped in a garden. There, an old man wearing a purple robe and a jade crown sat. His face was brimming with a smile. In his palm, there was a black stone floating. This stone was like a black diamond, and a majestic demonic aura floated out, causing everyone to feel a chill. That's a devil essence diamond. Lin Ling was startled. This treasure was so strong that it seemed to be able to crush everything. Then his eye of time appeared, and he faintly felt that he was a bit more familiar with this rare treasure. This old man is in a good mood today. With the devil essence diamond in my hands, I finally have all the materials I need. Slowly turning his head, old man Dong Fu looked at everyone. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder old man Dong Fu was willing to see them. It was because he had obtained the devil essence diamond that caused him to be in high spirits. "You all want to learn the art of blacksmithing from me?" the old man said with a smile. "Yes, Senior Dong Fu. I come from the Jade Void dynasty and am the most outstanding blacksmith there. I can forge anything below a saint artifact." A handsome youth said word by word. He was extremely calm. "Good, you are a seedling." Old man Dong Fu nodded his head in praise. "Senior, I am a disciple of the Mountain In Valley's inheritance. I have been ordered by my father to come and worship Senior as my master." Ouyang Chen also spoke. After speaking, his face was filled with pride. The others looked at him with reverence. It was clear that the Mountain In Valley was not a place to be underestimated. Xianping Province, Paul Wanxiang. Here, hundreds of races stood in great numbers and thousands of sects competed for supremacy. There were also many powerful existences. This world was so vast that no one knew its limits. Mountain In Valley, a very ancient blacksmith family. Old man Dong Fu glanced at Ouyang Chen. Then, one by one, the blacksmiths spoke of their identities. Their origins made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of any of them. No wonder they thought he was from the countryside. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling, especially Ouyang Chen. When they saw Lin Ling remain silent, the corners of their mouths curled up in disdain. Perhaps at this moment, they felt a sense of inferiority from Lin Ling. Blacksmiths do not look at time, but at inheritance. You have all been influenced by what you see and hear since you were young. You all have a solid foundation and are qualified to become my blacksmith apprentices. How about this? I will forge an ordinary spirit artifact. You all see who can succeed in the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks to burn and become my blacksmith apprentice. Old man Dong Fu waved his right hand and a large amount of materials floated out. The eyes of all the young blacksmiths focused, afraid that they would miss something. Blacksmiths use all kinds of materials in the world to forge. They remove the impurities and retain the essence to carve a formation. Once the formation is complete, the power of the world will condense. On the side, Ping Er said with a serious expression, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. To be honest, he did not understand at all. However, he could guess that blacksmiths were similar to alchemists. They also refined materials. The difference was that blacksmiths had to carve a formation into the weapon. This was obviously much more difficult. This is the evil warding jade axe. It has hundreds of formations. Although it is a high-level spirit artifact, its power has reached the level of a half-step saint artifact. I will forge it in the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick. A calm voice floated out. Old man Dong Fu was worthy of his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he had formed the axe. This axe only has the evil warding light to protect the body. Moreover, it has 60% support for those with metal element talent. Chapter 1100. Appraiser. After the voice sounded, old man Dong Fu had finished forging, his speed extremely fast. It had to be said that many people here could forge Ling tools, but to complete it in 15 minutes, that was impossible. Old man Dong Fu's gaze swept across the crowd and found that many people had serious expressions. They started to close their eyes and prepare for the forging steps. But his gaze quickly landed on a handsome youth. That youth was standing with a slight smile, as though he was completely confident, completely different from the others. Did you understand? Old man Dong Fu's interest rose. That little guy's cultivation wasn't high, but as a blacksmith, the requirement for strength wasn't high, so he became curious. And that person was Lin Ling. Everyone was working hard to prepare for the test. Only Lin Ling was indifferent. Naturally, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No. Lin Ling said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Old man Dong Fu's eyes lit up. This little guy was abnormally strange. He wasn't arrogant or humble. That was fine, but he seemed to have absolute confidence. Could it be that you can forge a better product than this old man? Old man Dong Fu smiled and asked. He was slightly expectant. In this world, there were many geniuses hidden in the world. Apologies, I'm not a blacksmith. But in the next moment, Lin Ling's words made old man Dong Fu feel like he had eaten a fly. He wasn't a blacksmith, but he pretended. Facing him, he was neither arrogant nor humble. He had almost tricked him. You little brat. Old man Dong Fu was very knowledgeable, but it was the first time he had seen such a freak. Many people in the crowd opened their eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Old man Dong Fu, this person is just making up the numbers. He isn't a blacksmith at all. In my opinion, we should kick him out of the compound to prevent him from losing the face of us blacksmiths. Ouyang Chen opened his eyes and said confidently. That's right. The other people also agreed. Others were preparing for the forging process, and Lin Ling was calmly watching the show. It made them feel deeply humiliated. You're treating the compound as your own home again. Everyone reprimanded him, but Lin Ling didn't care at all. He looked at Ouyang Chen happily and contentedly. Ouyang Chen opened his mouth but couldn't speak. But he wasn't willing to be humiliated by Lin Ling and shouted angrily, with Elder Dong Fu here, how can this junior be proud? But at least I have the confidence to complete the mission that Elder Dong Fu gave me. At least I'm a blacksmith, so I have the right to chase you away. That's right. We're blacksmiths, and you're nothing. Can you not scram? Voices sounded one after another, reprimanding Lin Ling, but old man Dong Fu was silent. In reality, he also wanted to drive away that little freak, but he was respected and couldn't put down his face to drive him away. After all, this was a gathering of blacksmiths. What right did an outsider have to come? Moreover, he looked at everyone as if it had nothing to do with him. I'm not a blacksmith, but I am an appraiser. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke. Appraiser? Everyone stilled, and then even crazier laughter sounded. They had heard of alchemists, blacksmiths, and even ancient array masters, but this was the first time they'd heard of an appraiser. What is an appraiser? Even Ping Er's expression was blank. She had never heard of it. In reality, Xianping province didn't have any appraisers, and this name was given by Lin Ling himself. Today, his purpose in coming here was to attract old man Dong Fu's attention. Naturally, he wouldn't take the normal path. There are more and more frivolous juniors these days. Appraiser, what are you appraising? Old man Dong Fu also laughed, feeling that Lin Ling was even more frivolous and impatient than he had imagined. Appraising whether a treasure is good or bad. Lin Ling nodded. His serious appearance caused everyone's laughter to become even crazier. He wasn't even a blacksmith and he wanted to appraise whether a treasure was good or bad. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'm too lazy to argue. Get out of here. Old man Dong Fu was too lazy to say anything more. The evil warding jade axe is a multicolored jade. If you dig out a corner, you can see that there is a small piece of jade that contains fire element spirit energy. Even though it is very small and doesn't have much of an effect, the martial artist who uses it will inject spirit energy. That will consume a bit more spirit energy. This is not good for battle. As a blacksmith, you must strive for perfection. This is a responsibility to the martial artist. Lin Ling's feet didn't move as he spoke lightly. Nonsense. Ouyang Chen smiled disdainfully. The others were the same. They didn't believe it at all. Of course, even old man Dong Fu didn't believe it. He had a lot of experience. He could easily obtain a spirit tool grade weapon. How could it have a flaw? That little guy was actually appraising his own work. He really didn't know his own strength. Of course, the axe handle is too short and is not suitable for people with big hands. This is also one of the flaws. Lin Ling said again. His voice was calm, but he was at ease as though he was a true grandmaster of forging. In reality, he really didn't understand forging, but after his eye of time had transformed, he had become even calmer. He could find the flaws in many treasures and even copy profound martial arts. Before, when he had been studying the celestial fish diagram, millions of celestial fish had swam and formed a fish diagram. Even if there was a change in the tail of a fish, he could detect it. That insight was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when he saw Old Man Dong Fu's materials, he instantly found the flaw. This was the appraiser in his heart. He didn't know how to forge, but he knew how to appraise. If Elder doesn't believe it, you can try it yourself. Inject spirit energy into the axe and then feel it. Lin Ling said again. Next, look at the body of the axe. There is a flaw that is smaller than a hair. If that flaw is filled, then try to inject spirit energy. You speak so well. I have to say, you have the potential to be a swindler. The Old Man Dong Fu touched his breathing. He still didn't believe Lin Ling. If it wasn't that he was in a good mood today, he would have already slapped that pretentious brat to death. And now, the other wanted to try, then he would try. He picked up the axe and poured spiritual energy into it. The entire axe released a terrifying pressure, which made Lin Ling click his tongue in wonder. What a powerful weapon! He was certain that if this weapon was given to him, his strength would increase by 10%. That weapon would be even stronger than the tyrannical Song sword. This guy. Many people frowned. They could see that Lin Ling was staring at the axe like a country bumpkin. It was clearly the first time he had seen a treasure of this level. But Lin Ling had spoken so clearly before. Was he purposely mystifying himself? Or was he relying on his own strength? The Old Man Dong Fu also heard Lin Ling's words. His beard fluttered. This little guy was even weirder than he had imagined. After injecting spirit energy, he didn't feel anything was wrong. Then he carefully examined the axe. His eyes instantly focused. On the body of the axe, there was a flaw that was smaller than a hair. Even though there was no weapon that was perfect, but that flaw that was smaller than a hair instantly made Old Man Dong Fu feel uncomfortable. Elites sought the best. As one of the 10 great blacksmiths, he naturally couldn't allow this to happen. Chapter 1101. You evaluate them. Old Man Dong Fu's expression also became serious, causing many people's eyes to focus. In their eyes, that axe was a perfect weapon, but Old Man Dong Fu said it was not perfect. The grade of the Ling tool is low, but I still have to be careful when forging next time. I can't tolerate this kind of carelessness. However, with such small flaws, even with my rich experience, it is hard to take care of them all. Old Man Dong Fu was still blaming himself, but in the next moment, he raised his head and looked in shock at the smiling Lin Ling. He had just been evaluating the flaws of the weapon, but had forgotten that the flaws had been told to him by that youth. What was even more frightening was that the youth was standing 5 meters away and could see the flaws with one glance. He was even more powerful than an experienced blacksmith like him. What kind of eyes did that youth have? Bam! An enormous power exploded. The axe in his hand shattered, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Old Man Dong Fu had destroyed his own work. It was clear that he was very dissatisfied with his work this time. Little friend, you are powerful. Of the 3, there is always something I can learn. This old man was blind before. Old Man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling, his voice becoming gentle. He also called Lin Ling little friend. His attitude had changed. If there is anything else about forging, little friend, you can mention it. Old Man Dong Fu said again. His courteous manner caused many people to inhale sharply. This guy Lin Ling, was he really powerful, or was he tricked out? I really don't understand forging, I understand appraisal. Lin Ling said honestly, causing everyone to have the urge to spit blood. He didn't understand forging, but he was able to make Old Man Dong Fu lower himself to talk. Their skills were high, but they were ignored. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Old man Dong Fu blew at his beard. It was that sentence again. At this moment, he didn't know if Lin Ling truly understood or was faking it. Then look at this Mo-essence diamond. Old man Dong Fu thought for a moment and took out the rare treasure. Lin Ling didn't even need to look at it. He had already seen it during the auction. This treasure can only be considered 70% perfect because one of its horns has the existence of demonic aura. When the treasure was growing, there was a great battle between demons and demons in that place. A wisp of demonic aura affected the treasure. 70%. I always thought it was perfect. The old man Dong Fu sucked in a cold breath. We'll know once we try. Lin Ling stepped forward, took the demon essence diamond, and poured his spiritual energy into it. With a loud bang, a terrifying demonic energy erupted, shocking Lin Ling so much that his face paled. He was sent flying back. He had forgotten that this treasure was not something he could easily touch. Paw! At this moment, a figure anxiously rushed out, catching Lin Ling in midair. It was old man Dong Fu. He complained, "Little friend, you are only in the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm, but you dared to casually touch that treasure. You should have let this old man do the experiment. If anything happened to you, that would be the regret of this old man's life." His face was filled with heartache, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would be injured. His appearance caused everyone to be silent. He wasn't a blacksmith, but his treatment far surpassed theirs by several streets. Hee, I forgot before. Sorry. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. He was close to the strongest existence in the rainforest sacred land, so he forgot that this was Shenping province. There were countless people and creatures stronger than him. Even the treasure was not something he could easily touch. Then did Elder sense the demonic aura before? Lin Ling asked. Old man Dong Fu nodded, I sensed it. If it wasn't for your reminder, telling me to pay attention, I really wouldn't have sensed it. Old man Dong Fu was overjoyed. He was about to forge a rare heavenly weapon, but he had always lacked confidence. But now he seemed to have found an assistant. This assistant was mysterious and could find flaws that even he didn't know about. The only bad thing was that he didn't know how to forge. Then I'll show you the patterns and ancient formation. Can you identify it? Old man Dong Fu quickly asked as he brought Lin Ling to the ground. I should be able to. Lin Ling smiled confidently. Then old man Dong Fu took out an ancient scroll for Lin Ling to look carefully. The scroll seemed to have a spirit, releasing an illusion in midair. That's the heavenly court horse. Many people gasped. That was a scroll used to forge a heavenly court horse. The heavenly court horse was very famous. It was a mount that could cross the void. Done. Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was like thunder in their hearts. Done so quickly. That guy learned all the scrolls. Old man Dong Fu also inhaled sharply. He had already set out the tea and had been prepared to wait for a long time, but Lin Ling had learned it in just a few breaths. How much did you remember? All of it. After this round of questioning, old man Dong Fu's body couldn't help but tremble. It had to be said that the more complex the martial art, the scroll, the more difficult it was to remember because it was related to the power of the world. Yet this freak had remembered it all. Even he felt inferior to this ability. Then I'll test you. Old man Dong Fu became interested and took out large amounts of materials. They were materials used to forge the heavenly court horse. There were 9,999 kinds. He also purposely took out an extra material. Elder, there's one more material. Yet Lin Ling could easily see how many materials there were. Powerful. Old man Dong Fu was shocked and then started to forge. Elder, even though I don't understand forging, but the scroll says that you must first forge the ironwood flower. That is the hoof of the horse and is the most important. Also, the ancient formations you set up are all wrong. As to where it is wrong, I don't understand forging, so I can't say. But I can see. Lastly, don't drink tea when forging a heavenly court divine tool. Lin Ling said faintly, as if he was scolding Old Man Dong Fu like a grandmaster. That feeling was like Old Man Dong Fu was a powerful martial artist and had gone onto the stage to fight. Lin Ling was a weak martial artist, but he was the judge and could see where it was against the rules. This guy. Ouyang Chen and the others stared. They felt this was too dreamy. Did Shenpeng province really have an appraiser profession? Haha, it looks like you really did remember that scroll. Old Man Dong Fu didn't care about Lin Ling's tone and couldn't help but laugh. Such a genius, he actually met him. How could he know that Lin Ling's eyes could copy anything? Before, the scroll had already been copied by Lin Ling. According to what was recorded on the scroll, Lin Ling naturally knew where Old Man Dong Fu had made a mistake. Next, you help them test. Old Man Dong Fu made up his mind. This little guy definitely couldn't be missed because he was a forging master. But in the end, he would make mistakes. For example, small mistakes in the formation, carelessness in the materials, etc. But with a freak like Lin Ling here, those small mistakes could be fixed. Alright, I'll test them properly. Lin Ling nodded and looked towards Ouyang Chen and the others. Their expressions changed. The result was even more dreamy than they had imagined. Lin Ling wasn't a forging master, but became their chief examiner. It's over, we offended him before. He probably won't let us pass. What are you afraid of? He doesn't understand the way of forging, so even if he tests us, he won't be able to see anything. Don't you know that guy's eyes are extremely sharp? He doesn't understand the way of forging, but he can nitpick and find your mistakes. Chapter 1102. Entrusted as a blacksmith, your heart must be steady. You are dressed so brightly, are you acting as a clown? You have been eliminated. When Ouyang Chen had just started to forge the warding evil jade axe, Lin Ling's reprimanding voice sounded. What does clothing have to do with forging? Ouyang Chen roared angrily. Lin Ling was clearly being picky and making things difficult for him. It does not have anything to do with it, but it affects the examiner's sight, so it is not allowed. Lin Ling said domineeringly. Previously, that guy had domineeringly told him to scram, so now he was domineeringly bullying him. Don't use a chicken feather as an arrow. Ouyang Chen's face became ashen. He looked at Old Man Dong Fu. Elder, do you think he is examining us? Young man, don't be impatient. Elder only said one sentence, there is no need to be so impulsive. Old Man Dong Fu was drinking tea as he responded faintly. Elder? Everyone's eyes focused. In Old Man Dong Fu's words, Lin Ling had become their elder. Most importantly, this elder didn't even understand forging. When he saw the illusion stone, he had a face full of treasure. He was like someone from the countryside. Take off your clothes and then take the test. Lin Ling smiled. Elder? Interesting. Blacksmiths are the proudest. You want me to take off my clothes to forge? Ouyang Chen couldn't hold back anymore. Eliminated. Lin Ling responded with one sentence. Just like that, Ouyang Chen lost his chance. Ouyang Chen's body trembled as he stood where he was. He had come with pride, but the result was that he was eliminated before the test even started. The other people didn't dare to look at Lin Ling anymore. They all buried their heads in forging. Even if they didn't look at Lin Ling, it was easy for Lin Ling to make things difficult for them. Warding evil jade axe, the first material to be put in is that white wood. Even though I don't know what that wood is called, but your order is wrong, eliminated. Your formation is missing one, eliminated. The crowd was shocked. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ling didn't even know the name of the material, and this was a test for them. However, what made them sincerely convinced was that Lin Ling was able to find their mistakes. That mistake was something that even they themselves couldn't detect. It was extremely terrifying. When you forge, the spiritual energy in your body gets mixed up. Therefore, the first thing you need to learn is not forging, but calmness. As for you, you have a habit of tempering materials first instead of setting up formations first. You should know that blacksmiths are different from alchemists. Setting up formations is the most important thing. I hope you can change that. Although Lin Ling was picky, it was undeniable that many blacksmiths benefited from his words as they found their own flaws. What a terrifying brat. He doesn't know how to forge, and his cultivation base isn't high, but his eyes are especially poisonous. His insight is terrifying. The old man of Dong Fu even forgot to drink his tea as he looked in shock at Lin Ling. After a long time, everyone was eliminated. Only Ping passed. That was because Lin Ling went easy on him. Everyone knew this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, everyone could see that the old man of Dong Fu let Lin Ling make all the decisions. Whatever Lin Ling said was what it was. However, some people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, such as Ouyang Chen. However, there was also a portion of people who were sincerely convinced because Lin Ling's words had greatly improved their forging skills. Such a strange appraiser. He looks like he doesn't know anything, but he knows everything. Those who were sincerely convinced thought. Alright, everyone go back. At this time, the old man of Dong Fu stood up. He didn't have time to pay attention to these juniors, so he waved his hand to chase them away. Only Ping stayed. To him, the forging boy was dispensable, but Lin Ling, this assistant, was the most important. Good, very good. Ouyang Chen looked coldly at Lin Ling and left with a flick of his sleeve. Today, because of Lin Ling, he had lost all face. He had even been played by Lin Ling. You too, come with me. The old man of Dong Fu smiled as he looked at Lin Ling and Ping. Then he led the two forward. You are Lin Ling, right? Are you interested in being my assistant? When they came to a main hall, the old man of Dong Fu asked eagerly. He even personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ling. That warm attitude caused Lin Ling's heart to relax. The troublesome old man of Dong Fu, he had finally dealt with him. I won't hide it from you. I came today with a purpose. Lin Ling said bluntly, I was entrusted by Sea Calming Venerable to have Elder forge the Leaf Fire Heavenly Sea cover for me. So I have to trouble Elder to help me return and report. Sea Calming Venerable, that bastard, his eyes are very sharp. He recruited you early on. The old man of Dong Fu scolded angrily. He seemed to have a bad relationship with Sea Calming Venerable. But when he looked at Lin Ling, he smiled. You might be a member of Sea Calming Heavenly House, but that is a military house. So you are not counted as a disciple. Sea Calming Venerable, that bastard, is the most realistic. He helps people get rewards. As long as there is a reward, then it has nothing to do with him. So, I will do my best to help you with what Sea Calming Venerable asked of you. Lin Ling stilled. The mission was finished like this, it was too fast. He didn't seem to believe it himself. Right, I have 2 requests this time. 1, help me forge a sword since I don't understand forging. 2, help me take a look at a bronze pot. That pot has absorbed large amounts of souls. I want to find a soul inside. Lin Ling spoke again. A small matter. The old man of Dong Fu nodded without hesitation. This caused Lin Ling to blink. Everyone said that the old man of Dong Fu had a strange personality and was the hardest to get along with. But now, he was easy to talk to. My business is more important. You know about the heaven and earth halls, right? The old man of Dong Fu's expression became serious as he said lightly. The heaven and earth hall? Lin Ling asked with a frown. The old man of Dong Fu shook his head. The heaven and earth hall is the most special existence. Its background is related to the 7 emperors of the human race. It is an existence that no one dares to offend. The heaven and earth halls I mentioned are 2 enormous banners. They are the biggest powers under the 3-star sacred realms. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He really didn't understand the strong powers of Xianping province. For example, Dinghai Heavenly House belongs to the Heaven Hall. The mountainine valley that the blacksmith came from belongs to the Earth Hall. The Heaven and Earth Halls aren't one big power, but are the banners of countless sects and races. 1,000 years ago, during the chaos of the large regions, there were countless deaths and injuries. In the end, the Heaven and Earth Halls were born. If you don't understand, you can think of them as 2 big countries. The old man of Dong Fu explained. And I received a commission from a big shot in the Kun Hall. He asked me to help him forge a heaven-grade weapon, and I agreed. It's just that I didn't have the confidence to forge it, so I didn't do it. But now that I have your help, I'm more confident. You can be my assistant and help me find the flaws in the materials, find where I made mistakes, etc. This is what I asked you to do. And after it is done, you will have many benefits. Chapter 1103. Calamity of the Holy Weapon. Instantly, Lin Ling nodded, causing old man Dong Fu to smile joyfully. He asked, "You want to forge a weapon? Why don't I forge a new one for you? Your sword is too weak and can't compare to a new sword." No need. The sword is sometimes a type of memory. If the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. I won't easily change swords. Lin Ling's expression became slightly more serious. He took down the tyrannical song sword and lightly stroked it. This sword had accompanied him in battles, so rather than a sword, it was better to call it a partner and comrade. Staring at Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling's determined expression, old man Dong Fu said apologetically, "I was reckless before. The sword of a sword cultivator is with them for life. If the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies." You are right. But since you plan to improve your sword, then in what aspect? Yes. If I want to improve it, I hope I can improve the profound. In terms of weight and defense, I want to improve it. It would be best if it could reach the level of a holy weapon. Yes. Lin Ling said bluntly. Old man Dong Fu smiled and nodded. When Lin Ling wanted to ask how much, he said, "Okay, leave the sword. I'll pay for all the materials. Now, take out your bronze pot." Yes. In the auction before, a holy weapon was worth cities, reaching 100 primeval stones. Lin Ling didn't even have a chance to touch it. As for forging a holy weapon, that was increasing the level of the original weapon. The price would be even higher, but old man Dong Fu didn't take any payment. This made Lin Ling's heart warm. Then he took out the bronze pot that Rain Master Mo Ping had given him. This is a high-level Ling weapon, the Soul Gathering Pot. It can absorb some souls. It is most suitable for martial artists who cultivate the way of the ghost. Yes. Old man Dong Fu took the bronze pot. With a glance, he knew its effects. Then he gently opened it. The inside of the bronze pot was a patch of white. Occasionally, there would be the light of fireflies. Those were souls. There are about 900 souls inside. If you want to find one of them, it won't be hard. But what do you need that soul for? Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling and said. Save her. She used her life to save me, so I have to save her. This is the promise I made to her. Yes. Lin Ling chuckled softly. He thought of the battle in the rainforest. The pitiful girl saved him and ended the dream. However, the dream was not over yet. If the heavens wanted to take her away, Lin Ling would have to go against the heavens. At this time, old man Dong Fu gave Lin Ling a bamboo-like jade tablet. This was the soul-seeking jade, a rare Ling weapon. When Lin Ling took it, he instantly thought of it. He let the bamboo give off a green light, forming threads that flowed into the bronze pot. Then, a firefly light was brought out, forming the image of a young girl in a long black robe. But the young girl's face was blank, as though she had lost her soul. Without memories, it is just a lonely soul. Looking at the young girl's image, old man Dong Fu sighed lightly. Lin Ling looked at that lonely soul. Something seemed to break in his heart. He suddenly gritted his teeth. Elder, is there a way to find her soul? Go to the ghost realm. You have to know that after a person dies, they will enter the cycle of reincarnation. They will walk the path of the Yellow Springs, cross the other shore bridge, smell the devil's snare flower, and never come out. But her soul is trapped here. This means she cannot reincarnate, so she can only stay in the ghost realm's Yellow Springs. Old man Dong Fu explained. How to go? Lin Ling did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately asked. This was a promise he had made to others. He must fulfill it. Your current strength is too weak. If you go, you won't be able to come back. It's better to wait until you reach the transcendent realm. Old man Dong Fu sensed Lin Ling's anxiousness and was somewhat moved. For that young girl, Lin Ling entered the ghost realm and stepped into the Yellow Springs. This was not something anyone could do. Ghost realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. His desire to become strong became even more resolute. You wait here for 3 days. I will first forge your sword for you. Afterwards, old man Dong Fu comforted him and left with a smile. When the sword becomes a saint artifact, I can go to the heavenly tomb city and seize the sea heart flame. My cultivation realm should also be able to increase. After I reach the transcendent realm, I will go to the ghost realm to save the second dream. Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with determination. Afterwards, he carefully placed the bamboo piece in his hand into his bosom. That bamboo piece had absorbed the second dream's incomplete soul and was carried by Lin Ling at all times. I will save you. A resolute voice floated out in the hall, causing the bamboo piece in Lin Ling's bosom to flicker. Faintly, a singing voice floated out. Who frowns lightly, sleeves fluttering for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with the world's edge, who parted today and past, lingering for several years, the flowering period fading, the fleeting years broken. The night was still tranquil, but the dream was not over. 3 days later, old man Dong Fu arrived. Looking at Lin Ling with a smile, a moment later, a brand new tyrannical song sword appeared in front of Lin Ling. The sword has been forged. The new tyrannical song sword returned to its previous door-like appearance, but the body of the sword had large amounts of mysterious inscriptions, carved with dragons and phoenixes, extremely mighty. One side of the sword was black, and the other side was white, appearing extremely unique. As for the edge of the sword, it was not as thick and blunt as before, but had a layer of golden light, showing off its sharpness. Tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling was excited. The third transformation of the tyrannical song sword had succeeded. Sword, come. Lin Ling waved his right hand. The enormous sword stuck in the ground swayed slightly, as though it was resisting Lin Ling's summons. But at a certain moment, an indescribable memory spread through the sword, like water flowing from the tip of the sword, to the body of the sword, and finally to the hilt. Xiao! The sword shot out from the ground, heading straight for Lin Ling. At this moment, a terrifying sword presence exploded, causing the entire compound to sway. Old man Dong Fu's eyes focused. He had thought that Lin Ling could not control the new sword, but he had underestimated the bond between the sword and Lin Ling. This sword had accompanied Lin Ling in his battles. They had a tacit understanding, and had memories. Even if the sword had become stronger, but it still knew that its master was Lin Ling. Boom boom boom. At the same time, in the sky, the black clouds roiled and then turned into a vast whirlpool that surged into the great hall. The sacred weapon has awakened. Far away, many people inhaled sharply. The weapon had caused a calamity of the world. This was the symbol of a sacred weapon. Boom! In the sky, a bolt of lightning smashed down. This was the lightning of all things, illusory and ethereal. It was specifically used to kill those existences that surpassed the rules of the world. This kind of killing was not the cultivation of martial artists that gradually grew stronger, but killing existences that suddenly grew stronger. Chapter 1104. The sword is strengthening itself. That lightning tribulation came from Old Man Dong Fu's residence. It seems that he has made another rare work. Yes. Then many people nodded in understanding, not feeling surprised anymore. The tribulation of the holy weapon has come. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. Yes. In the hall, Old Man Dong Fu warned. He could help Lin Ling in this tribulation, but it would affect the connection between the sword and Lin Ling. Since it was Lin Ling's sword, then the tribulation of the holy weapon had to be faced together. Tribulation of the holy weapon. Yes. In the hall, Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. His eyes looked towards the sky. The dark clouds there seemed to pass through the roof and came down majestically. One of the bolts of lightning was formless and colorless, savage and brutal. It was as if it was not the power of spirit energy, but a kind of power of the world. Sword of killing. Yes. With a low shout, Lin Ling's enormous sword roared and viciously slashed out. Crack! The sword was like a dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It collided with the illusory lightning in the sky, causing Old Man Dong Fu's heart to tremble. Lin Ling, this little guy, was crazy enough. Facing the tribulation of the holy weapon, not only was he not afraid, he attacked first. Xiao! The roof was split in two. All the debris and bricks were turned into powder by the sword. As for the lightning in the sky, it was split in two. Good sword. Yes. Lin Ling was overjoyed. With just one sword, he could see the increase in power of the tyrannical Song sword. Again. Yes. A heroic voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. He waved his left hand and the wine jug appeared. He drank from the sky, magnanimous and free. Sword of righteousness. Yes. Another sword slashed towards the sky. At this time, the vast tribulation clouds in the sky began to move, preparing for the second tribulation of the holy weapon. But after the sword appeared, the tribulation clouds were split in two. Arrogance. Yes. Old Man Dong Fu couldn't help but praise. The tribulation of a holy artifact was born from the heavens and earth. If it was him that faced the tribulation, it wouldn't be difficult, but it wouldn't be simple because the tribulation of a holy artifact would sense his cultivation and increase its power at the same time. So when facing this tribulation, he had to be 70% alert. However, Lin Ling, a junior in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, was able to cut down the lightning with his drunken stupor. In this instant, Old Man Dong Fu's opinion of Lin Ling changed. It wasn't because of the other's terrifying perception, but Lin Ling's martial heart. This was a person who had yet to grow up, but was already an all-powerful figure. Rumble. In the sky, the tribulation clouds seemed to have gone crazy. They kept squirming, forming a pitch-black thunder tribulation god. This god was furious. His hands appeared, and thunder was violent. Thunder tribulation deity. What kind of sacred weapon is that? Far away from the mansion, countless people's faces stiffened. There were strong and weak sacred weapon tribulations. The tribulation of a high-level sacred weapon was even more terrifying. According to legends, when the thunder tribulation deity descended, the sacred weapon would definitely reach the most terrifying level. I didn't think that this sword wouldn't be forged to the highest level, but Lin Ling would make the sword have a soul and become the highest level sacred weapon. Old Man Dong Fu was even more shocked. Then he became worried. With the appearance of the thunder tribulation deity, could Lin Ling cut down the lightning with his drunken stupor? Rumble. In the sky, the giant thunder tribulation deity put his hands together. A bolt of lightning the size of 3 people came crashing down, heavily smashing onto Lin Ling's body.
This power was so strong that even a second realm transcendent expert would find it hard to block it. Lin Ling! Old man Dong Fu anxiously shouted. Scram! However, at this time, a cold shout sounded. An incomparably resplendent golden light bloomed. Overwhelming righteous energy protected Lin Ling. Righteous energy protection. Old man Dong Fu's mouth opened wide in shock. One must know that he had added in a rare heavenly treasure to the tyrannical song sword, increasing the power of righteous energy by 50%. However, the actual power was definitely not 50%. Lin Ling had activated the strongest power of the tyrannical song sword. 7th level overwhelming righteous energy. Old man Dong Fu finally saw the level of righteous energy. He also understood that if the sword existed, the person would exist. If the sword died, the person would die. 8th level life and death profound, one sword cleaves the sky. Endless lightning wrapped around his body. Lin Ling was arrogant and fearless. Righteous energy protected him and the sword in his hand fiercely slashed out. This sword seemed to have come from the horizon. It was like the essence of 10,000 swords. It was formless and colorless. Pang! In the sky, the black tribulation deity was split into 2. It let out an angry roar and finally disappeared in the sky. Sacred weapon tribulation, 3 bolts of lightning. The tyrannical song sword had stepped through. Chi chi chi. Formless energy swept through the hall. However, Lin Ling was still standing like a pine tree. He lightly caressed the sword. He was excited. The tyrannical song sword had stepped into the sacred weapon level. Moreover, the sword had worked hard. All of its attributes had increased by 1-fold. Sacred weapon level 4, low, mid, high, and the legendary king level. I didn't think that I would only forge high level, but you would make it reach king level. Old man Dong Fu slowly walked over. The shock in his eyes had not lessened.
He already knew that in this world, there were countless capable people. Some people were blessed by the heavens. They could make ordinary things change and create new miracles. However, this was only a legend. He had never thought that he would meet a person blessed by the heavens today. King level. Lin Ling still caressed the sword. The tyrannical song sword had a soul. It also wanted to sing the world, so the sword was strengthening itself. However, before, you only activated the sword's potential. You can't control it every time. After all, your cultivation is still too weak. Old man Dong Fu said again. This made Lin Ling nod. The tyrannical song sword allowed his righteous energy to reach 7 levels. However, in reality, he could only use 6 levels. Previously, when he forcefully resisted the lightning tribulation, he activated the sword's potential. That was why he was able to perform so well. Lin Ling also sensed that 7 levels was not the limit. It was even possible to reach the peak of profound meaning. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Ling had the power to control the sword. In other words, his cultivation had to increase. Only this sword can sing the world. Tyrannical song world, I will not lose face for you. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The sword was strengthening itself. Therefore, it was time for him to increase his cultivation. The sword has been forged successfully. Next, I will go invite that strong practitioner to come and complete his task. The position of assistant will depend on you. After old man Dong Fu smiled, he looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Good. As long as senior plans to forge, then come find me. I will wait for you at Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Lin Ling nodded. Old man Dong Fu was impatient, so he left after a few polite words. Lin Ling also left the residence. Now that he had the saint weapon tyrannical song sword, he could enter Sky Tomb City and take the Sea Heart Flame. This time, I will definitely succeed in taking the Sea Heart Flame. Also, my cultivation should increase. Knowing that old man Dong Fu would leave for a few days, Lin Ling relaxed his mind and completely increased his strength. At this moment, in Sky Tomb City, a figure slowly walked out of the city gate. His gaze looked at the chains that connected the city gate and finally stepped onto the chain. Sky Tomb City was once a volcano in the sea. A powerful expert extinguished the volcano and contained the sea water. In the end, it formed this paradise, and Sky Tomb City is located within. At this moment, there were many people slowly walking on the chains. Clearly, it was their first time here. Therefore, they were listening to the leading old man talk about Sky Tomb City. These blue flames are so hot. Chapter 1105. Subduing the Sea Heart Flame, that is the Sea Heart Flame, a dark blue flame that looked extremely mysterious. When the flame rose, it was like a clear sea that slowly spread out. Faint ripples were like water ripples. This flame exists in the vast sea, and it is the only flame that can fuse with water. Its power has reached the level of earth fire. An old cultivator said with a smile. Earth fire is very terrifying. If you can subdue it, you will have a saint physique, and an earth rank 1 at that. Someone said enviously. This is very difficult. If you want to obtain this flame, you must have a deep understanding of fire, and you must have mastered the fire attribute since young. Only then can you succeed. Most importantly, if you want to get close to this flame, you need a powerful saint artifact. The old man said with a smile, not mocking the ignorance of the previous person. Peng Jingyun, you are ignorant. Forget about subduing this flame, even getting close to it will burn you to death. Moreover, this flame is the intersection of water and fire. I am afraid that even a peak transcendent would not dare to approach it easily. The others were laughing at Peng Jingyun. Peng Jingyun frowned, extremely dissatisfied with everyone laughing at him. However, his pupils suddenly looked forward and instantly froze. You said that no one can approach this flame, but that person seems to be approaching it. Sigh. As soon as these words fell, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They looked forward and saw a black-robed young man standing on a chain in front of them. Stepping on the chain, his body shot into the blue sea of flames. Crazy. Sigh. Everyone seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. And that person was Lin Ling, who had jumped down the mountain at this moment. Boom! At the same time, raging flames spewed out and wrapped around Lin Ling like a dragon. At the same time, the sound of waves rang out. Tyrannical singing sword. Sigh! Lin Ling shouted as a giant sword appeared in his right hand. Golden light protected his body, and the aura of a king-rank saint artifact erupted from the sword. Lin Ling rushed to the bottom of the mountain. Bang! Lin Ling's figure crashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. When he looked up, he could only see pitch-black rock walls and a sky that looked like the mouth of a well. All around him, the flames were like an ocean, surging towards him in a mighty manner. They had actually transformed into a gigantic shark that was about to devour Lin Ling. These flames seemed to have a spirit. Bang! Lin Ling's face was expressionless as he sat down heavily. The Tyrant Song sword was stabbed into the ground beside him, and the golden light was protecting him at all times. At the same time, the huge shark swallowed Lin Ling. It was as if he was drowning in the ocean, or as if he was bathed in a sea of blue flames. Clang! Clang! The tyrannical song sword began to waver, as if it could not withstand the invasion of the blue flames. Clearly, the Sea Heart Flame, which was at the earth fire level, was extremely powerful. Hold on a little longer. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and all the flames he had encountered in the past rose up in his mind. The 9 nether heavenly flames, 7 blade heavenly flames, vermilion bird flames, and so on. These flames were all ordinary flames, but they allowed Lin Ling to build a solid foundation. Fire, burn. Several types of flames appeared at the same time, causing Lin Ling's entire body to glow with a myriad of colors. When one reached Lin Ling's level, as long as it was an ordinary flame, he could create it out of thin air. Fire, come. He let out another low roar, and a crack appeared in the golden light, allowing a drop of seawater to drip down. That was the sea heart flame. However, a drop of seawater could burn heaven and earth. After the seawater dripped down, Lin Ling's entire body began to burn. Burn! Enduring the intense pain all over his body, Lin Ling let out another low roar, allowing the 9 nether heavenly flames and several other flames to fight against the sea heart flame. Right now, Lin Ling was racing against time. When the tyrannical song sword could not withstand the invasion of the sea heart flame, he had to subdue that drop of seawater. This seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The power of a single drop of seawater was comparable to all of Lin Ling's flames. Time passed quietly. The battle of flames seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, those people on the chains were still standing there, watching the commotion below. However, the sea of flames below was spewing out, and they could no longer see Lin Ling's figure. I knew it. How could anyone dare to face the sea heart flame? As expected, that person is just courting death. Yeah, we've waited for so long, but there's still no reaction. That person is probably dead. Let's go. Finally, everyone's patience was exhausted. They thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Only the martial artist who first discovered Lin Ling still believed that the youth was alive. However, belief was belief, reality was reality. Helpless, he could only follow the crowd and leave. Bang! At this moment, below the chains in front of them, a towering wave of seawater gushed out, reaching a height of 100 meters. It even burned through one of the chains, causing the eyes of those who were preparing to leave to narrow. It had to be known that although the sea heart flame beneath Sky Tomb City burned the chains day and night, because of the height and strength of the flames, it only burned a little each time. However, today, the sea heart flame surged up like a wave. It was clear that something had happened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sky Tomb City swayed slightly at this moment, causing the eyes of the powerful martial artists in the city to narrow. With their experience, they could naturally see that something had happened to the sea heart flame. Leave this place. At this moment, everyone on the chains shot forward. They were a little afraid, but they didn't know what had happened. Why had the seawater flame become angry? Rumble, rumble, rumble. From time to time, the flames would soar into the sky and rain down on the cultivators below. Even a Transcendent Realm First Layer Master couldn't resist, and this was just rainwater. If all of the flames were to erupt, even a second layer or third layer Transcendent would find it difficult to resist. However, just as everyone was panicking, the flames gradually calmed down. How terrifying! Fortunately, it calmed down, otherwise Sky Tomb City wouldn't exist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. After waiting for a moment, they finally entered the city. It's him. Of everyone, only the martial artist who first saw Lin Ling jump down the mountain knew that the sea heart flame's anger was definitely related to Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, at the bottom of the mountain, the flames gradually calmed down, like a calm sea. In the middle of this sea, a young man sat cross-legged, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His handsome face had a trace of exhaustion, but the flames around him were no longer burning him. Finally subdued. At a certain moment, the young man finally opened his eyes. Deep within them, a blue flame could be seen. Absorb! Stretching out his hand, the flames at the bottom of the mountain turned into a vortex and were sucked into the young man's palm, causing the seawater to gradually shrink. A few days later, only sporadic blue flames remained at the bottom of the mountain. The sea had completely disappeared. Xiao! A figure shot up into the sky, his speed extremely fast. After landing on the chains, he slowly moved forward like a normal person. The cultivators on the chains didn't pay attention to this scene and continued to chat and laugh as they entered the city. None of them knew that the Sea Heart Flame was no longer under Sky Tomb City. At the Transcendent Realm, the Saint Altar transforms into Spiritual Yuan. Each strand of Spiritual Yuan can display a powerful attack, and if all of one's Spiritual Yuan is released, the resulting attack will be even more terrifying. No wonder Transcendence can easily kill Saint Spirit Realm cultivators. As for the 7th layer Transcendent Realm, every time one reaches a new realm, one Spiritual Yuan will appear in their Dantian. When all 7 strands of Spiritual Yuan are gathered, their strength will be unparalleled. Chapter 1106. Entering the Transcendent Realm, just a First Realm Transcendent Junior, what's there to be proud of? If I wanted to kill him, 2 moves would be enough. In the distance, a middle-aged man wearing a brown robe sneered contemptuously. The difference between them was that a Second Realm Transcendent Cultivator had 2 spirit sources. In terms of basic attacks, using these 2 spirit sources to display a profound martial skill, their strength would be doubled. This was the difference in numbers. Most importantly, he didn't like this young man. Breaking through was a good thing, but he shouldn't forget about himself, ignoring the surrounding seniors, so he reprimanded him and respectfully bowed. Since I've reached the First Realm, my strength should be able to defeat Second Realm Masters. Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard the Master's words, causing many people in the distance to burst into laughter. This guy was still talking to himself. Didn't he know that the surrounding seniors didn't like him? Ugh! The middle-aged man who was walking along the chain stopped. You said you can defeat Second Realm Masters. Little brat, take back your words, otherwise I'll throw you to the bottom of the mountain and let the Sea Heart Flame burn you. To him, he was a senior who had broken through 10 years ago, while this young man was a junior. Not only did he not act respectfully in front of him, he even dared to ignore his words. Lin Ling also stopped and stared at the master indifferently. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? The middle-aged man frowned, his anger growing stronger. First, you can't throw me away. Second, the Sea Heart Flame can't burn me. Lin Ling said again, his tone and attitude still completely ignoring him. Courting death. The middle-aged man's expression became cold, stomping his foot heavily on the chain, his palms striking out, his 2 spirit sources like a resplendent river, pressing down on Lin Ling. He wanted this junior to see just how strong a Second Realm Transcendent Cultivator's basic attacks were. 2 spiritual sources, while that junior only has 1. Unless his innate talent and Upanishads are very strong, he will definitely suffer a loss. Many people sneered. This was common sense. Who didn't know? Unfortunately, they didn't know that common sense was only useful to ordinary people, but the one they were facing was someone who had always broken the norm. You're not the only one with 2 spirit sources. A cold voice rang out. Lin Ling also struck out with a palm and also used a fundamental martial art. However, to his surprise, 2 resplendent heavenly rivers appeared and collided with that expert. What? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Everyone knew that cultivators at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm would only have 1 source of spiritual energy. But this junior actually had 2. How did he cultivate? Boom! When the 2 palms collided, it was as if a meteor had smashed into the ground. Even if it was just a basic martial art, the power was still extremely terrifying. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's body flew backwards and was blasted to the bottom of the mountain by a huge force. It was obvious that both of them had 2 major spiritual sources, but Lin Ling's spiritual source was more complete and spiritual. Normally, if you fell to the bottom of the mountain, you would undoubtedly die. But today, you are very lucky. Even if you fell to the bottom of the mountain, you won't die, because there is no longer any Sea Heart Flame at the bottom of the mountain. Ignoring the defeated middle-aged man, Lin Ling continued forward. The surroundings were deathly silent. Who was this person? Why was his strength so strange? He was only at the first stage of the transcendent realm, but he actually had two sources of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had not been in Tianling City for long, so no one knew who he was. Two sources of spiritual energy. Lin Ling walked along the chain towards Tianling City's gate, but at this moment, no one dared to block his path. Two sources of spiritual energy, one of them was the reward for breaking through while the other was the spiritual energy Lin Ling had always possessed. This allowed Lin Ling to become a cultivator at the first stage of the transcendent realm with two sources of spiritual energy. With this advantage, he could easily defeat an ordinary second-stage transcendent master. As for a transcendent first-stage cultivator, no matter what kind of talent they had, Lin Ling did not fear them, because Lin Ling possessed far more spiritual energy than they did. Obviously, during this time's cultivation, Lin Ling had not only subdued the Sea Heart Flame, but also used the Sea Heart Flame and the pills he had prepared to smoothly break through two orders and step into the transcendent realm. This harvest surprised Lin Ling, but he also felt that it was a natural progression because the transcendent realm was a realm he had been stuck in for a long time. From searching for his obsession to condensing his spiritual energy, Yang Kai had made many preparations. In fact, Lin Ling's obsession with breaking through to the transcendent realm was still unclear, but he firmly believed in his own path. Instead of being dominated by others for a lifetime, it was better to be arrogant. It was this idea that allowed him to step into the transcendent realm and even break through all his heart demons. Inside Tianling City, an ancient aura filled every corner. When he first arrived here, Lin Ling felt like an ignorant country bumpkin, but after a short period of time, he had finally gained a firm foothold. The Earth Fire Grade Sea Heart Flame has greatly improved my Fire Profound Principles. Tyrannical Song Sword's Righteous Chi Profound Principles, I can now use the 6th layer, a full 3 layers higher than before. Old Man Dong Fu is worthy of being one of the 10 great blacksmiths. With the addition of these two spiritual sources, my strength has greatly improved. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a confident smile as he strode forward, his eyes looking at the bustling streets and thinking of the second dream, which made him want to enter the ghost domain and step into the Yellow Springs. However, he had only just broken through to the transcendent realm and was unfamiliar with everything, so it was obviously not suitable. He had to wait until his cultivation foundation stabilized. Then, Lin Ling thought of his family in the rainforest's holy land. They had all left their homeland, but it had been a long time since they had returned, so he could go back and see how they were doing. He also thought of Yu, Di Shi Tian, and the others. They should have also broken through to the next realm. Yu and the others' opportunities have always been better than mine. I've spent a lot of effort to break through, but they've always been able to catch up with me, sometimes even surpassing me. This time, I've reached the transcendent realm, so they must have done the same. Lin Ling smiled slightly, firmly believing that everyone's strength had improved. This time, when I return to the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, I'll also bring Xiao Yan out and complete the first task of Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling had already asked Old Man Dong Fu to help him refine the Li Fire Heavenly Sea cover, so he could report back to Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, the largest existence in Sky Tomb City, was also the place where countless sacred domain geniuses yearned to join. However, this place was somewhat different from ordinary sections. It was more cruel and ruthless, because this place was like a military headquarters. After returning from this experience, I can finally change my armor. I heard that the star-plucking Purple Palace sealed world has opened. That's the mansion left behind by Great Emperor Zhai Xing. Did you go this time? I know about the star-plucking Purple Palace, but it doesn't seem to be the mansion left behind by Great Emperor Zhai Xing, but it's his country. Legend has it that it's a lost country, but I heard that someone found it, so many experts from Heaven and Earth Temple were dispatched. Our Sea Calming Heavenly Palace is under the banner of Heaven Temple, so we should have a quota to go. A large number of youths in armor walked along the square. These youths had all returned from their training. At a closer look, their armor was of various colors, blue, green, and so on. There were even rare orange armors. Of course, there were more white armors, but most of them walked with their heads lowered. They were the lowest-ranked generals. Even black armor didn't dare to speak loudly. Facing generals with 7-colored armor, they could only take a detour. Hong long long. Chapter 1107. Deception Roar. The silhouette of a giant ape appeared. It passed through layers of buildings and galloped through the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Behind the giant ape were a large number of young men in white armor. Wu Ping, what are you doing? One of the 7-colored armored generals shouted angrily. Behind the giant ape, one of the black-armored youths stopped and spoke respectfully, "My lord, we are only chasing after a beast." That beast entered empty spirit beast, but it didn't abide by the rules and went around to plunder the food of other spirit beasts. Hence, we wish to eliminate it. The young man who spoke was Wu Ping, who was defeated by Lin Ling with a single punch. In the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, strength was everything. Facing the 7-colored armored generals, they all addressed them as Sir. Be careful not to cause too much trouble. The supremacy might get angry. One of the green-armored generals said calmly. He was a second-stage transcendent realm cultivator and was respected by everyone. Don't worry. The Supremacy and Madame Yuqin have gone to the 100 Saints Mountain to discuss the star-picking Purple Mansion's secret realm. Even if the Supremacy is here, he won't care. That beast doesn't know the rules and actually stole other spirit beasts' food. It deserves to be killed. Not far away, a young man in blue armor said calmly. Cold words. Everyone looked at the young man who spoke. Although his armor was not of a higher grade than theirs, he was the captain of the vigilance team, so they had to give him some face. Do as you wish. Just don't disturb my cultivation. Then, the 7-colored generals said calmly. Of course. Cold words nodded. He looked at the red-haired giant ape that was still being chased and sneered. In fact, Empty Spirit Beast was where the mounts of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture were stationed. There were half-blooded Chilants, unicorns, and other mounts. There was also plenty of food there, so it was impossible to steal food. However, he knew that the giant ape was that newcomer's mount. The newcomer didn't seem to be in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so he vented his anger on the giant ape. Catch it! With a low roar, more white-armored youths chased after the giant ape. Along the way, they unleashed all kinds of martial arts. Flames, lightning, and ice made the giant ape roar in anger. Its back was burned black. Although the giant ape was not weak, in the world of experts in the sea-calming heavenly palace, its strength was clearly not enough to dominate. You're just a mere beast. I asked you to carry the oars, but you refused. Beasts really don't listen to discipline. Catch it and chop off its limbs. Today, the alert squad will be eating ape meat. Cold words yelled again. Lord Ling really sympathizes with his subordinates. Many people replied with smiles. They displayed even more powerful martial arts, causing the giant ape's body to be covered in blood. How pitiful. The owner of the mount had obviously offended cold words, causing the mount to suffer as well. That giant ape seems to belong to a newcomer. I remember that the newcomer was summoned by the Supremacy. So what? If the Venerable One values that newcomer, how could that newcomer not even have armor? That's true. Perhaps he summoned the newcomer because of some small matter. On the other side, the people who were watching a good show began to discuss. Cold Words was the captain of the alert squad. If he wanted to attack a newcomer, he could find any excuse. However, Cold Words was too cruel. He let so many people torture and kill the giant ape. The shocking scene was too much for them to bear. Roar! On the ground, the red giant ape was running wildly, covered in blood. Until now, it still did not know why these people wanted to kill it. It remembered that it had separated from Lin Ling and went to empty spirit beast. There were people watching over empty spirit beast who were responsible for its work. Although it liked freedom, it did not want to cause trouble for Lin Ling, so it still followed the rules. However, this peace did not last long. 10 days ago, empty spirit beast stopped distributing food to it. This made it want to look for Lin Ling several times. However, thinking that it would cause trouble for Lin Ling, it held back. Today, for some reason, these people even attacked it. Red-haired ape, stop. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for your master by resisting so recklessly? You have to know that there are many people who are stronger than your master. Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. A youth wearing black armor slowly walked over, causing the red-furred giant ape to stop running. That youth was the managing deacon of Empty Spirit Beast, and he was in charge of distributing the food to them. Brotherly, be careful of the beast's bestial nature. You have to know that beasts do not recognize their own kin. Someone saw the black-armored youth walking towards the red giant ape and couldn't help but advise. The youth seemed to want to prove himself and waved his hand indifferently. He continued to walk forward, but surprisingly, the red giant ape wasn't as tyrannical as before. It seemed to trust the youth. Be obedient and follow me back to work. This way, you won't affect your master. The youth spoke again, causing the red giant ape's eyes to flicker. It seemed to be afraid of implicating its master. Finally, it gradually shrunk and turned into an ordinary monkey. Its fur was in a mess, and there were many spots that were black. It was obvious that it had suffered severe injuries. That's a good boy. The youth nodded with satisfaction. He took a big step forward and wrapped a chain around the monkey's neck. He then had a sinister expression, "Who asked you to run around?" His expression changed as soon as he said so. With a kick infused with profound martial arts, the skinny monkey spat out blood and flew several hundred meters away. However, just as it landed on the ground, the young man pulled out the chain and dragged the pitiful little monkey over. Jian Wenli, the deacon of Empty Spirit Beast's mountain guard. He might seem amiable, but he is vicious and merciless. He used the trick of injuring himself to gain the trust of the little monkey and made the little monkey believe him. But in the blink of an eye, he dealt a heavy blow. Such a vile temperament. Sometimes, humans can't even compare to demons. Some mocked the stupidity of the little monkey for trusting others. But there were some who sympathized with it, especially those young ladies. Sometimes, demonic beasts were very innocent. Once they believed you, even if you wanted to kill them, they would still willingly let you kill them even though they would feel pain in their hearts. However, Jian Wenli used the excuse of feeding spirit beasts to gain their friendship, but he did those shameful things behind their backs. I am going to kill you today. Who allowed you to resist? Jian Wenli yelled out coldly. With the chain binding, he wasn't afraid of the spirit beast resisting. Tisk tisk. At this moment, the little monkey was grimacing in pain. It obviously didn't expect Jian Wenli to deceive it and put the spirit beast shackle on it. Don't forget who was the one who fed you an empty spirit beast. Jian Wenli yelled out furiously, causing the little monkey to restrain its bestial nature. It was obvious that it didn't have a deep relationship with Jian Wenli, but Jian Wenli did feed it an empty spirit beast. It remembered this kindness in its heart. Bang! However, just as it relaxed its mind, Jian Wenli kicked out again. Ruthless! Ruthless! More and more people gathered around to watch, and many of them secretly criticized him. Chapter 1108. Sometimes, demons were better than humans. Where's your master? Where is he? You entered Spirit Beast Mountain. According to the rules, you're a spirit beast that can be ridden for the rest of your life. Anyone who wants to ride you can do so. Your master didn't dare to offend other powerful people and could only sacrifice you. But you still have dreams, thinking that your master will come to pick you up. You're dreaming. If your master wasn't afraid of everyone, he would have already come to pick you up. Why would he let you be killed by everyone? Jian Wenli felt the respectful gazes around him. He felt that he was incomparably powerful and roared. At this moment, the little red-haired monkey was extremely weak. Its red hair was scattered all over the ground. In fact, it could have resisted before and didn't have to end up like this. However, because of Jian Wenli's words, it was afraid of implicating its master, so it would rather be captured and killed. Because it knew that there were many people stronger than its master in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so it couldn't bring trouble to its master. Woo woo. The little red-haired monkey's eyes were moist. It remembered that in the ancient tomb, it was its master who brought it out. Its mother entrusted it to its master, and its master helped bury its mother. From that moment on, it treated its master as its only family in this life. Humph, you're really a stupid beast. You don't know that your master has already hidden and abandoned you. Jian Wenli sneered. He took a step forward and kicked the little monkey, but it didn't resist at all. Woo woo. The little monkey whimpered again. In its mind, there was only the scene of them fighting side by side. One man, one sword, one monkey, and one wine, conquering the world. However, all of that was about to be blown away by the wind. It was like the strongest king of this world. No matter how strong they were in the past, when they finally fell, no matter how glorious they were in the past, when they came to a new world, their glory would become dusty history. This was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how strong its master was, when faced with an even stronger opponent, it could only endure humiliation. Did its master abandon it for its own safety? And this kind of thing seemed to have happened before. It was its mother. In the past, its mother's master abandoned it and locked its mother in the ancient tomb for thousands of years. In the end, she was trapped alive. Big brother Lin Ling. This tragic scene caused a voice to rise up in the little monkey's mind. More tears appeared in its eyes. However, at this moment, it suddenly saw a familiar black-robed figure in the distant sky. This figure was like the son of the devil realm. This figure carried with it a surging killing intent as it shot through the clouds. That figure was too familiar. Its baleful aura overflowed into the heavens, as if it wanted to cut down everything under the heavens. It was as if no matter how powerful the enemy was, it would not abandon it. Silly monkey, you're actually crying. The surroundings were completely silent. Jian Wenli was still enjoying the feeling of awe, and his right leg kicked out again. However, at this moment, a sword came from the horizon. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, the leg would be severed and blood would gush out. Jian Wenli maintained his kicking posture. In the next moment, an indescribable pain spread through his body, causing him to stagger backwards. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Who is it? The crowd was surprised as well. They looked up at the sky and saw a figure shooting over like a shooting star. That person did not leave through the main door. Instead, he flew over domineeringly from the sky, completely violating the rules of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Most importantly, everyone saw that the man was wearing a long black robe and was not wearing any armor. Can't hold it in anymore? In the distance, Cold Words and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed. They thought that the man would keep hiding, but they did not expect him to appear in the end. As expected, people will do irrational things in anger. Lord Cold, he has already upheld several rules. You can easily kill him now. Wu Ping sneered. They wanted to kill Little Flame in a grandiose manner. First, they wanted to vent their anger. Second, they wanted the newcomer to violate the rules so that the vigilante squad could take action against him. Bang! Under countless gazes, the black-robed youth landed on the ground. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. Although he was only wearing a long robe and was not wearing any armor, his gaze made everyone's heart tremble violently. Little Flame. A deep voice came from the black-robed youth. Clearly, he did not know what had happened while he was away. Then, he took a big step forward and arrived in front of Little Monkey. When he saw Little Monkey covered in blood, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. In the past, in the sacred land of the rainforest, he was arrogant. One man, one sword, one wine, one monkey, and the world was his to roam. However, after coming here, there were too many strong people. Therefore, he endured and cultivated. He did not expect that his brother would suffer. Woo woo. Little Flame let out a whimper. Its turbid eyes were even more moist. It was touched. It did not want to implicate its master, so it obediently allowed itself to be captured. However, it did not expect that its master would dare to touch the empty spirit beast deacon for it. I am sorry to have let you suffer. Lin Ling said softly. He did not know what happened and did not want to know. He only knew that no one could touch Little Flame. Woo woo. Little Flame rested its injured head on Lin Ling's shoulder. At the same time, it explained what happened, causing Lin Ling's murderous aura to surge out. You dare to touch me. At the same time, a cold voice echoed. It was Jian Wenli. He was the managing deacon of Empty Spirit Beast Deacon. As long as it was related to spirit beasts, he would have great authority. However, the other party actually chopped off his leg. Ugly person. Little Flame might be mischievous, but it would not bully others. Furthermore, it is pure and very trusting. But you used its innocence to deceive it. Lin Ling looked at him with cold eyes. This person was very ugly. That is just a beast. You actually dared to touch me for a beast. Jian Wenli roared. He was still arrogantly bullying the little monkey, but now, his leg was chopped off. Beast? Lin Ling laughed, but it was an extremely cold smile. He slashed with the sword in his hand. With a clang, the chain in Jian Wenli's hand was severed. Even his hand was severed. Demonic beasts are sometimes better than humans. Taking a step forward, Lin Ling looked down at Jian Wenli who was lying on the ground. His cold eyes finally caused Jian Wenli to feel fear. Previously, the captain of the vigilance team, Cold Words, asked him to make a move on a little monkey. Since the other party's status was not low, Jian Wenli would naturally do him a favor. Most importantly, the owner of the little monkey did not have any armor. Hence, Jian Wenli was not afraid. Instead, he was happy to receive a favor from Cold Words. When he was torturing the little monkey, he even enjoyed the reverence from the surrounding people. But now, he suddenly regretted it. That newcomer did not have any armor, but he seemed to be even more arrogant than expected. I am just following the rules of Empty Spirit Beast College. Jian Wenli whispered. He did not dare to look at Lin Ling. He no longer had the arrogance from before, which made many people laugh mockingly. Previously, Jian Wenli was so arrogant that he was torturing the little monkey. Now, when the owner of the little monkey came, he was speaking in such a humble manner. He was just like a fence-sitter. However, Lin Ling remained silent. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. If you have any grudges, you can talk about it later. I am the deacon of Empty Spirit Beast College. Jian Wenli's eyes congealed. He emphasized his last sentence. What he meant was that he was entrusted by someone, and his status was not low. Chapter 1109. Add another crime to the list, kill you. You really dare to kill me? Jian Wenli's face turned pale. The Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture is a military prefecture. The military rules are the strictest here. If you dare to kill me, you'll be breaking the rules. Even the supremacy won't save you. The rules of the military prefecture were stricter than those of the sections. Here, no matter who you were, you had to follow the military rules. Otherwise, you would become everyone's enemy. This is a heartless world. that's why I don't know the rules. But if you touch my family, I will kill you all. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth to speak, and the sword in his hand slashed down, splitting Dian Wenli into two. The head that was chopped in half fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, he never thought that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. He's not wearing any armor. He's only wearing a long robe. This means that he doesn't have any military merits. He really dared to kill him. Everyone's heart trembled violently. This newcomer was a madman. He killed a deacon for a beast. Was he trying to go against the entire world? This was the first time such a thing had happened in the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. No one would use a mount to kill someone. Afterward, many people looked at the dead Dian Wenli and felt that it was ironic. Earlier, Dian Wenli was trying to prove his authority. However, this authority didn't last long. He was killed in the next moment. It's not a beast. It's definitely not a mount. The killing intent in his eyes was still intense. Lin Ling looked forward. He knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. Someone wanted to force him to break the rules and use this opportunity to kill him. But knowing was one thing. How could he tolerate it? At worst, he would fight the entire world. You broke the rules. First, you brought out your own mount without the permission of Empty Spirit Beast. Second, you killed Deacon Dian Wenli in front of everyone. Third, you didn't come in through the main entrance. Instead, you came in through the sky. You were disrespectful to the sea-calming supremacy. Fourth, you played to the gallery and affected everyone's cultivation. Any one of these crimes is punishable by death. As the captain of the vigilance team, I can't tolerate the existence of people who break the rules of the heavenly prefecture. So, for the sake of the heavenly prefecture's justice, I have to step out. At this moment, a large number of people slowly walked over. They were all wearing blue armor and had a high status. They were the Cold Words' vigilance team. I've finally been tricked. Many people secretly frowned. They also knew that this was a trap to force the newcomer to break the rules. Then, Cold Words could openly kill the newcomer. It had to be said that Cold Words was very sinister. Of course, Heaven's Sanctum is a military, and there are exceptions. So, I'll ask you some questions, and you just have to answer them. First, you can use your military contributions. Second, you can use the Orange General's armor. If you can be absolved of your crimes, but your general's armor will be downgraded. Cold Words shouted sternly. In fact, his words were just for show, because everyone knew that the young man was a newbie. He did not even have a white armor, let alone a rainbow general. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling would answer. Would he try his best to get away with it? Or kneel down and beg for mercy? Or they could use their backing. Are there any other crimes? However, Lin Ling said coldly. What other crimes were there? The crowd's eyes narrowed. Did the newcomer not think that he had broken enough crimes? Yes, you did not have armor, but you attacked someone who did. You did not know how to respect your seniors. That is the first crime. Second, you killed Brother Black Lightning and the floating sky fish. That is the second crime. At this time, a young man said coldly. It was Wu Ping. In the past, when Lin Ling first came to Dinghai Heaven's Sanctum, he lost to Lin Ling and had always been brooding. Today, he could finally watch Lin Ling die. There are so many crimes, but they are all the same. That newcomer is so stupid. He shouldn't have asked that question at this time, or it will lead to more crimes. Many people shook their heads. Did the newcomer not know his situation? Is that all? Lin Ling nodded and raised the sword in his hand. His cold eyes looked at Wu Ping, making Wu Ping's heart tremble violently. In the past, when he was defeated by Lin Ling, there was only resentment. However, today, when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, there was only respect in his heart. One look was enough to make him afraid. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to want to kill him. Crazy. How dare he kill him in front of the vigilante? This was definitely crazy, and the newcomer definitely did not dare to do it. He was just deliberately mystifying things. I'll add another crime. Kill you. However, was this deliberately mystifying things? Lin Ling did not listen to the vigilante's words before. Even if he did, he would not care. The so-called rules were the sword. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness. It seemed to carry Little Flame's anger as it slashed fiercely at Wu Ping. The crowd gasped. That guy made his move again. Wu Ping's eyes widened. What crime did the newcomer commit? But the newcomer made a move to kill him. Block it! Wu Ping roared in his heart, but how could he block it? Wherever the sword light passed, the profound meaning of life and death separated life and death. Bang! A head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Wu Ping was still standing on the ground, but his head had disappeared. Another crime. Moreover, I killed him in front of the vigilante, which was equivalent to slapping everyone in the vigilante. If it's my crime, then I might as well add another crime. The crowd was stunned. That guy was domineering and frivolous. Now there's another crime. What's the result for me? Silence. In the silence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. It made the vigilantes' faces turn ugly, especially cold words. His eyes were cold. You're already innocent. You can escape, but your crime is punishable by death. Next, don't blame the vigilante. Good. You're finished with your crimes. But you've forgotten that I don't seem to have counted your crimes. I'll say it now. You touched my brother Little Flame. For this crime, even the heavens can't save you. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Then what do you want? Ha! Cold words couldn't help but laugh. Many people behind him laughed. That newcomer dared to count their crimes? I've said it before, but you seem to have forgotten. Then, I'll say it again. Lin Ling slowly put Little Flame into the green ring. His eyes finally looked at the crowd, but at this moment, they were incomparably cold. All of you, die! Die! Boom! An extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted. Lin Ling turned into a death god and shot forward. But the terrifying thing was that his body was protected by a golden light, giving off an extremely sacred feeling. Xiao! The sword came out, and heads fell. Blood splattered on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The crowd in the distance gasped. They didn't expect that the newcomer would attack, and kill the vigilante at that. Arrogant. Ha! The eyes of the seven-colored armored generals also narrowed. Then, someone said in shock, First layer transcendent realm, he doesn't have any armor. Ha! Obviously, Lin Ling's strength instantly let them know that this newcomer wasn't weak. He wasn't a newcomer at all. Sky-severing sword. Ha! Chapter 11:10. Total annihilation. What a sharp sword. Wow! Many people were inexplicably excited. A single person had challenged the entire squad, yet it was as easy as chopping vegetables. This reminded them of a poem, 10 Steps to Kill a Man, 1,000 Miles Unstoppable. This was the free and easy nature of sword cultivators. Right and wrong were clear at a glance. Why should they be bound by rules? Bastard! Shit! Cold words also didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would be able to deal such a heavy blow to his squad. This was simply impossible for him. Among the first realm transcendents of the sea-calming heavenly palace, only a few had such strength, and he was one of them. Heaven-ripping cloud-parting spear, die. A crystal spear appeared in his hand, causing frost to pour out from the sky and earth. With a thrust of the spear, he unleashed a total of 6 layers of profound intent. Once I've judged them guilty, it's your turn. However, among the crowd, Lin Ling's giant sword was majestic. The black and white blade was unforgettable. It stood in front of him and blocked the spear. Then, his body disappeared and slaughtered the people of the alert team once again. You! As the squad leader, Cold Words' failure was a huge humiliation to him. Could he just watch as his squad was slaughtered? What a powerful comprehension of martial arts. It's as if he knows when his opponent will make a move. Often, before his opponent can make a move, he will kill them. When others attack him, he can easily avoid them. It feels as if everything is under his control. The 7 colored generals were shocked. How could they know that Lin Ling's soul force had increased so much that when he visualized the 9 heavenly fish diagrams, he could even control the trajectories of ordinary first realm transcendence? Lin Ling's defense was also terrifying. His physique was strong, and his body was protected by righteous energy. Naturally, he could wander among the transcendents and kill them. Since we can't escape death, we must kill him before we die. In just a few breaths, a large number of the squad members had died. The remaining people roared and released their spiritual yuan, destroying their own cultivations. Hong Long Long. With more than a dozen people erupting with their spiritual qi, even Cold Words would have to avoid this attack. The eruption of spiritual qi was equivalent to the strongest attack the Transcendent Realm cultivator had ever made in his life. A huge shockwave appeared, causing countless people to fall back. It was as if the entire plaza had been destroyed. A moment later, the crowd lifted their gazes and saw that there were only 5 people left in the plaza. One of them was Cold Words, while the other 4 were members of the vigilance team. These fellows are crazy. They almost killed me. Luckily, I have the 6th level of profound meaning, iceberg protection. Cold Words' expression was extremely ugly. His entire team had died, and only then did he manage to kill that newbie. The faces of the other 4 were also pale. How terrifying. They had been law enforcers for many years, and this was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying opponent. 5 more. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded, accompanied by the sound of footsteps that shook everyone's hearts. In the distance, Lin Ling held a giant sword in his hand and slowly walked over. His body was covered in a golden light, as if he was an immovable mountain. The 6th level of profound meaning of morality. At this moment, the 7-colored armored generals finally saw how powerful Lin Ling was. He actually had the 6th level of profound meaning, which was the same level as Cold Words. This meant that Lin Ling was also at the peak of the first stage of Transcendent Realm. No wonder he was able to block the vigilance team's self-destruction. Those people were pitiful, they had died in vain. As for Cold Words and the other 4, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Was this really a newbie? The vigilance team is law enforcers, representing the supreme military law. However, they were all wiped out. How ironic. Are your armors for show? Lin Ling continued to walk forward slowly. The black and white swords were a shocking sight. I don't want to be a member of the vigilance team anymore. One of the 4 said nervously. This young man wasn't an ordinary first-stage transcendent, his profound meaning of martial was too terrifying. I don't want to be a member either. The others shouted. Cold Words roared angrily, you dare. He was a squad leader, but he didn't have any subordinates. What right did he have to call himself a squad leader? However, it was too late to think of not doing it now. In your next life, see clearly what's right and wrong before you become a member of the vigilance team. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. The giant sword in his hand glowed even brighter as it ruthlessly slashed out. Fast, incomparably fast, as if it was the most powerful sword in the world. Bang bang bang. 4 heads fell to the ground. Blood spurted out and even their armors shattered. In less than an incense stick's time, only Cold Words was left in the vigilance team. The entire Dinghai Heavenly Palace was dead silent. The vigilance team wanted to kill the newbie today, so they set up a trap for the newbie. In the end, the newbie fell for it, giving the vigilance team an excuse to kill him. However, any excuse or rules were useless. They couldn't compare to the young man's sword. The rules were broken by his sword. The most ironic thing was that the young man used the sword of righteousness. Righteousness killed the vigilance team. Who could correct that? Aren't you surprised? You didn't expect this at all, right? On the empty ground, only two figures stood quietly. They were Lin Ling and Cold Words. Lin Ling spoke coldly, causing Cold Words' eyes to flicker. He felt like he was in a dream. When he first met Lin Ling, he had just become a team leader. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as an example to others, but he failed. At that time, he told Lin Ling, "Don't die in my hands." Now, Lin Ling had died in his hands, but he had easily killed all of his men. This resistance was like a slap to his face, slapping him so hard that he didn't know where he was. "You're arrogant." Retracting his thoughts, Ling Yan ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. "It depends on who I'm dealing with. Against you, I must be arrogant." Lin Ling replied softly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Cold Words. His meaning was obvious: it's your turn now. There was also another layer of meaning: you can calculate my sins in detail. Unfortunately, would the calculated sins be of any use? If he couldn't catch the culprit, he couldn't kill Lin Ling. No matter how many sins Lin Ling had committed, Cold Words couldn't do anything about it. "When you fought with them, your spiritual energy has been exhausted, but I'm still at my peak. Next, let me judge your final sin." Cold Words took a deep breath. He knew what Lin Ling meant. Then, he had no choice but to act. "You're a newcomer. I forgot to tell you, in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, the first stage of transcendence is just the beginning. There are many experts at this stage, so you don't need to be so arrogant. Next, you'll be facing a peak existence in the first stage of transcendence." Cold Words waved his long spear. It was actually made of crystal and emitted a dazzling light. In a 100-meter radius around him, a world of ice and snow appeared. Cold Words was able to become the captain of the guard team. His strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Is the battle of the strongest in the first stage of transcendence about to begin? That's the Sky Ice Mountain River Spear, a half-step sacred weapon. When this spear was forged, the mountains and rivers froze, almost triggering the sacred weapon tribulation. In addition, Cold Words' profound has reached level 6. In this final battle, Cold Words has a higher chance of winning. The 7-colored armored generals said indifferently. Previously, they were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy rise. In one fell swoop, he had become famous in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. But in the end, that newcomer still had to face Cold Words. The other black and white armored youths couldn't see how strong Cold Words was, but they knew that Lin Ling had exhausted his spiritual energy. Next, when facing Cold Words at his peak, Lin Ling would be in danger. It would be difficult for him to escape death.
Chapter 11:11. Just one sword, I am not arrogant. From the start, I have never said how strong I am in the first realm of transcendence. You are the one who said it. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Only his giant sword emitted a raging battle intent, causing many people to secretly admire Lin Ling. He was just a newbie, but he was able to become the main character of today's stage, worthy of respect. I am arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. Compared to you, I have the right to be arrogant. For example, did you participate in the East Suppression War? Did you go to the Transcendent Death Abyss to train? Did you learn your Upanishad from millions of people? You have nothing, you are just a newbie. Chi. Accompanied by Cold Words, the power of the world of ice and snow became even more terrifying. A snowstorm started to fall from the sky, and Cold Word's blue armor was mighty, like a general of snow. "No, I have nothing, but you have everything. However, you have said so much, I only know that you speak a lot of nonsense." Lin Ling also released his righteous energy, resisting the snowstorm in the sky. It was like a clash between the strongest geniuses in the first realm of transcendence. Their auras were like lightning. "All right, I will not talk nonsense, I will kill you with one spear." Cold Words' forehead was bulging with veins. A newbie was indeed a newbie. Everything he said, the other party didn't know. His indifferent attitude made him even angrier. 100 Worlds Reincarnation Spear of Life and Death. Go! At this moment, there was no point in holding back. He could only use his strongest attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The most terrifying attack of a transcendent First Realm expert appeared. First, the crystal spear shattered and then reassembled, causing everyone's weapons to emit a crisp sound. It was as if they were being subdued by a half-step saint weapon. However, this was only the beginning. A vast and mighty world of snow and wind appeared, turning a part of Sky Tomb City into a world of ice. With a thrust of the spear, the ice dragon roared. Amazing! Wow! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. The weapon was very strong, and the profound was even stronger. As expected of Cold Words. This kind of battle even attracted the attention of many experts in Sky Tomb City. They all watched from afar, and many of them knew Cold Words' name. They could only shake their heads helplessly. That newcomer without armor was actually challenging Cold Words? Was he courting death? The most important thing is that the newcomer had fought many transcendents before, so his spiritual source was greatly depleted. Some of the spectators had arrived earlier, so when they saw the previous battle, a seemingly strong old man holding a gourd and drinking wine said. Indeed, this was something that everyone knew. This also meant that Cold Words, who was at his peak, was challenging the newcomers. However, what they didn't know was that a transcendent realm cultivator really only had one strand of spiritual source. Boom! At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. The power was earth-shattering. It was the power of a new spiritual source. Bang! In the distance, the old man who was drinking wine clenched his gourd so hard that it exploded. His aged eyes widened. A brand new power of spiritual source. Could it be that he had two spiritual sources? Previously on the other side of the chains, a mysterious young man defeated Gu Changhe. Could it be him? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the people in the sea-calming heavenly palace, their hearts trembled violently, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in life. Boom! However, the earth-shattering event wasn't over yet. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out.
Countless weapons in their hands shattered, and even half-step sacred weapons trembled. That was the power of a sacred weapon. The sword in the newcomer's hand is a sacred weapon. Boom! At this moment, even the seven-colored armored general was shocked. Just how many trump cards did the newcomer have? As for Cold Words, he was the closest to Lin Ling, so naturally he could feel the terrifying aura. His heart beat violently. Two strands of spiritual source, the power of a sacred weapon. Compared to everything he had, Lin Ling was far superior to him. Moreover, he had proudly told Lin Ling about his experiences and how strong he was. Damn it, the only thing I can rely on is my 6th level profound. My profound is definitely stronger than his. Go! Leng Yen erupted with all of his strength, causing his world of ice and snow to reach an unprecedented peak. In fact, this was the strongest attack of his life. Under pressure, a person's potential would explode. Cold Words was one of them. Many people looked at Lin Ling was the clash of the strongest about to begin. They wondered how intense the clash of these two first-level transcendent geniuses would be. However, did it need to be intense? One sword was enough. An incomparably resplendent white light soared into the sky. The mighty righteous chi parted the clouds. Then, a black chi that seemed to come from the underworld permeated the air. It was a world of murderous intent. What was frightening was that this combination of righteous and evil, the sixfold righteous profound and the first murderous profound had also combined. Seventh level of the life and death profound, one sword cleaved the sky. There was no intense sword slash. It was just a black and white sword that appeared like the cycle of life and death. It crossed the sky and split the world of ice and snow, causing cold words to tremble. It was as if something had passed him. His eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He had lost to his opponent. He had lost to his weapon. He had lost to his opponent. Even the sixth level of the martial profound that he was most proud of had lost to his opponent. Yet, he dared to convict his opponent. Boom! The sky finally exploded. That was the sound of the world of ice and snow exploding. Countless snowflakes drifted down, accompanied by cold words body. On the ground, Lin Ling sheathed his sword and stood up. He carried the great sword on his back and slowly left. His lonely figure was a ghastly sight as the snowflakes fell from the sky. Bang! It wasn't until cold words body fell to the ground that the crowd's heart trembled violently. They looked over and saw that cold words had been decapitated. The last member of the vigilance team was killed with one sword. Those who wanted to kill Little Monkey were all convicted. They couldn't escape the death penalty. Moreover, there was no intense collision. It was just one sword strike. In the sky and on the ground, countless people were speechless. What a terrifying first-stage transcendent genius. If that was the case, who among the first-stage transcendent of the sea-calming heavenly palace would be able to compete with him? Fighting 3,000 li in battle, one sword strike against 1,000,000 soldiers. In the distant sky, the experts from Sky Tomb City said solemnly. They knew that another expert of the sea-calming heavenly palace had been born. What was ironic was that none of them recognized this genius. This made them even more certain that this young genius had shaken the entire sea-calming heavenly palace in one battle. One must know that in the sea-calming heavenly palace, there were countless talented generals. However, most of them relied on accumulating battle merits to become famous. It was difficult to become famous in one battle because there were too many talented generals. You weren't the only one who was strong. Others were also constantly getting stronger. However, today, someone had done it. That young man was probably invincible among the first-stage transcendent in the Sky Tomb City. No one spoke. However, when they saw that the handsome young man was still wearing a black robe, they immediately felt inferior. They wore black and white armor, representing their status and pride. But now, did they have the qualifications to wear armor? Amazing! Sixth level profound and a dual spiritual variant martial cultivator. It seems that our sea-calming heavenly palace has another rising star. Bang! Lin Ling had rejected the challenge. It had to be known that the seven-colored generals were all high and mighty, disdaining to say anything to the black and white generals. But this time, the newcomer had actually rejected the challenge. You're rejecting me? Meng Chang's eyes revealed his displeasure. He thought that the newcomer would be more grateful if he could exchange pointers with him, but who knew that the newcomer would not give him any face at all? Do you think you can leave just because you want to? Meng Chong did not speak, but a handsome young man beside him spoke. He was also wearing green armor, but his expression was even colder than Meng Chong's. Then what do you want? Lin Ling frowned. These people thought that their cultivation was high, so they wanted to exchange pointers, not caring about what others thought. It's fine if you don't want to exchange pointers, but leave that saint artifact behind. Lend it to us for a few days, and we'll return it to you. The handsome young man said coldly. His name was Yu Ziyan, and he was also an extremely powerful existence among the seven-colored generals. His words were clearly much more domineering. He said that he wanted to borrow, but in reality, he wanted to snatch, and he was also a sword cultivator. You don't have any armor on you, while we have seven-colored armor. We're giving you face by allowing you to exchange pointers. If we force it, you won't be able to do anything. Yes. The other seven-colored generals also spoke up one after another. The hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out, especially someone like Lin Ling, who had made a name for himself in a single battle. Naturally, many people did not like him. Many people knew this, so when they faced the seven-colored generals, they all lowered their heads. They were not like Lin Ling, who was arrogant and fearless. And if I refuse? Yes. Lin Ling's eyes became cold. Refuse? Huh. Yes. The young man called Yu Ziyan laughed. No one knew what he was laughing about, but in the next moment, a cold murderous intent erupted. That's not up to you. Huh. A sword tore through the sky and slashed toward Lin Ling. It was an extremely terrifying gang sword ultimacy, and it had reached 8 levels. One must know that it was extremely difficult to raise one's profound by a single level. There were even people who, in order to raise their profound, trained bitterly for 10 years in the ocean, in volcanoes, in the desolate forests, all for the sake of comprehending that single level. This was also the meaning of sharpening one's sword for 10 years. With 8 levels of the astral sword profound in addition to the cultivation of a transcendent realm cultivator, that single sword strike was truly terrifying. Under countless gazes, the sky seemed to be torn apart and cracks appeared. This was a large area of space being torn apart. One sword severing space. Facing the powerful aura, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The small world in his body awakened, causing the earth to shake. Then, the black and white sword and the sea urchin sword clashed. The sound of the collision caused many people's eardrums to hurt. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was not defeated. Instead, he was constantly being pushed back by Yu Ziyan's sword. Fierce, when that newcomer fought against dozens of transcendent realm masters before, his spiritual yuan had only recovered by half. But now he's fighting the seven-colored armored general again. Yu Ziyan's victory is somewhat unfair. Many people watched the battle in shock. Today's newcomer was too dazzling, causing the seven-colored armored general to be dissatisfied. Your sword isn't bad, it's quite powerful. More importantly, I feel like your spiritual yuan recovery speed is faster than ours. Yu Ziyan was wearing a green armor, his sword like a vast ocean. The astral sword profound slashed out, leaving thousands of holes in the ground. He constantly rushed forward, suppressing Lin Ling. However, what he said was not wrong. Lin Ling had comprehended 9 heavenly fish diagrams, one of which allowed him to recover his spiritual yuan. Although its effects were not instantaneous, it was still faster than an ordinary transcendent. You have a lot of secrets, but I'll force you to reveal them one by one. As for the unfair victory, that's nothing. With your strength, no matter how much I hold back, you'll still lose. The most terrifying thing was that the sword seemed slow, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was impossible to dodge. This was a power that surpassed the profound meaning of martial arts. That brat is pretty good to be able to force Yu Ziyan to use his saint physique. The seven-colored armored generals all sneered. Only top-notch generals like them knew how terrifying Yu Ziyan was. Serves you right. We asked you to hand over the sword, but you refused. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the sea-calming heavenly palace just because you defeated cold words? Meng Chong also sneered. However, it was a pity that he didn't get to ask about the cultivation method of the second spiritual source. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was the first time he had seen a saint physique that focused on the sword. As such, he had to use his trump card. He's not afraid in the face of danger. How determined. Many people stared at Lin Ling and were even more surprised. This proved that although this newcomer did not have any military achievements, he was still an existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. Then, they saw Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical Song sword. This action made everyone shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling had given up. However, this was normal. Facing a general with a higher realm and a stronger saint physique, how could a newcomer not give up? Did he just give up? They did not know that Yu Ziyan was not the only one who had a saint physique. This flame is an earth-rank saint physique. Since you're fated to see it in this life, you can die in peace. A calm voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. A wisp of blue flame appeared on his palm and slowly danced, giving off an extremely peaceful feeling. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be silent. The crowd's mouths were wide open. They realized that their voices seemed to have disappeared. Whoosh! Without saying anything else, Lin Ling held the wisp of flame in his hand and shot it forward. Lin Ling did not know how powerful an earth-rank flame was, so he wanted to give it a try. What's that? Yu Ziyan frowned. He sensed an aura that surpassed his innate saint physique enveloping him. That aura was very dense, as if it was the heavens. This caused his sword to slash down even faster. He was a little panicked. Boom! Blue flames intertwined, and the sword was mighty. The terrifying power was earth-shattering. What did that newcomer do? Many people did not even have time to react because Lin Ling's attack was too fast. The flame appeared, and he attacked in an instant. He did not seem to be giving up at all. You want to fight me head-on? When the two forces collided, Yu Ziyan calmed down. He was overjoyed, as if he could see the light of victory. However, in the next moment, his face turned pale. Chi chi chi. Bright blue sparks bloomed. His sword was corroded and even gradually burned. How is this possible? Yu Ziyan roared. One had to know that with his saint physique, he could suppress anyone in the same realm, unless the opponent's profound meaning was at level 9. However, in the clash of his saint physique, the flame and the sword intertwined, and his sword was burned. The most frightening thing was that after his sword was burned, the strange blue flame began to spread toward him. The calmness and holiness within it made him unable to resist at all. What is that? After uttering the final words of his life, Yu Ziyan disappeared into thin air. He had been incinerated into nothingness at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps he had fought countless battles throughout his life and defeated countless geniuses and experts, but this final battle was the most inexplicable loss of his life. He's dead. Everyone looked blankly at the sky. Previously, Yu Ziyan had taken a fancy to the newcomer's sword, but he had found an excuse to snatch it. However, the newcomer had refused to fight, so he could only attack domineeringly. However, after attacking, he died even faster than cold words. A strange flame had ended his life. Chapter 11:14. Only one flame, earth-grade flame, you did not disappoint me. Boom! Lin Ling floated in mid-air, the flame in his hand still burning calmly. His indifferent eyes looked towards Meng Chong, causing Meng Chong's pupils to constrict. The battle had ended too quickly, he did not know how Yu Ziyan had died. You want to spar with me? Boom! A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Meng Chong swallowed his saliva and subconsciously said, no. Boom! You said you wanted to spar before, you wouldn't have hurt me. Moreover, I can prove my limits. Against a second-stage Transcendent Realm General, I only need one sword. Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. He held a blue flame in his hand, as if a blue flame god had descended. I can tell you now that I can't defeat you with a single sword strike, but I only need one flame. Boom! I refuse to spar. Boom! Looking at Lin Ling walking down step by step, Meng Chong gritted his teeth and said. He did not know why he said that, but he had a feeling in his heart that he would not spar if he could. He was scared. Everyone saw that he was scared. Previously, he had blocked Lin Ling's path and wanted to spar, but now, Lin Ling had given him the chance to spar, but he rejected it. However, I want to spar with you. Boom! In midair, Lin Ling said coldly, causing Meng Chong's heart to tremble violently. In his eyes, the flame in Lin Ling's hand shot down, domineering and majestic. Meng Chong could not refuse. What kind of flame does that newcomer control? Why is Meng Chong so scared? Boom! Many people felt that today's events were unbelievable. If you want to spar with me, then die. Boom! Seeing Lin Ling rushing down, Meng Chong knew that he could not dodge. In that instant, his confidence rose. Previously, he did not know how Yu Ziyan had died, but he guessed that the newcomer might have taken advantage of him. Although his strength was on par with Yu Ziyan's, he still had a chance to kill him. 100 rivers to the sea. The profound meaning of the eightfold river ocean was released. As if summoned, the rivers and seas of heaven and earth surged over. It was majestic and fast, turning the sea calming heavenly abode into a vast ocean. Venerable sea calming's ultimate technique. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, it wasn't rare to see someone using spirit chi to form a sea. However, it was rare to see someone controlling the power of the sea and absorbing hundreds of rivers. This kind of profound meaning formed a world of the sea. When the sea faced the fire, it was obvious that the sea was more terrifying, and the fire would be extinguished. Especially when many people saw the tiny flame in Lin Ling's hand, they felt that the flame had dimmed even more. Only one person's pupils constricted as he stared fixedly at the green flame. A terrifying thought rushed into his mind, and this person was precisely the middle-aged man on the chains who had been knocked down the mountain by Lin Ling. That fire, could it be the fire at the bottom of the mountain? He muttered to himself, causing many people to feel puzzled. What was the origin of that flame? Earlier, I was knocked down the mountain. Do you know why I didn't die? The middle-aged man said in shock. Many people were also puzzled. After all, the Sea Heart Flame was at the bottom of Sky Hill City. The Sea Heart Flame was an Earth-grade flame that was crazy and tyrannical. Why didn't this middle-aged man die? Because there is no longer any fire at the bottom of the mountain. My guess is that the fire is on that newcomer. The middle-aged man said word by word, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That young man had subdued the Sea Heart Flame. However, the Sea Heart Flame was like a sea of fire, completely different from the wisp of flame in the young man's hand. After all, the young man's flame was too small, like the light of a grain of rice. See? Sorry, I have one too. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted through the air. At the same time, an endless sea appeared in the sky. It was tranquil and vast, causing people's hearts to calm down. Look at the sky, the earth, and the two seas. The crowd pointed to the front and exclaimed. Their breathing became hurried. That miraculous scene was too shocking. Hualala at this moment, a vast sea appeared in the sky, as if it wanted to drown all life in the world. On the earth, the sea also rolled, forming a vast scene of two seas confronting each other. However, while the earth was an ocean, the sky was not necessarily an ocean. I know why I didn't die. The Sea Heart Flame at the bottom of the mountain was absorbed by him. Under the silence, the middle-aged man excitedly shouted, causing many people to react. There were no more flames at the bottom of the mountain, all of the flames were here. Boom! In the sky, the calm sea finally erupted at this moment. It was as if the four seas were boiling and 10,000 horses were galloping. The most frightening thing was that it was not a sea, but a fire. Sea heart flame. Yes. At this moment, everyone was finally sure, because they would face the sea heart flame every time they left the city. How could they not be familiar with it? Earth-grade flame. Yes. Meng Chong's eyes were wide open as he watched his sea being burned and disappearing into nothingness. Meanwhile, the sea in the sky was surging towards him, making him feel as if he was walking on the most dangerous chain and could die at any moment. The Earth-grade Saint physique was so frightening. There was no need for any profound martial arts, just the power of heaven and earth was enough to sweep through everything. Incomparably hot temperature rushed over and burned him, turning him into ashes before he could even shout. The last thought before he died was that he actually wanted to spar with a genius with an Earth-grade Saint physique. This was overestimating himself, he did not die in vain. Another 7-colored armored general has fallen. The people in the distance seemed to be numb, and the most frightening thing was that they could not feel the heat of the flames, only the tranquility of the sea, but they could see Meng Chong fall. The three great generals, Ling Words, Yu Ziyun, and Meng Chong, all fell one by one. The most frightening thing was that Yu Ziyun and Meng Chong were 7-colored armored generals with illustrious achievements. They were true geniuses who had traveled extensively, but they were still defeated. The most frightening thing was that only one sword was needed to defeat Yu Ziyun, and only one flame was needed to defeat Yu Ziyun and Meng Chong. In the air, the sea turned into a whirlpool and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's body floated down, and his calm eyes made the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture fall silent. Today, Lin Ling, the newcomer, had completely shocked everyone. You killed a 7-colored armored general. Finally, someone shouted angrily. It was the people of the 7-colored armored generals. They were just courting death. Staring at that person, Lin Ling said indifferently. However, many people agreed with his words. If Meng Chong and the others wanted to spar, Lin Ling should have accompanied them. Now that they had died, who could they blame? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for overestimating themselves. If you are not convinced, you can spar with me. Moreover, you said before that you were armored generals and I was a robed newcomer. Sparring with me was giving me face. Now, you can give me face. Lin Ling said again, which made the expressions of the generals change. They became silent. They were armored generals, high and mighty, but now they couldn't be arrogant. Their rainbow-colored armor seemed to be mocking them at this moment. Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Chapter 11-15. The Return of the Lord Arrogant. He's not wearing any armor, but he shouted at the 7-colored armored generals and made them afraid to fight. The crowd looked at the scene as if they were dreaming. Today's events had created a miracle for the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Newcomer, don't be too arrogant. They have military merits and armor, but you don't. You've broken the rules by killing them. Military rules are military rules. Others can't suppress you, but we can. At this moment, two figures came from afar. Their red armor was as dazzling as blood. These two were very old, about 50 years old. They were clearly the oldest generals of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. As for their strength, it was naturally incomparably terrifying. They surpassed all the young people because red armor represented everything. It was the leader of the 7 colors of the rainbow. This also meant that the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture was very powerful. Other than the young generals, the other experts were also like carps crossing a river. Elder Long and Elder Hu. Many people's expressions changed slightly, but the 7-colored armored generals laughed. They didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had broken the rules. How could the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted? Lin Ling was dead meat. Rules were rules. No matter who was right or wrong, anyone who broke the rules would be punished. Even so, many people still felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying. They needed to send out ancient generals to suppress him. Among the younger generation, no one would dare to fight with him. You guys are so old. Is it possible that your eyesight has deteriorated? Lin Ling said with a frown when he sensed the powerful aura enveloping him. The two old men were very strong. Today, you're famous in Sky Hill City. If we don't subdue you, how can the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture convince the people? Two old men stepped on the clouds and came over. One of them shouted angrily, while the other said coldly, if the Venerable One was here, he would also kill you, because merit is merit and wrong is wrong. Merit is merit and wrong is wrong. Then why didn't you stop me when I attacked? Instead, you appeared after I defeated my opponent. Since you uphold the military rules, why are you so insidious? Lin Ling shouted coldly on the ground. Little bastard, you have a sharp tongue. We want to kill you. Is it your turn to talk nonsense? The two old men in red armor were furious. This newcomer dared to refute them? Moreover, Meng Chong was a general valued by the Venerable. Now that he was dead, how could they let the newcomer leave? Most importantly, the newcomer didn't seem to have any backers. Pop 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 pop. The two old men instantly. Obviously, they wanted to capture Lin Ling, so they stopped the others. Some older cultivators guessed. The 18 dragon and tiger generals were famous in Tianling City. They were even famous in the Xianping Big region. Then, many people looked at the young man on the ground. They wanted to see him regret. However, they were disappointed. Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. His unyielding eyes were still looking at the sky. Such a determined little guy. He still won't admit his wrongs. Many people admired him. The newcomer was magnanimous and decisive. Right and wrong were only balanced in his heart. No matter how strong the expert was, the newcomer would not lower his unyielding spine. Wrong is wrong, right is right. What does it have to do with merit? Suddenly, an ancient fan appeared in the sky. The ancient 8 trigrams were drawn on the fan. It was mysterious and vast. Wind of the past. An old man in a purple robe appeared. His right hand pointed at the sky. There were no complicated martial arts. Strength represented everything. Pang! The old man in red armor who charged at Lin Ling had his armor split open. Under countless shocked gazes, he turned to dust. This person was blown to death by the wind. What kind of wind was that? It was too terrifying. The expression of the other old man in red armor changed. He stopped charging and stared at the old man in the purple robe. Old man Dong Fu. When his voice fell, the entire ground was dead silent. Old man Dong Fu, this is a matter of my Dinghai heavenly mansion. What do you mean by meddling? The remaining old man in red armor said coldly. He also knew that old man Dong Fu was not on good terms with Zun Darren. The former had never come to Dinghai heavenly mansion, but he had appeared here today. It was extremely strange. What is Dinghai heavenly mansion? I'll tell you, even if that old ghost Dinghai Zun is here, if he dares to move against my assistant, I dare to destroy him. In the sky, old man Dong Fu shouted angrily. He had just returned to Sky Toon City and encountered this matter. Luckily, he had returned in time. Your assistant? The old man in red armor frowned. Who is it? Lin Ling is my assistant. Old man Dong Fu. The old man in red armor said disdainfully. The old man in red armor's eyes narrowed. It had to be said that old man Dong Fu had a strange personality. He didn't even give face to Zun Darren. And now, this newcomer with some power had become old man Dong Fu's assistant. Assistant? Many people were also shocked. They suddenly had a feeling that the newcomer was not wearing armor. This did not mean that he was a newcomer, but that he was an existence that surpassed all the great generals. Only then did the newcomer have the privilege of not wearing armor. Even so, this person has killed multiple great generals. Do you not have to give an explanation? The old man in red armor's heart was still trembling, but he gritted out. If I don't give it? Old man Dong Fu said coldly. Then don't blame me for being vicious. Even if you are a great person, the dignity of Ding Hai Heavenly Mansion cannot be violated. The old man in red armor said fearlessly. His support was Ding Hai Zun, so he was not afraid. I only left for 3 days and my Ding Hai Heavenly Mansion has become like this. While the two sides were at loggerheads, an ancient voice drifted through the world. The sky turned into a rainbow color as an ancient white sailboat sailed over from afar. It was as if the sky had turned into the sea. There were 3 figures standing on the sailboat. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an indifferent expression like the most ancient sea king. He was Venerable Sea Calming. Beside him was Madame Yuqin and a devastatingly beautiful young lady. Ding Hai Zun. Everyone's expression changed dramatically and they knelt down on one knee. They were excited. Today, this newcomer had stirred up a storm and caused Old Man Dong Fu and Ding Hai Zun to come out. Why did this newcomer have such courage? Meng Yun. Lin Ling looked at the young woman on the ship and was shocked. One of the people on the ship was Yu Man Yun. Darren, this person is not wearing armor but he is arrogant. He killed 3 great generals and turned Ding Hai Heavenly Mansion into a mess. Please punish him. The old man in red armor became excited. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling with resentment and excitement. This newcomer was very arrogant. He did not give him face and even had Old Man Dong Fu come out to support him. But now that Darren had returned, could this newcomer still be arrogant? The ship stopped in the sky. Ding Hai Zun frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and was silent. He's dead for sure. Many people thought, especially the 7-colored armored generals. They rejoiced in his misfortune. This newcomer was still arrogant. Chapter 11:16. Shock, you killed the 7-colored armored general? Venerable Sea Calming finally spoke. His voice was like the heaven's might, and everyone could sense that he was extremely angry. On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his clear eyes unfazed. That's right. You destroyed my Sea Calming Heavenly Palace? Venerable Sea Calming asked again. That's right. Lin Ling was still fearless, which made many people admire his fearless heart even more. You've only been in my Sea Calming Heavenly Palace for less than half a month, but you've already defeated the 7-colored armored general. Most importantly, my general has few opponents in the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. How did you do it? Venerable Sea Calming's voice was still low. With this. That's right. Without further ado, Lin Ling stretched out his hand and a blue flame bloomed on his palm. Sea Heart Flame. Venerable Sea Calming was shocked as he stared at the blue flame. Not long ago, he had given Lin Ling some pointers and thought that Lin Ling would spend his entire life subduing that flame. Who would have thought that this little brat would create a miracle in such a short period of time? An Earth-grade saint physique had turned an ordinary cultivator into an outstanding genius. Venerable Sea Calming's gaze suddenly fell on Old Man Dong Fu not far away. Why are you here? Old Sea Calming, don't put on airs in front of me. I won't let you touch him. Old Man Dong Fu shouted coldly. He thought Venerable Sea Calming was going to attack Lin Ling. You're helping him? This time, Venerable Sea Calming's surprise turned into shock. How many surprises did this little brat Lin Ling want to give him? Even he couldn't do it, but this little brat had done it. He couldn't see through him. At this moment, he felt that Lin Ling was even more unfathomable. Venerable Si Kongming's silence undoubtedly made many people sneer. They seemed to feel that their lord was even angrier. Of course, this was normal. How could their lord let a newcomer go after killing a general and destroying Si Kongming Heavenly Palace? Who said I was going to convict him? From today onwards, Lin Ling is the Si Kongming Heavenly Prefecture's red-armored general. However, just as everyone thought that, a voice that was as majestic as the heavens drifted out, causing many people's faces to stiffen. Not only was the Venerable One not angry, but he even rewarded the newcomer. What exactly happened? Everyone looked at the sky and suddenly realized that Venerable Si Kongming wasn't joking. Sir, he has violated military regulations. The red-armored elder couldn't help but shout loudly. He was unwilling to accept this. How could it be like this? Supremacy Si Kongming didn't kill the newcomer even though he wasn't wearing any armor? Elder Hu Shua, go to the Heartblade Valley and reflect on your mistakes for 10 years. Venerable Si Kongming glanced at the red-armored old man and said indifferently. Face the wall and reflect. Many people's expressions were extremely interesting. One had to know that the red-armored senior was a doyen of the Si Kongming Heavenly Prefecture and was many times nobler than the newcomer. However, not only did the supremacy not convict the newcomer, he even made the red-armored senior reflect on his mistakes. This fact was beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that the newcomer was more important than the red-armored senior? Why? The red-armored elder seemed to have lost his soul. He couldn't understand. After all, he was extremely powerful and was many times stronger than the newcomer. In terms of value, how could the newcomer compare to him? Do I need to explain? Venerable Si Kongming said indifferently. An invisible aura was released, causing the red-armored elder to spit out blood. He retreated and finally lowered his head.
This one is willing to accept the punishment. He knew that Venerable Si Kongming was the most serious person and didn't like people asking why he did something. If he said another word, Venerable Si Kongming would kill him. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he would have thought it was a dream to kill an expert like him for a newcomer. Then he looked down at Lin Ling and his expression instantly became complicated. Previously, he thought that the newcomer would definitely die with Venerable Si Kongming's arrival and that the old man of Dongfu wouldn't be able to save him. However, reality proved that it was all his wishful thinking. He was the one who was convicted. Compared to the newcomer, he was nothing. 10 years of reflection. He wasn't young anymore. How many more decades did he have in his life? And the mistake was that he had underestimated the newcomer. He thought that the newcomer had no background, so he used his status as an expert to bully him and caused the present result. Old man of Dongfu, you can leave. This person is my red-armored general. I definitely won't touch him. Ignoring everyone's complicated thoughts, Venerable Si Kongming looked at the old man of Dongfu and said. The old man of Dongfu was very surprised, but he didn't know that in the heart of Venerable Si Kongming, Lin Ling was a general that he would focus on nurturing. To say of nothing else, just the 72 Mo gods in the sky proved that Lin Ling's future was limitless. Adding on that Lin Ling had created a miracle and taken the sea heart flame, he had completed one of his missions. So, why would he touch Lin Ling? To put it bluntly, 10 red-armored generals couldn't compare to one Lin Ling. Are you fooling me? The old man of Dongfu still didn't believe it. I might be a serious and snobbish person, but am I the kind of person that goes back on my words? Venerable Si Kongming's voice carried a hint of anger. I still don't believe it. I want to take Lin Ling away. The old man of Dongfu stubbornly shook his head. Bullshit, I brought this brat back. He's my person.
You dare to take him away? Then don't blame me for being vicious. Venerable Si Kongming took a step forward, his attitude extremely determined. He wasn't dumb. Lin Ling had created multiple miracles in this short period of time and was valued by even Dong Fu Darren. How could he easily give up such a subordinate? The old man of Dong Fu's brow furrowed even more. Even though he didn't have any relationship with Venerable Si Kongming, he could see that Venerable Si Kongming was not joking. If he really wanted to take away Lin Ling, then Venerable Si Kongming would definitely act. All right, I hope you will do as you say. After a moment of thought, the old man of Dong Fu finally nodded. He looked at Lin Ling, you can come find me tomorrow. That matter can start. Thank you, old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling also nodded. This was his agreement with the old man of Dong Fu. He would naturally complete it. Watching the old man of Dong Fu leave, many people had mixed feelings. If it was said that Venerable Darren did not blame Lin Ling, that was their misconception. Then when Venerable Darren and the old man of Dong Fu had fought over Lin Ling, that explained everything. Who was that Lin Ling? Lin Ling, come with me. Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Venerable Si Kongming waved at Lin Ling with a smile. This was also the first time he had smiled at Lin Ling. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling also smiled. He stepped onto the ship in the sky and headed towards the depths of the mansion. In a silent large hall, Venerable Si Kongming and Mistress Yu Qin sat together. In front of the two were Lin Ling and Yu Munyun. Strong. I did not give you an official title before because I did not want others to be dissatisfied. I also wanted to give you some time to grow. But who knew that your growth speed surpassed my imagination? You actually completed the task I gave you. After watching silently for a moment, Venerable Si Kongming couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling, the old man of Dong Fu, is the hardest to deal with. How did you take care of him? Mistress Yu Qin also felt it was inconceivable. Chapter 11:17. 100,000 military points. Old man Dong Fu isn't as difficult to deal with as I thought. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't claim the credit. Not difficult to deal with. Do you know how many times my husband has failed? In any case, you're much stronger than my husband. Lady Yu Qin laughed. Venerable Si Kongming was secretly depressed. He was a great venerable, yet he was defeated by this little brat. How embarrassing. Cough, cough. Venerable Si Kongming coughed lightly and changed the topic. Let's not talk about that smelly old man anymore. Tell me what happened before. Changing the topic. Lady Yu Qin secretly laughed. Her husband cared about Face the most and was confident that he could do anything. But now, he lost to a junior. No wonder he felt embarrassed. Lin Ling also snickered secretly, but he also recounted what had happened before. Venerable Si Kongming didn't care about Lin Ling's mistake because it wasn't Lin Ling's fault. However, he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. A dual spirit variant martial cultivator with a saint artifact and subduing the sea heart flame. No wonder he could defeat a transcendent realm second layer cultivator. Amazing! Venerable Si Kongming thought. Then, he calmed down and said lightly, I helped you temporarily obtain a saint artifact for free. Old man Dong Fu is really generous. However, since you've completed the first task I gave you, I'll reward you with 100,000 military points. I won't be stingier than old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling was overjoyed. 100,000 military points. He already knew that there were countless treasures in Si Kongming Heavenly Palace, but they were all exchanged with military points. 100,000 military points could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. But what should he exchange for? Sir Venerable, in your opinion, what treasure should I exchange for? Lin Ling asked. I found that you're quite smart. Venerable Si Kongming laughed out loud. Lin Ling was a daring boy who dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was indeed a good seedling. There are treasures that can help you break through again, but in my opinion, you should focus on improving your strength in the transcendent realm, such as your comprehension of fire principles, sword Tao, and so on. The stronger your foundation, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Venerable C. Calming advised. Lin Ling nodded, having a clear direction in his heart. 1. Strengthen the killing intent. As for the righteous energy, there was no need for it, as the tyrant singing sword had the overwhelming righteous energy at the peak. 2nd, strengthen his fire profound. 3. A strong physical body and spiritual source. Of these 3 paths, Lin Ling chose to strengthen his physical body and strengthen his spiritual source. This was because the physical body was a form of defense, allowing him to fight opponents of a higher cultivation level. Moreover, his stamina would be greatly improved. As for strengthening his spiritual source, there were many benefits. However, it would require more treasures. Therefore, ordinary people would rarely use treasures to strengthen their spiritual source. Instead, they would choose to advance. After all, the same treasure could double one's strength if used to advance, but it could only increase one's strength by 10% if used to strengthen one's spiritual source. However, the previous battle had taught Lin Ling the benefits of spiritual source, so he chose to strengthen his spiritual source. You and Yumanjun both possess the 72 demon gods of the heavenly vault, so you have great potential in the future. You'll be the pillars of my sea calming heavenly palace in the future. However, before you grow stronger, don't expose your demon gods. Otherwise, you'll be killed and your demon gods will be snatched away. Venerable C. Calming warned again. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. This was the reason why he hadn't announced Lin Ling's identity. He didn't want Lin Ling to receive too much attention. 72 demon gods of the heavenly vault. Lin Ling and Yumanjun looked at each other. This wasn't the first time they had heard of this name. Yes, you're not the only one with such a huge inheritance. There are 70 other demon gods in Xianping province, and they're also ranked. I'll take you to see them when the time comes. Venerable C. Calming nodded with a smile and said, not long ago, news of the star-picking Purple Mansion mystic realm spread in Xianping province. If the news is confirmed, you'll have to make a trip with me. Lin Ling and Yumanjun nodded. After saying a few more words, they bid farewell and left. Outside the main hall, Lin Ling and Yumanjun walked side by side. The warm sunlight shone down, making the two of them feel extremely comfortable. After coming to Xianping province, this was the first time they felt that they had the power to dominate everything. At least, they were no longer existences that could be trampled on by others. Mengyun. Lin Ling held Yumanjun's hand and told her about the second dream. Yumanjun's pretty face kept changing. However, when she saw Lin Ling's determined eyes, she knew that Lin Ling would definitely go to the ghost realm to save the second dream. When Lin Ling told her this news, he was actually asking for her opinion. He treated her as one of his own, and this made Yumanjun feel a little happy. Go. The second dream died to save you. If you don't repay that kindness, it won't be good for your martial path. Yumanjun supported Lin Ling, and this made Lin Ling feel warm in his heart. He held the beautiful woman's hand even tighter. Yumanjun smiled gently. Although it was very dangerous to enter the ghost realm, she knew that this was Lin Ling. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. He was clear about kindness and hatred. The two of them walked forward hand in hand. Along the way, the expressions of many generals changed slightly. They subconsciously made way for them. At present, Lin Ling's reputation in the sea calming heavenly prefecture had soared. In the military merit hall, where treasures were exchanged, an old man in red armor was guarding the place. He was holding a book and reading it. When he saw Lin Ling's arrival, his expression changed slightly. Obviously, he knew about what happened not long ago. What do you want to exchange for? The old man didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the venerables seemed to value this newcomer very much. I want 6 treasures to break through to the transcendent realm. I want as many treasures to strengthen the physical body as you can. The same goes for treasures to strengthen the spiritual source. Also, I want treasures to help monster beasts grow. Lin Ling said faintly. Many people around him were also exchanging for treasures. They immediately gasped. How many military merits would that require? The old man in red armor also narrowed his eyes. He then calculated carefully and raised his head to look at Lin Ling. This requires 89,800 military merits. Military merits were very difficult to obtain, especially after 10,000. It was even more difficult to obtain them. One had to complete many difficult missions to obtain them. Lin Ling, a newcomer, actually had so many military merits. It was simply unbelievable. That's enough. Lin Ling said faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a black token appeared. It was the one that recorded the military merits. It was given to him by Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. After the old man took it and examined it carefully, his expression changed drastically again. He then began to get busy. Pinnacle Life Water, to strengthen spiritual source. The first time the effect is strong, the second time the effect is weak. Bitter Poison Beast Blood, Powerful Vitality, Flying Dragon Bone, Tyrannical Bones, all kinds of treasures were taken out. They were all rare heavenly treasures. For example, the bones of monster beasts stronger than the transcendent realm. If these treasures were taken out, it would be enough to shake Sky Tomb City. Use the remaining military merits to exchange for restorative pills. Lin Ling said again. The old man nodded solemnly. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a wealthy person. Unfortunately, the treasures exchanged for military merits were all used to strengthen one's foundation. If used for a breakthrough, it would be enough to break through to the third layer of the transcendent realm. After a long time, Lin Ling brought Yu Munyun back. Lin Ling was secretly happy. With these treasures, his strength would be greatly improved. Moreover, if these treasures were sold outside, they would cost an unimaginable amount of money. No wonder everyone wanted to enter Sea Calming Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Only here could one obtain military merits. Chapter 11:18. The mysterious Lord Pu and Meng Yun, take these treasures and use them to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. I've also prepared some for Yu and the others. If they can't use them, I'll give them to grandfather and the others. Lin Ling took out some treasures and gave them to Yu Munyun. At the same time, he also gave many treasures to Little Flame. After all, he didn't want to see what happened before again, so it was time for Little Flame to become stronger. GG. Although Little Flame was seriously injured, Lin Ling had many treasures at the moment, so Little Flame quickly recovered. When Little Flame saw the treasures Lin Ling gave it, it immediately felt warmth in its heart and jumped up and down excitedly. I've also asked Old Man Dong Fu to forge a Spirit Beast bracelet. You can cultivate in the bracelet. Lin Ling patted Little Flame's head. Little Flame was a monster beast, so it needed to devour heavenly treasures to grow. The process of growth was naturally more convenient in the bracelet. Little Flame smiled and nodded. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the bracelet on Lin Ling's left hand. It was a Spirit Beast bracelet, which was not rare in Xianping province. Come out when your strength has increased. Lin Ling said with a smile. The next day, Lin Ling left the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace and went to Old Man Dong Fu. This time, he wanted to fulfill his promise and then go with Yu Munyun to find the Fire Ancient clan. At this moment, Sky Tomb City was still bustling with noise. The battle yesterday didn't have much of an impact. After all, there were as many masters as there were clouds. There was no strongest, only stronger. Along the way, Lin Ling arrived at Old Man Dong Fu's mansion. He immediately found the atmosphere here strange. There were many Transcendent Realm guards at the gate, all of them with solemn expressions and even a hint of panic in their eyes. "Are you Sir Lin Ling?" A guard looked at Lin Ling and asked. This person was a Transcendent Realm 5th layer master, a rare master, but he was extremely respectful to Lin Ling. "Yes." Lin Ling nodded and those guards instantly bowed, respectfully inviting Lin Ling to enter. This made Lin Ling's brow furrow. He found that these people were not the guards of old Dong Fu. These people's presences were even larger and more mysterious. After entering the mansion, Lin Ling could feel that someone was watching him from the shadows. If it wasn't for his soul force, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. This meant that the person watching him was even stronger. What happened? Lin Ling's heart turned heavy. Moreover, he couldn't see any servant girls, and there were no guards in the mansion. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a demonic beast rang out, causing Lin Ling to quicken his pace. Suddenly, he saw the nine-headed bone dragon in the garden. Roar! An incomparably terrifying aura rushed over. The 9 bone dragons sat on the ground, their 9 heads looking at Lin Ling. These bone dragons were as big as cheilants, and their bodies were made of bones. Only their eyes were a strange green color. Their kingly ferocious aura bloomed from time to time, making it difficult for Lin Ling to breathe. GG. At the same time, little flame shot out from the spirit beast bracelet, baring its teeth and roaring at the bone dragons. Clearly, it had sensed that the bone dragons were provoking Lin Ling. Paw paw! The 9-headed bone dragons spread their wings, revealing their white bones. Their aura was even more terrifying. It made people wonder if these bone dragons were alive or dead, or if they had crawled out from their graves. Don't be rude. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice rang out. It seemed calm, but it caused the 9-headed bone dragons to tremble and then lie down. Clearly, these 9-headed bone dragons were the mounts of the person who had come. A middle-aged man wearing a black brocade robe slowly walked over from the corridor. He was around 40 years old, but his face was like jade. It could be assumed that when he was young, he would be a handsome man. His movements seemed ordinary, but they carried a feeling of merging with the power of heaven and earth. He looked at Lin Ling with a slight smile and said, "It seems that old Dong Fu's assistant is you." The voice was calm, like a passerby talking. But the calmer it was, the heavier Lin Ling's heart became. Very strong. That aura seemed to be even more terrifying than Sea Calming Sage. Who was this person? Don't be nervous, I am the one who entrusted old Dong Fu. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "I am called Pu, you can call me Pu Darren." This smile gave people the feeling of being bathed in the spring wind, making people unable to help but relax. But Lin Ling's eye of time was very strong. In that smile, he saw a kind of enchanting smile, like the smile of a blood-licking Yao King. Haha, Lin Ling has come. At this time, old Dong Fu walked out and then started to explain. That black-robed man really was the one who had entrusted old Dong Fu, but his identity and power still surpassed Lin Ling's expectations. Also, he could see that old Dong Fu was very polite to the black-robed man. It had to be known that old Dong Fu didn't even give face to Sea Calming Sage. Haha, old Dong Fu, your assistant is very mysterious. Pu Darren said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He seemed to detect Lin Ling's eye of time. Of course. Old Dong Fu didn't know the meaning of Pu Darren's words. However, I'm not interested in other matters. I came this time just to forge that weapon. I hope that little friend Lin Ling can help with all his power. Pu Darren stated his purpose for coming and let Lin Ling lower his guard. Of course, I will do my best. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled, neither haughty nor humble. This caused Pu Darren's eyes to shine with a strange light. After that, the three of them walked forward and came to a dark room. The old man Dong Fu took out a key and drew a beautiful pattern in the air, causing an enormous metal door to appear in the room. Then they stepped in. Old Dong Fu really is a top blacksmith. His methods are hard to predict. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Behind the large metal door was an even larger forging room. Clearly, this was the secret place of the old man of Dong Fu. There were large amounts of treasures placed in the surroundings, all rare forging treasures. There were also many precious weapons hanging in the surroundings. Lin Ling, this is the leaf fire heavenly sea cover you entrusted. Old Dong Fu first gave a box to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it but didn't open it. It seemed that with his strength, he couldn't touch the treasure, so he was too lazy to look. What you need to do now is to help me examine the materials. Also, the scrolls for the treasures I want to forge are here. Take a look. If you can understand it, it would be even better. If I make a mistake, you can guide me. As for the rest, just look. Old Dong Fu gave large amounts of scrolls to Lin Ling. They were the scrolls for the items he wanted to forge. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say a word. Pu Darin was drinking tea on the side with his eyes slightly closed. But old Dong Fu knew that Lin Ling didn't ask anything and only knew to do his own thing. This made Pu Darin satisfied. If Lin Ling asked too much, then he would be breaking the rules. Sometimes, it wasn't good to know too much, especially when facing such an important person. Lin Ling naturally knew this, so he focused on doing his own thing. His Eye of Time appeared and copied large amounts of scrolls. During this process, Pu Darin opened his eyes and continued to drink tea. He finally spoke, "Old Dong Fu, can your assistant complete the task?" Clearly, he didn't believe in Lin Ling's abilities. Finished. Even if it was the heavens, I can take them down for you. Domineering, unparalleled domineering. This showed that this person's background was not ordinary. Then, Senior Pu looked at Lin Ling. "Before, I thought you only had a little bit of ability, but obviously I was wrong. Now, I think very highly of you. Do you have any plans to follow me?" Lin Ling, Senior Pu is a great figure of Kuan Temple. If you follow him, you will have a meteoric rise. The Dong Fu old man explained from the side. Kuan Temple. Lin Ling's pupils focused. He knew that there were two flags in Xianping Big region. They were Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. These powers included tens of thousands of powers, and were equivalent to the two largest countries. And Pu Darin was able to make the old man of Dong Fu respect him. It clearly was not a small position in Kuan Hall. Su Xingshan Palace, Thousand-Era Ghost Sect, Northern Dark Nether Territory belonged to Kuan Temple. Lin Ling did not answer, but asked lightly. "Let me see." Senior Pu slightly closed his eyes, his soul seeming to wander. After a moment, he opened his eyes. "Indeed. Sorry, because of personal reasons, I cannot follow Senior Pu." Lin Ling instantly shook his head. "Refuse?" Senior Pu said in a low voice, causing old man Dong Fu to frown. Senior Pu was personally recruiting Lin Ling, and this was the best chance to become strong, much better than Dinghai Heavenly Mansion. But Lin Ling had refused. This would anger Senior Pu. "Do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of existence I can make you become?" Senior Pu's voice became hoarse, his eyes bewitching. "I know, but the faction I mentioned before has an irreconcilable enmity with me. I cannot work with my enemy. This is my principle." Lin Ling looked at Senior Pu without fear, but his Eye of Time felt a stabbing pain, as if Senior Pu's gaze had some kind of powerful divine ability. Of course, this stabbing pain was also weakening. Clearly, the Eye of Time was not afraid of Senior Pu, but Lin Ling was too weak, causing his resistance to be weak. "Ah, you have fighting spirit. I like you even more." After a moment of silence, Senior Pu suddenly laughed loudly, that dark expression also disappearing. Not working with your enemy, for this, you gave up the chance to become a top expert. Young man, you have courage. Senior Pooh took out a black jade tablet and gave it to Lin Ling. This means that I owe you a favor. Take it out in the future, and I can do anything for you, even kill your enemy. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly kept the jade token, causing Lord Pooh to laugh even louder. This young man didn't mention anything about using a favor to kill his enemy. This meant that this young man wanted to avenge himself. This young man was even more stubborn than Lord Pooh thought. Alright, I'm leaving. After Senior Pooh laughed, he turned and left. But when he walked out the door, he turned back and said, Xianping Province, there are countless experts, geniuses as many as the stars in the sky. But there are very few geniuses that I can't see through. You are one of them. And this one I can't see through isn't your 72 demon gods, but something else, especially your eyes. After saying this, he disappeared from the world. Lin Ling's lips curled up. Senior Pooh was indeed powerful. He could see that he had the ancient flame devil. But in the end, he couldn't see through everything. This battle between experts was interesting. Lin Ling, you really have guts. You actually rejected Senior Pooh. Old man Dong Fu seemed to be more nervous than Lin Ling. Only now did he relax. He won't make a move against a weakling like me. Also, one thing is another. I helped him once, how could he kill me? Lin Ling said with a smile. So, you gambled with your life. Chapter 1120. Jiangnan Water Village. Right, since you helped me this time, what do you want in return? Old man Dong Fu helplessly shook his head and asked with a smile. A favor. Lin Ling also smiled. With his current cultivation he didn't lack treasures, so he might as well leave a favor. Good. Old man Dong Fu nodded readily. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling secretly sighed. The mysterious Qian Temple and Kun Temple were stronger than he had imagined. He had refused to join them before because he didn't want to work with his enemies and also because he didn't want to be caught up in the vortex of competition between these two great forces, because he currently didn't have the strength to face them. Returning to Dinghai Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling began to cultivate. He currently had a large number of treasures that could replenish his vitality. He could use them to awaken his inner world, and at the same time, he could use the pinnacle life water to strengthen his spiritual yuan. Time quietly passed, and in his room, Lin Ling gently exhaled, his qi shooting out like an arrow, piercing through the hard black cauldron wood walls. One had to know that black cauldron wood was used to forge high-grade spirit artifacts, but even it couldn't withstand Lin Ling's qi. This meant that Lin Ling's spiritual yuan was growing stronger and stronger, and with two spiritual yuan sources, Lin Ling could easily defeat ordinary second-layer transcendent realm cultivators. This world was sometimes very fair, there were gains and losses. Lin Ling had used treasures to strengthen his spiritual yuan, losing the opportunity to enter the second layer of the transcendent realm, but gaining a more stable foundation. The word martial could be traced back to the most ancient times. In ancient times, when one practiced martial arts, they trained their muscles, bones, and skin externally while training their qi internally. It seemed simple, but in fact, many people couldn't see through it. The current martial Dao pursued internal qi, which was the huge amount of world energy in one's dantian, but gave up on training their muscles, bones, and skin. Because internal qi was more effective, the effects of training their muscles, bones, and skin were too slow and the power was too weak. However, Lin Ling didn't give up on training his muscles, bones, and skin. With a large number of treasures, his inner world had awakened to 500,000, more than half of the previous 300,000. His physical strength had reached a terrifying limit, 500 million. A strength of 500 million, what kind of concept was that? It could be said that just by relying on his physical body, Lin Ling didn't need to fear a first-stage transcendent realm cultivator. If he added overwhelming righteousness, his defense would be even more terrifying. As my foundation becomes more solid, the righteous energy in the tyrant song sword is gradually being stimulated. Only my killing intent hasn't improved. Lin Ling stood and said. Supposedly, according to what he knew, Old Man Dong Fu had used multiple saintly bones to forge the tyrannical song sword. This had caused the vast righteousness to reach an unprecedented height. Pushing open the door, Lin Ling was greeted by the charming sunshine outside, causing him to smile slightly. Such peaceful days were extremely rare. Then, he went to look for Yu Manyun. As for Yu Manyun, she had learned martial arts from Madame Yuqin and her strength had greatly increased. She had successfully entered the transcendental realm. Of course, in terms of combat strength, she was no match for Lin Ling. She could only rely on the great illusion White Dragon King. Lin Ling, Venerable Sea Calming and the rest have left again. It seems like they are still discussing about the star-plucking purple mansion. Yu Manyun walked out of the small house in a purple dress. The reason why they changed their appearances was to prevent the Northern Dark Heretic territory. After the death of the Northern Dark Heretic territory, there would definitely be people from the Northern Dark Heretic territory keeping an eye on Sky Tomb City. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Ling asked Old Man Dong Fu for these two treasures. Moreover, if they were secretly followed by people from the Northern Dark Heretic territory when they returned and found the Fire Ancient clan's residence, it would be even more disadvantageous for the Fire Ancient clan. Unless the Northern Dark Heretic god is here, ordinary martial artists won't be able to recognize our appearances. Lin Ling said with a smile. He accompanied Yu Manyun out of the city. At this moment, the two of them had changed their appearances. Lin Ling reverted to his blue robe, but his appearance was ordinary. Yu Manyun wore a white robe. Although she didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, she had the youthful aura of a young lady. At this moment, below Sky Tomb City, the flames had disappeared, but the chains were still there. A large number of martial artists entered the ancient city one after another. Along the way, they talked about the Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling and Yu Manyun were also among them. They smiled as they walked forward like ordinary people. As expected, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Lin Ling also noticed that no one was following them. Obviously, no one recognized them. Mengyun, where is the boundary dividing insect leading us? After leaving the city, Lin Ling asked. The boundary dividing insect was the same as the mother-child insect. However, it was divided into male and female insects. Right now, the female insect was being led by the Fire Ancient clan. With the telepathy of the male and female insect, the male insect could sense the direction of the female insect even if it was at the end of the world. With this insect, Lin Ling could find the Fire Ancient clan and the others. South, Yu Manyun said with a smile. Then, the two of them and the monkey headed south. Along the way, they crossed a large sacred domain. However, the two of them were wearing ordinary clothes, so they didn't attract much attention. 3 days later, a large and rich land of rivers appeared. This place was hazy with misty rain, but it was a place full of outstanding people. It belonged to the 7-star sacred domain's Jiangnan 8 Tones region, and this sacred domain was adjacent to the 6 sacred domains. It's so beautiful. Yu Manyun looked at the picturesque landscape and suddenly smiled. Once upon a time, she had a dream to be able to walk through the mountains and rivers of the world with her beloved. Today, this dream was half realized. It's very beautiful. Lin Ling also said softly. Outside the 6 sacred domains, the world was huge, and there were countless beautiful scenery and fairyland. Let's go. Chapter 11:21. Clam alligator. In this world, there were many bodies of water. The hazy drizzle from the sky constantly sprinkled down, causing many puddles to appear on the ground. Some of the puddles were connected, forming vast lakes and rivers, and a large number of islands were situated within them. The grass was verdant, and everywhere was green. If one wanted to move forward, one could either fly or walk. Powerful warriors could use the distance between the islands to pass through, while weak warriors could only rely on boats. Moreover, they had to rely on small boats. Because the waterways were complicated, large boats couldn't travel through them. It was the first time that Lin Ling and Meng Yun had come here. Moreover, they were looking for the Fire Ancient clan. To avoid missing anything, they had to travel by boat. It looks pretty from afar. However, there are a lot of swamps up close. On an ancient wooden boat, Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe and a black cloak. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the endless mountains and rivers ahead. Apart from Lin Ling and Meng Yun, there were 3 other people on the boat. They were 2 men and a young lady. The young lady would chat with Yu Munyun from time to time, while the 2 men seemed somewhat arrogant. They wore luxurious embroidered clothes and held jade fans in their hands. They looked like well-educated scholars from Jiangnan. Every saint realm wore different clothes, but they spoke the same language. He seems to be very weak, but he looks like he's passing judgment on everything. Seems like he's the young master of some small family. He's wearing ordinary clothes without any jade ornaments. It seems like his family isn't rich. The woman beside him is not bad. She looks ordinary on the surface, but after talking to her carefully, one can find that she speaks elegantly like a lady from a respectable family. The 2 men whispered. They thought that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, but Lin Ling heard everything. Of course, these 2 people were at the early stage of the Saint realm. Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Big sister Meng Yun, is he your husband? On the boat, the young lady was still chatting with Yu Munyun. She felt that Yu Munyun spoke elegantly, while the young man beside Yu Munyun was somewhat ordinary. The 2 were extremely incompatible. Yes. Yu Munyun looked at Lin Ling's back view and nodded with infatuation. Every woman liked to look at their man's back view. It felt as if they owned that man. There's something I don't know whether I should say or not. The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. Speak, green sleeve. Yu Munyun shook her head indifferently. In the land of water, men are respected by their strength. Unless they have the ability to rule a country, men are like trash. I see that your husband is very ordinary. His appearance is ordinary, and his strength is mediocre. Why would big sis Meng Yun marry him? The girl called Green Sleeve was puzzled. My family once wanted me to marry a man. Although that man was very strong and had a very high status, I didn't like him at all. It was only because my family forced me to marry him that I had no choice. Yu Munyun looked at Lin Ling and smiled sweetly, but my husband saved me in front of everybody's eyes, and took me out of the 9 serenities of hell. From that moment on, I decided that I would marry no one else but him. Her words had a smear of happiness. It was because of the forced marriage in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At that time, Lin Ling killed his way into the imperial city and saved her. Can he? The girl called Green Sleeve obviously didn't believe it, which made Yu Munyun giggle. She didn't explain anything because only she knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Right at this moment, the boat suddenly shook, and there were plenty of bubbles on the surface of the water, which made everyone's expression change. Not good, we encountered a water demon. The boatmen paused for a moment and immediately panicked. They had been sailing for many years and naturally knew that this water region looked beautiful, but there were plenty of hidden dangers. Don't worry. With me, Jiang Yuxuan, around, there is nothing to fear. The 2 youths who were conversing stood up and spoke proudly. Surname Jiang. Are you from the Jiang clan? The boatman was instantly delighted. In this region, the Jiang clan was well known. It was rumored that the people there were like immortals and could fly in the sky. They were the most formidable existence below the Dragon Beach 9 castles. That's right. The two youths nodded indifferently and looked at Lin Ling as though they wanted to see Lin Ling's terrified expression. Lin Ling had been looking at the water region indifferently and had been ignoring them, which made them extremely unhappy. However, they were going to be disappointed. Lin Ling didn't do anything and just looked into the water. Instead, the boatman had a terrified expression and shouted with reverence, "Jiang clan's immortal." To people like them who didn't have any martial strength, the Jiang clan's people were indeed like immortals. That reverence made the two youths secretly satisfied, but Lin Ling didn't show any reverence, which made them a little dissatisfied. Gurgle. At the same time, there were more bubbles on the surface of the water. There was even a massive shadow that appeared at the bottom of the water, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Bang! In the next moment, the water surface burst open, and that massive shadow shot out from the bottom of the water. It was a water demon that looked like a crocodile and was about 5 to 6 meters in size. Most importantly, it actually had a giant shell on its back like a clam's shell. Clam crocodile. Among the two youths, Jiang Yuxuan's eyes narrowed. If it was an ordinary water demon, they wouldn't be afraid at all. However, the clam crocodile was different. It was said that it was a combination of a clam and a crocodile. The scary thing wasn't the crocodile, but the clam. Swoosh! Swoosh! The clam crocodile let out an unpleasant sound, and its demonic green eyes stared at the ancient boat. It moved its four limbs and swam in the air, as though the sky was the bottom of the water. It could swim. Immortal young master, save us! The boatmen were getting more and more panicked. If the clam crocodile got close, they would all die. Jiang Yuxuan's expression changed drastically. It was said that the clam crocodile usually hid at the bottom of the water. It would hide for 100 years at a time, but every time it appeared, it would swallow a large number of creatures. It would be the same this time. They couldn't escape this disaster. Jiang Yuchen, fight! With a roar, Jiang Yuxuan exploded with all his strength. At the same time, he said to Lin Ling and the others, "This is no ordinary water demon. If we don't fight, we will all die." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other person rushed over. Perhaps he thought that other than him, there was no one else here who could stop the water demon. As for Lu Xiu, at this moment, her delicate body was trembling. She seemed to know the legend of the ferocious water demon. Only Yu Manyun was calm. Although the water demon was very strong, she knew that she could deal with it alone, so there was nothing to worry about. Crackle! Powerful martial arts were released. Jiang Yuxuan and the other person fought the clam crocodile head-on, causing the water to explode continuously. The water soared into the sky, and the water blocked everyone's sight. The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. The crocodile seems powerful, but in fact, the clam is its master. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped on the ancient boat and shot forward. Previously, he was curious about what a water demon was, but now, he knew a little about it, so he attacked. Endless water vapor exploded in front of him like a heavy downpour. When the rain fell, Lin Ling's body shot forward like an arrow. He punched out. It seemed ordinary, but it suppressed a terrifying power. Chapter 1122. Someone from the House of Yi Boom. As the three of them attacked, the clam crocodile swayed violently in midair. Especially in the clam crocodile, one of its eyes looked at Lin Ling with panic. Obviously, it knew that the most terrifying of the three was the ordinary youth. Unfortunately, it knew too late. Lin Ling's fist energy immediately shattered the clam shell into pieces. Two pearls shot out, and Lin Ling grabbed one of them and looked at it curiously. After the clam died, the crocodile seemed to have lost some of its vitality. It suddenly fell down, and with a loud bang, water splashed everywhere. Then, it lay on the water surface, motionless. Brother, your Jianghe guiding fan is getting stronger and stronger. Even the clam crocodile was killed by you. Your strength has also improved. Not bad, us brothers have killed the legendary clam crocodile. Even Jiang Yuxuan himself was surprised when he saw the clam crocodile on the surface of the water. Then, the two brothers stepped on the water and proudly walked back to the ancient ship. On the ancient ship, other than Yu Manyun, everyone looked at them in awe. Clam crocodile, the legendary water demon, was actually killed by the two sons of immortals. So powerful. Soon after, everyone praised him endlessly, causing Jiang Yuxuan to nod indifferently, appearing even more elegant. Meanwhile, his gaze would occasionally look towards Lu Xiu and Yu Manyun, and he discovered that Lu Xiu was also extremely worshipping him, which immediately made him feel even more proud. Yu Manyun didn't pay any attention to the two of them. Instead, she watched as Lin Ling walked over from afar. She knew that the water demon was killed by Lin Ling. The two of them were too weak. Instead, they thought that they were the ones who killed the water demon and were feeling proud and complacent. You took credit for our efforts. Hand over the bead. After Lin Ling returned to the ancient ship, Jiang Yuxuan looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He knew that the water demon had two priceless pearls, but one of them was already taken by Lin Ling. This brat really knew how to take advantage of others. He didn't even need to put in much effort to kill the water demon, but he could snatch the treasures very quickly. I seem to have contributed before too. Lin Ling was astonished as soon as he landed on the ancient ship. What could you possibly have done? When the aquatic beasts appeared, us two brothers were like dragons amongst men. We joined forces to kill the beasts while we were trying to save you. Don't you feel ashamed to say that you helped us? The other young man, Jiang Yuchen, said disdainfully. Young master, you'd better hand over the treasure. What you're doing is truly unsightly. A few boatmen also grumbled about Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling was too greedy. Lin Ling was stunned once again. Although this pearl was precious, it couldn't compare to the treasures he had. Most importantly, not only did he kill the water demon, the two brothers not only tried to steal the credit, they even tried to slander him. I don't care if I take the pearl or not. But are you sure you killed the aquatic demon yourself? Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuchen laughed disdainfully. If it wasn't us, could it be a weakling like you? On the path of martial arts, besides strength, courage are also indispensable. When the aquatic demon appeared, you were already scared out of your wits. If it weren't for us leading the charge, you wouldn't have dared to fight. As soon as these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ling was indeed a coward. TSK, impressive. Even the legendary clam crocodile was killed by you too. It is said that the clam crocodile's pearl is extremely precious. Did you two get it too? At this moment, a large number of reeds in front of them were cut down. On the waterway, a gigantic steel ship was treading on the waves. The ship was huge, and there were steel blades all around it. They were incomparably sharp. Wherever it passed, all the water grass and even the rocks were cut in half. On the steel ship, a young man in black robes appeared. He was somewhat handsome, but his face was too pale, which gave him a feminine beauty. Moreover, the light in his eyes was too scattered. It was obvious that he had been drinking too much. His black robes were a little different. There were many stars embroidered on the surface. Behind him, there were a few men with cold smiles on their faces. Who are you? It's your turn to speak when the Jiang family is doing things. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuchen immediately looked over. The other party was arrogant. He wanted to snatch their pearl as soon as he arrived. Jiang family? No wonder you are so confident. But you better hand over the clam crocodile's treasure. Otherwise, your Jiang family will be wiped out. The black-robed young man's voice was soft, but it was filled with a strong sense of dominance. Moreover, his eyes kept looking at Lu Xiu and Yu Manyun. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuchen's eyes narrowed. Normally, when they reported their family, ordinary people would give them face. However, this time, not only was the other party not afraid, he even threatened to wipe them out. Brother, starlight robes. At this moment, Jiang Yuchen seemed to have thought of something and could not help but remind him. Jiang Yuxian reacted. Are you from the Dragon Beach 9 forts? In this vast land of water, there was an ancient force that surpassed their family. This was the Dragon Beach 9 forts. There were even rumors that these people from the 9 forts were not local martial artists. Instead, they came from the distant stars. They claimed to have the celestial bloodline and were the descendants of God. You're not stupid. The black-robed young man smiled. Currently, the Dragon Beach 9 forts have united with the local families to fight against the outsiders. Your Jiang family is also part of this. This means that you are also under the Yi family's jurisdiction. Yes. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuchen panicked and handed over the clam pearls in their hands. The woman behind you wants it too. However, the black-robed young man did not give up. He pointed calmly in front of him. This made Lu Xiu's pretty face turn pale. The people from the Yi clan were the most overbearing. She actually met them today. No problem. Yes. However, to Lu Xiu's surprise, Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuxian immediately agreed as if she was a commodity. Previously, Jiang Yuxian had said that he was extraordinarily courageous, but now, it was all a joke. His submissive manner was disgusting. Young Master Yi, this kid also got a clam pearl. Jiang Yuxian said as if he was taking credit. He then looked at Lin Ling. Hand over the clam pearl. Don't make the Yi clan unhappy. Also, hand over your wife. I'm thinking of your life. Fine. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him at all. He was thinking about the black-robed young man's words. Currently, the Dragon Beach 9 forts had united with the local families to fight against the outsiders. Who was this outsider? Could it be them? This was very likely because the people from the Rainforest Holy Land were not weak. After coming here, they would definitely make the local martial artists unhappy, so they gathered people from other forces to fight against them. Did I make you hesitate? If you don't hand it over in 3 breaths, you'll die. Fine. The black-robed young man was still standing at the front of the boat. Obviously, he would give some face to the Jiang family. He could not be bothered to talk to anyone else. Still not handing it over? Do you want to die? Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuxian saw Lin Ling's hesitation and could not help but sneer. This was a matter of life and death, and this kid was still hesitating. 1. The black-robed young man began to count. Lin Ling looked at the black-robed young man calmly. He wanted to know the whereabouts of the Fire Ancient clan and the others. Wait, I can give you my clam pearl, but I want to ask, who are these outsiders? Are you negotiating with the Yi clan? Chapter 1123. Selfishness. I'm not talking about conditions, but an equivalent exchange. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed on the black-clothed youth. Hee, an equivalent exchange. Does that include your wife? The black-clothed youth found it very funny. This person wanted to negotiate terms with him? He waved his hand. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Kill him. The people behind him sneered and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. You'd better think it through. Otherwise, not only will you not get the treasure, you'll also lose your life. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Although the clam pearl was precious, he didn't value it very much. Therefore, it was fair to use the clam pearl to exchange for information. However, who would have known that the other party had a powerful background? Not only did he not want to exchange information, he even wanted to kill him. Have you thought it through? The black-clothed youth laughed sinisterly. You're not even worthy of my consideration. Die! Several figures leaped up from the ship and struck out with their fists and palms, causing the air to explode. Their momentum was extremely powerful. That's amazing. As expected of someone from the House of Yi. Jiang Yuxuan and Jiang Yuxuan were secretly shocked. Even an ordinary protector was so powerful. It was no wonder that the Yi clan could summon so many heroes. Sister Meng Yun, your husband. Lu Xiu tugged at Yu Munyun anxiously. She also knew about this matter. Previously, Jiang Yuxuan's brother said that he was very powerful, but in fact, he was as timid as a mouse. On the contrary, Yu Munyun's husband was not afraid of a strong enemy. Yu Munyun smiled and didn't say anything. In her eyes, the four figures had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the strong wind. Their fists and palms were locked onto Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. However, what surprised everyone the most was that Lin Ling didn't move at all. He didn't even show any signs of defense. A piece of trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother laughed even harder, thinking that Lin Ling was too weak and couldn't react in time. Boom! Several powerful attacks landed on Lin Ling's body, and the ancient ship started to sway. The smiles on the Jiang brothers' faces quickly stiffened. In their eyes, Lin Ling was still as immovable as a mountain. It was as if his feet were connected to the ancient ship. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't even blink. He was still as calm as ever. He was completely unharmed. Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. One must know that with so many people attacking together, even a first-stage transcendent wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet, Lin Ling was fine. How is this possible? The four men's faces changed dramatically. They were young Master Ye's bodyguards, so their strength was naturally not weak. Therefore, they could not believe what was happening in front of them. Two of them suddenly clenched their teeth and released even more powerful martial arts. Their fists carried a vigorous aura as they once again blasted out. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling was still as motionless as a mountain. On the contrary, the fists of the two men were in severe pain, as if they had struck a giant steel mountain. Can't you just talk nicely? Do you have to fight? Lin Ling said softly. His eyes were still calm, but the four men's eyes narrowed. At this moment, they were a little flustered. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "We were reckless just now. Please forgive us. Give the clam pearl to young master and we'll mind our own business." The four of them were thinking of retreating. Mind our own business? Lin Ling took a step forward. The 400,000 mini-worlds in his body erupted as he punched out. Bang, bang, bang. Four beautiful flowers of blood exploded in midair. It was a shocking sight, and the people on the ancient ship were left with their mouths agape. He had defeated four of the Yi clan's powerhouses in one move. This young man is even more powerful. He might have killed the clam crocodile just now. The few boatmen were shocked because the facts before their eyes were enough to prove everything. He's dead. On the giant steel ship, the young man in black's eyes were wide open. It seemed that he was still in a daze. After all, Lin Ling's aura seemed ordinary, but his strength was beyond his imagination. I gave you the clam pearl, but you didn't want it. You just had to die. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Ling shot forward like an arrow, causing the young man in black to retreat. He shouted, "What are you doing? I'm going to kill you." A cold and emotionless voice drifted into the young man's ears. His face turned pale in an instant. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Unfortunately, could he escape? Lin Ling threw out a punch. He did not need to learn any powerful martial arts. His strength alone was enough to destroy everything. Boom! The young man in black was reduced to dust. Even the giant steel ship was destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. After that, Lin Ling calmly floated back. That's amazing. Everyone on the ancient ship looked at Lin Ling in awe, especially the boatmen. Their reverence was mixed with fear. They had just said that Lin Ling was greedy and as timid as a mouse. Now, it seemed that this young man was the hidden expert. Big sister Meng Yun, he's your husband. Lu Xiao covered her mouth with her small hand. It was as if she had just met Lin Ling for the first time. She was so shocked that she did not know what to say. It's over, it's over. The Yi clan's people died here. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. However, they did not know how strong Lin Ling was because Lin Ling had used his physical strength and not spiritual energy. Therefore, they could not understand. The 9 castles of the Dragon Beach are the kings of these waters. If their people die here, our Jiang family will also be implicated. Jiang Yuxuan immediately looked at Lin Ling and complained, "Why did you kill him? You could have just punished him a little. Why did you have to kill him?" "Yeah, if you kill him, we'll be implicated." Jiang Yuchen also complained. These people are so selfish. The eyes of the boatman, Lu Xiao, and the others flickered. Previously, when those people wanted to kill Lin Ling naturally retaliated. However, after killing them, Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were worried that they would be implicated, so they blamed Lin Ling. The two of them had been thinking about their own situation. He killed me. Can't I kill him? Lin Ling looked at the Jiang Yuxuan brothers calmly, feeling a little amused. I don't care. You're the one who caused this trouble. You have to solve it yourself. If the Yi clan comes looking for you, you must say that it has nothing to do with the Jiang clan. That's right. It's best if you go to the Yi clan and say it yourself and immediately. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother said one after another. They were extremely nervous. It was obvious that the Dragon Beach 9 fort's reputation made them extremely afraid. What if I don't go? Lin Ling said calmly. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were still anxious. When they heard that, they were instantly enraged. Both of them glared at Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, the anger on their faces froze. They just remembered Lin Ling's strength. You better go and explain. Don't implicate us. Jiang Yuxuan did not dare to be too overbearing. His tone carried a hint of negotiation. Originally, it was your business. However, in order to claim credit, you revealed the clam pearl in my possession. You've won the favor of that young Master Yi, but I was pushed into the limelight by you. Now that young Master Yi is dead, you want me to apologize and at the same time prove that you're innocent? Lin Ling asked indifferently. His words left the Jiang Yuxuan brothers speechless. Only now did they realize that although they were afraid of the Dragon Beach 9 forts, they should be more afraid of this young man. It seems that you've seen the situation clearly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chapter 1124. The Man Who Found the Rainforest, Little Brother. Jiang Yuxuan's eyes were wide open. His younger brother had died in front of him just like that. However, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent to the extreme. Human nature is selfish. I knew this a long time ago. But I didn't expect you to be even more selfish than the average person. Boom! He struck out with his palm again, slamming Jiang Yuxuan into the water. Jiang Yuxuan's internal organs were crushed by the force, and he died as well. Everyone on the ancient boat sighed in their hearts, but they did not sympathize with them. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were shameless. It was obvious that Lin Ling was the one who killed the aquatic demon, but they wanted to take credit for it. When the people from the House of Yi arrived, they even used Lin Ling to claim credit. They were even more afraid of being implicated by Lin Ling after the incident, so they wanted Lin Ling to apologize himself. People like these were useless even if they survived. Elder, may I ask if there are any outsiders in this water region? Lin Ling turned around and looked at the boatman, revealing a smile. It was completely different from his previous cold demeanor. Perhaps this smile affected the boatmen, causing them to relax. Although this young man's strength was terrifying, at least he was not arrogant and was easy to talk to. That's right. A few months ago, a large group of outsiders came and built a mountain fortress on Dragon Feather Island. The boatman had been sailing all year round, so he naturally knew about it. Yu Munyun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly asked for directions. Go straight southeast from here. After you reach Elephant Trunk Mountain, go straight south and you'll see it. That mountain fortress is very big. There's a flag there that seems to read Rainforest. The boatman recalled, which made Lin Ling feel joy in his heart. This boatman should be someone from the Rainforest Holy Land. He asked, what is the Dragon Beach 9 Castles? That's the local tyrant we're talking about. It's said that he's the descendant of the star-plucking god, and has been here for over 1,000 years. A few months ago, a group of ghastly people came and gathered the people of the 9 castles for a meeting. After that, the 9 castles of Dragon Beach began to target those outsiders. Ghastly? Lin Ling frowned. His first thought was that it was the Thousand-Era Ghost Sect. But this was not impossible. The Ghost King was adept at tracking. He must have found the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. That was why he sent the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles. Thank you. Here are some spirit crystals. You should leave immediately. If anyone asks, just say that they were killed by outsiders. Lin Ling gave some spirit crystals and then left with Yu Munyun. The boatman on the ancient ship kowtowed. As for Lu Xiao, she looked at Yu Munyun with excitement. This time, she knew that Lin Ling was worthy of Yu Munyun. Moreover, he was absolutely worthy. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying across the sky with Yu Munyun. Along the way, Yu Munyun thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Lin Ling, do you think the descendant of the star-plucking god is related to the star-plucking god? Star-plucking Violet Mansion. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He also felt that there was a secret between them. The star-plucking Purple Mansion was said to be the kingdom of the star-plucking god. However, everyone left after that place was destroyed. The people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles arrived 1,000 years ago and claimed to be the descendant of the star-plucking god. This meant that the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles might be related to the star-plucking Purple Mansion. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Mengyun, you said that I'm your husband? Holding Yu Munyun's hand, Lin Ling suddenly asked with a smile. Yu Munyun's charming face instantly turned red. Previously, she said that Lin Ling was her husband in front of Lu Xiao. However, in reality, she and Lin Ling were only lovers. Moreover, she said it very softly. Who knew that Lin Ling had heard it? Don't worry. When everyone settles down, I promise you that I will openly marry you. Lin Ling took a step forward and held Yu Munyun's slim waist. Yu Munyun's charming face turned red as she leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder. The two of them were like a celestial couple as they followed the direction pointed by the boatman. After a long time, a huge mountain fortress began to appear in front of them. In that picturesque mist, the mountain fortress was located on a huge island. It was surrounded by scattered small islands. Sailboats were like leaves as they weaved through the islands. From time to time, there would be powerful cultivators flying in the sky. The most dazzling thing was a flag that was erected in the middle of the island. There were 2 large words embroidered on the flag, Rainforest. We're here. Lin Ling and Yu Munyun were excited. Had they finally found it? Then, the two of them realized that this place was very big. The islands were connected and there were houses. The largest island was like a city. A large number of people were busy, and the stronger people were responsible for patrolling and guarding. Everything was in order. Lin Ling secretly nodded. It was indeed very good that they could develop like this in such a short period of time. At this moment, 1,000 miles in front of the island, there were several large ships docked there. Two groups of people were facing each other. People from the Lu family army, don't go too far. Right now, our people from the rainforest are talking to your boss, but you brought people into our territory. What is the meaning of this? On one of the ships, several young men looked coldly in front of them. There were 5 ships there. The ships were made of pitch-black rocks and looked majestic. On the ship was a middle-aged man. He was wearing white armor and sitting on a master's chair, drinking wine and looking at everyone. People from the rainforest are talking to our Lu family army, but there is no result yet. That is why we have to do what we always do, the middle-aged man in white armor blandly said. According to the rules, this place belonged to the rainforest. They couldn't get close to it. However, this place used to be a wasteland. There were a lot of aquatic monsters here. People from the rainforest sacrificed their lives for this peaceful place. After the aquatic monsters died, there were a lot of treasures under the water and on the islands. That was why people from the Lu family army often came here to take advantage of them. What do you want then? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. On the ship, a young man blandly shouted. He was carrying a sword on his back and his face was extremely cold. Little bastard. You have a father, but don't you have a mother to teach you? Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will kill you right here. I think if you die, you people from the rainforest won't dare to offend the Lu family army for revenge. The middle-aged man coldly shouted. Many people on the young man's side gritted their teeth. Yi Xiao, let him in. At this moment, a lot of people were flying over from afar. The young man on the ship nodded reluctantly. He was from the fire army. It was Long Xiaochen and the others. At this moment, Long Xiaochen and the others were walking over from afar. Their faces looked awful. However, the 4 clan chiefs and the Holy King had told them that the rainforest people were negotiating a peace treaty with the Lu family army, so they had to bear with it for now. Humph, outsiders, you're as timid as mice. Little ones, go in. On the big black ship, the middle-aged man stood up and waved his hand. They were here for the golden reeds, which were rare treasures. They used to be guarded by the 6 giant flood dragons. However, the 6 giant flood dragons were killed by the rainforest people. That was why they dared to share the loot. Of course, they were so bold because they had something to rely on. The rainforest people had offended the 9 forts of the Dragon Beach. They didn't want to make too many enemies, so they had to bear with the Lu family army. Chapter 1125. The men of the Lu army, let's bear with it for now. After the Holy King and the others have finished their discussion, these ugly people shouldn't come to us anymore. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others all tried to persuade him. For the sake of the big picture, they had to endure. Behind them were many members of the Flame Legion. Their eyes were hazy. In the past, they had followed Lin Ling to conquer the world. If gods stood in their way, they would kill gods. If Buddha stood in their way, they would destroy Buddha. But today, they had to endure such humiliation. Sir, I wonder when he will return. Someone said softly. They were all looking forward to the return of the flag. That's right. If Master comes back, they definitely won't dare to be arrogant. Yi Xiao was looking forward to it too. If his master was there, the people of the sacred land of the rainforest wouldn't be bullied. Don't dare to be arrogant. Is your master that great? At the moment, the black ship stopped. The middle-aged man seemed to have heard what Yi Xiao said, so he frowned and looked at Yi Xiao, I forgot to tell you. I didn't see you kneel down. Don't go too far. Long Xiaochen and the others all shouted angrily. They asked Yi Xiao to collect the treasures, yet Yi Xiao actually asked him to kneel down. You have no right to bargain. The middle-aged man wasn't afraid in the slightest as he smiled indifferently. I want to see how amazing his master is, so unless he kneels down, the Lu family army won't let you off. Kneel down and see what your master has to say. On the other black ships, the people of the Lu family army also shouted coldly. You! On Long Xiaochen's side, everyone clenched their fists. They were on the verge of attacking, but they were still a little wary of Lu Jiejun's Black Dragon ship. The Black Dragon ship was extremely powerful. Other than the Holy King and the human Matrix Fire Demon, even the 4 clan leaders would find it difficult to resist. If you don't kneel within 3 breaths, then everyone will have to kneel. Seeing that everyone was angry but didn't dare to speak, the people from the Lu family army sneered. Right now, the lords were discussing the peace treaty, and if the discussion was successful, they wouldn't be able to get close to this place. So if they didn't humiliate the other party now, when would they? I will kneel. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't let the people in the rainforest get hurt because of his anger. Yi Xiao. Everybody looked at Yi Xiao with anger in their hearts. Kneel. While the Lu family army's people became even more complacent and laughed loudly. Asking my disciple to kneel? You've got guts. However, at that moment, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. Although that voice was calm, it was extremely cold. This voice is so familiar. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. They suddenly turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky, a young man in a blue and white robe was slowly walking over with a woman. Moreover, in midair, the aura became illusory and turned into a figure that everyone was incomparably familiar with. Lin Ling. Long Xiaochen and the others widened their eyes as an indescribable excitement welled up within them. Lin Ling. Everyone in the rainforest's holy land trembled violently, and the sound spread further and further. Many people on the nearby islands, even the largest island, heard it. They all looked at the sky in the distance. The figure that was like a shooting star was still as arrogant as ever. He had led them to fight against a powerful enemy in the past. It was him. He had returned. Master! Yi Xiao couldn't help shouting excitedly. Just like the others, they didn't know Lin Ling was back so soon. He's back. On the largest island, the people of the Fire Ancient clan rushed out and stood on the edge of the island, looking into the distance. Among them, Ancestor Tai Yan's eyes were hazy with tears. As for Emo Nianchen and the other desolate race people, their eyes were wet with excitement. Who is this person? The Lu family army's people were extremely surprised. They noticed that after the appearance of the 2 people, the entire rainforest's people's emotions had changed. At the beginning, they had kept a low profile and were instead in high spirits. Could that young man be the true master of the rainforest? Lord, look at that woman. She's so beautiful. Beside the middle-aged man, one of them smiled. He didn't care who the other party was. After all, the rainforest's people didn't dare to provoke the Lu family army. Shoo! A dazzling sword light came from the horizon, leaving a sword mark on the neck of the person who spoke. After that, he pointed to the sky and fell into the water without saying a word. Didn't dare to provoke the Lu family army? What a joke! You dare to be so arrogant in my hometown? You must be tired of living. In the sky, Lin Ling and Yu Munyun finally walked over. Their black robes and indifferent faces made the middle-aged man's pupils constrict. He never expected that they would dare to kill the Lu family army's people. This would cause the 2 factions to fight. This must be your first time here. You don't know who we are. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and quickly became confident. The other party did not know anything, so it was no wonder they were so fearless. Shoo! Another sword beam slashed over and another person beside him died. Who are you? Lin Ling waved his tyrannical song and tilted his head as he asked indifferently. We are from the Lu family army. The middle-aged man roared angrily. This time, he wanted the other party to be afraid. Shoo! Another sword strike and another person died. Afraid? He was overthinking things. I don't know you. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It made the people from the rainforest's sacred land seethe with fighting spirit. They did not dare to make a move because they were afraid of affecting the overall situation. However, Lin Ling dared to make a move. He was still as arrogant as ever. Crazy. The middle-aged man trembled as he watched his people die. He pointed at the other people from the rainforest's sacred land and said, "Tell him who we are and what the consequences of killing the Lu family army's people are." However, everyone sneered and did not say anything. It was as if they were no longer afraid of the Lu family army. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. Who was that handsome young man? Why didn't the others blame him for killing the Lu family army's people? Instead, they supported him. Was this really the hidden king of the rainforest? But he was too young. You want my disciple to kneel? Lin Ling slowly took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. With a boom, the black ship beside the middle-aged man turned into dust and everyone died. Such powerful strength. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. The black iron ship's defense was strong and could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit Realm demonic beast. However, the other party easily destroyed the ship. Which army are you from? I am not interested, but I know that you are bullying my people. Whoever bullies my people in front of me, no matter who you are, you must die. Boom! Lin Ling slashed out again and several black iron ships exploded. In a few breaths' time, only the middle-aged man was left. At this moment, he was finally afraid. The other party seemed to be fearless and did not fear the Lu family army at all. He was not even afraid of causing a disaster. It would be strange if he was not afraid of such a ruthless person. Bang! Lin Ling landed on the middle-aged man's ship and slowly walked forward. He stopped in front of the middle-aged man and looked at him indifferently. How terrifying! The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he met Lin Ling's eyes. From the eyes of the handsome young man in front of him, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This young man was younger than him, but his experience and knowledge far surpassed him. The middle-aged man wanted to take a step back, but he did not dare to. Chapter 11:26. Negotiation, are you threatening me? Lin Ling chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. I'm only stating the situation. I wouldn't dare threaten you. Huh. Seeing the middle-aged man's disgraced appearance, Long Xiaochen and the others all laughed, feeling extremely refreshed in their hearts. After coming to these waters, they had been patiently enduring. Only at this moment could they hold their heads high. And the reason for this was that their king had returned. Kneel down and kowtow to everyone, and kowtow one by one. If you miss even one, your life will remain here. Lin Ling chuckled. His words caused the middle-aged man's complexion to change. There were over 1 million people in the rainforest, and he wanted to kowtow one by one. If you don't kowtow, then you will die. Lin Ling turned and left. At the same time, he pointed a finger. A massive amount of spiritual energy shot towards the black ship, causing it to instantly explode. The middle-aged man fell into the water, but his face was filled with fear. If he didn't kowtow, then he would die, and this was not a joke. Master, I will supervise him. However, what made the middle-aged man even angrier was that the youth from before had personally come to supervise him. Then, he looked up at the handsome youth that was walking away step by step. He discovered that the entire rainforest was filled with cheers. This caused him to be even more shocked. Sure enough, the true leader of these outsiders had returned. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading Yu Munyun towards the largest island. After landing, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were already running over, all of them excited. Grandfather, mother. Grandfather. Lin Ling was also excited. He had finally found this place. Lin Ling has returned. We won't be bullied anymore. As for the surrounding small islands, they were densely packed with people, all of them excited. Besides the people of the Fire Ancient clan, there were also people from the Seven Profound Martial House and the former main city. As for the people of the other holy lands, they weren't here. This was because they had also found a paradise in other places, waiting for their respective holy lands' guardian gods to return. What is the situation here? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling asked. The Extreme Flame Ancestor and the others slowly explained. Indeed, they were outsiders, which was why they were a thorn in their side. Moreover, cultivation resources were everything in this world, and the water domain had vast resources. After they cleared this place and killed the water demons, others naturally set their sights on this place. As time went by, battles broke out, and in a few months, more than 100,000 people had died. The 9 castles of Dragon Beach were the worst of them all. No matter who they sent for a discussion, they were all killed. Even if they gave them treasures, it was useless. The other party snatched the treasures and even killed people. It was obvious that they were against the people of the rainforest. Moreover, they were killing them slowly, nibbling away at them step by step. It was as if they wanted the people of the rainforest to live in hell. When the other smaller forces saw the situation, they naturally took advantage of the situation. For example, the Lu family army from before was one of them. They knew that the people of Rainforest had to deal with the Dragon Beach 9 castles, so they became unscrupulous. Too much. Lin Ling's face turned cold. This world was so heartless. If you were weak, others would bully you. Even if the people of Rainforest did not provoke others, others would provoke them. Dragon Beach 9 castles, they are so unreasonable. I'm afraid there is someone behind them supporting them. Lin Ling thought of the boatman's words, so he guessed that the people behind the Dragon Beach 9 castles were from the Thousand Generations Ghost sect. The 3rd generation Ghost King did not want to let them go. Lin Ling, what do you plan to do? Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a legend in their hearts. He had created countless miracles. He was their king. In this chaotic world, if you want to protect yourself, sometimes forbearance is useless. You can only use violence to curb violence, and kill to stop killing. Lin Ling looked at the crowd, his voice decisive. Everyone was excited and nodded heavily. They did not dare to resist before because they lacked a banner and a backbone. But now that Lin Ling had returned, Lin Ling would definitely protect them. Where is the Lu family army? Let's deal with them first. Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and said. He then learned that the Holy King and the 4 family leaders were discussing a peace treaty with the Lu family army. Peace treaty? The Lu family army only dares to be so arrogant because they have the Dragon Beach 9 castles. But since they dare to loot a burning house, then we will destroy them. Peace, who wants peace with them? Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand, and everyone in the Flame Corps strode out. Long Xiaochen and the others hurriedly sailed the ship. Lin Ling boarded the ship and swam towards the Lu family army. Yu Munyun stayed behind to accompany Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. She knew that Lin Ling would be able to deal with everything. Rumble. There were a total of 5 ships, and everyone on the ships felt proud and elated. Lin Ling took out a large number of treasures to increase the strength of the Flame Corps. At this moment, the Bay of Reeds was also filled with ships and islands. This was where the Lu family army was located. On the largest island, the 4 family leaders and the Holy King were sitting quietly. They were sitting on a cliff, and as far as the eye could see, the beautiful scenery of the water could be seen. However, they were not in the mood to enjoy the view. Instead, they were looking at the front where several figures were sitting indifferently. In front of them was a table made of crocodile bones. From time to time, someone would bring wine and food to the table. "Hee, you are guests from afar, so how about we discuss matters after we eat?" An old man with a purple beard said indifferently. He was burly and sat there like a small mountain. He was the master of the Lu family army, Lu Feihu. This person was powerful, having reached the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm, comparable to the Holy King of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Next to him sat a middle-aged man who looked like a strategist. This man was called Lu Xuantian. He had a pointy mouth and an ape-like chin. Although he looked thin and weak, he was not weak. He was at the 1st layer of the transcendent realm, comparable to Old Mother Lu and the others. He was slightly stronger than the 4 family leaders. After all, the 4 family leaders were only at the pseudo-mortal realm. "Hee, you are outsiders and have different tastes, so you probably don't like our food, right? Then we won't force you." "Alright." Before the 4 family leaders could speak, Lu Xuantian spoke first. Then, Lu Feihu laughed heartily, "Then let's talk after we finish eating." "Alright." "Bastard." "Alright." The 4 clan leaders all silently cursed. The other party was too rude. They came here to discuss matters, yet the other party didn't even invite them to a meal or a drink. Instead, they were left hanging, making them wait bitterly. Was this the attitude of a discussion? They were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. A show of strength. They were obviously trying to show their strength to the people of the rainforest. They wanted to suppress the momentum of the discussion so that they could extort more things. "You outsiders are not weak, but you still can't compare to our Lu family army." Lu Xuantian drank his wine and said indifferently. Chapter 11:27. Black Dragon Ship. Alright, let's not talk about the strength of the 2 sides. Since you guys have come with sincerity, the Lu family army, will give you face. Lu Xuantian said again, his attitude even more arrogant. "Our great master means that we, the Lu family army, will not participate in your business." "Yes." With that, he waved his right hand and a piece of paper floated over and landed in the hands of the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. After he read it carefully, his face instantly became angry. 100,000 years old pearls, 99,999,000 high-grade spirit crystals, 10 black dragon ships, and so on. These terms are too unfair. Yes. The 4 clan leaders also looked at the paper and their faces were filled with anger. 100,000 years old pearls, and those pearls were at the bottom of the water. This meant that the people of the rainforest had to go underwater every day to find the pearls, and the bottom of the water was the most dangerous place. Who knew how many people would die there? No wonder the Lu family army was willing to compromise. It turned out that they wanted hard labor. As for the spirit crystals, it was an astronomical number. Was this a negotiation? This was simply treating the people of the rainforest as slaves. I forgot to mention one thing. That is, you can't have too many people break through to the Holy Spirit realm. After all, we are peaceful and friendly. If your people continue to increase their strength, it will affect the friendship between our 2 factions and also threaten us. Therefore, you can only have 3 people break through to the Holy Spirit realm every month. The others can't cultivate. Yes. Lu Feihu, who had been eating and drinking, also spoke, but his conditions were even more harsh. Obviously, He didn't want the people of the rainforest to become strong, but he wanted to enslave them forever. This is too much. Yes. The Holy King finally couldn't help but say. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. I am thinking for the sake of peace. Don't misunderstand me. Lu Feihu said indifferently. Despicable, extremely despicable. Not only did they want to enslave the people of the rainforest, they even said that they had the heart to harm others. As long as you agree, from today onwards, I won't let you go to your territory. Lu Xuantian also spoke. The faces of the Holy King and the 4 clan leaders turned unsightly. They were hesitating. If they agreed, their lives would be difficult and they would be enslaved forever. But if they didn't agree, the Lu family army wouldn't give them time, and would continue to attack them. The situation was clearly unfavorable. The 5 of them continued to discuss. Finally, the Holy King raised his head. He had already agreed in his heart. After all, they needed time to grow. So if they provoked the Lu family army, the other party wouldn't give them any time at all. Are you dogs? So many conditions. Right at this moment, a thunderous voice resounded from the distance. Several large ships arrived in a grand and imposing manner. They were like numerous water dragons, and the flags on the ships were extremely dazzling. They were the members of the Flame Corps. Are they your people? How rude! Since when was it their turn to speak? Kill them all! Lu Xuantian coldly shouted. At the same time, a large number of boats swam out from the reeds like sharks. Keep in mind that in the water world, boats were also a part of the battle force unless one's strength reached the heavens. Where did this dog come from? However, on the several large ships, a young man coldly shouted and slashed out with the giant sword in his hand. Rumble! The waves exploded. The sword seemed to divide life and death, and all the boats were split in half. There were countless casualties. How dare you! At this moment, Lu Feihu also stopped eating and his eyes turned cold. Didn't you want to discuss? I'm here to discuss on behalf of the rainforest. Those who stop me will be killed. The cold voice floated from the distance and caused the water to ripple. The Holy King and the 4 clan leaders' eyes narrowed. At this moment, they finally saw the person clearly. It was Lin Ling. Rain Master, your grandson is finally back. Feng Bo couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Rain Master Mo Ping was also extremely excited. In the past, he was a person of virtue and prestige in the Rainforest Holy Land. However, after coming to this foreign land, he found that there were even more experts here. He was just an ordinary warrior, but his grandson surpassed him. He was like the strongest pillar that supported all of them. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that he was old. Lu Feihu, that young man is the king of our Rainforest Holy Land. He will discuss with you. The Holy King also smiled and gave up his authority. Lu Feihu and Feng Bo frowned. They were very familiar with the people of the rainforest, but they had never seen that young man before. What surprised them the most was that the Holy King and the other experts gave up their authority to that young man. He's so young, is he qualified? Lu Feihu coldly said. However, as soon as his words fell, a sword slashed down from the distance. With a loud boom, several islands were split in half. Qualified? Cold. At the same time, a cold voice floated out, causing Lu Feihu and the others to narrow their eyes. Just from that slash, they knew that the handsome young man's strength was definitely at the first realm of the transcendent realm. Xiao! At the same time, the large ship in front of them stopped and a figure shot out like a meteor. He slowly walked in the air. His speed wasn't fast, but he was steady and powerful. Every step he took caused ripples in the air. His jet black hair danced in the wind, making him look like a king who had returned. That kind of expression shocked the world. The Holy King and the 4 patriarchs laughed. That little guy had grown up, he was the real pillar of the rainforest Holy Land. On the other hand, the people of the Lu family army had ugly expressions on their faces. They noticed that the young man didn't quickly walk in front of Lu Feihu. Instead, he walked forward slowly, intimidating everyone. Paw! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally landed on the island. He slowly walked towards Lu Feihu and calmly sat down. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank from it. I'm here. What do you want to discuss? A calm voice floated out, but it carried an irresistible majesty. At this moment, Lu Feihu and Feng Bo didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Speak, we rainforest people are the easiest to talk to. Why are you so nervous? On the contrary, Lin Ling acted like he was talking to a friend. He drank and laughed. Lu Feihu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Xuantian. Lu Xuantian was indeed a strategist. He quickly regained his composure. He smiled faintly and said, "Young hero, you're indeed a young hero. However, it's even better that you represent the rainforest people. The treaty that we discussed before is here." He took out the paper from before and waved his hand at the same time. Woo woo woo. At this moment, in the distant waters, a strange sound rang out. The water rippled and dozens of giant black ships swam out from the reeds. These ships were as big as mountains and the head of a black dragon was carved on the bow. They were covered in black armor and looked extremely majestic. Boom! Chapter 1128. Submission, Spiritual Weapon. Lin Ling was still drinking, but he was certain that those ships were high-grade spiritual weapons with terrifying power. A single ship could withstand the attack of a first-realm transcendent expert. Of course, the more powerful the ship was, the more energy it consumed. In addition, it needed many people to control it and it couldn't leave the water. That was why it was called a high-grade spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it would be a half-step saint weapon. Young hero, what do you think? Lu Xuantian also picked up his wine cup and asked meaningfully. Obviously, he wanted to show off the Lu family army's strength to make Lin Ling wary. Only then would Lin Ling make the best choice. Black Dragon Ship. The 4 patriarchs narrowed their eyes. They were wary of the Lu family army mainly because of the Black Dragon Ship. What is that? It's so noisy. Little Flame, go and quiet them down. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. He waved his hand and a flame shot out, turning into a giant red ape in the air. This ape was obviously bigger than the one in the sea-calming heavenly palace. Its red hair reached the ground, just like the Yiksha king. Roar! The crimson ape smashed into the water from midair. Its violent and furious aura was revealed. It seemed huge, but its speed was as fast as lightning. Like a giant, it appeared in front of the Black Dragon ship. Its huge fist smashed down, and with a bang, the Black Dragon ship disintegrated into pieces. Boom boom boom. Then, the red ape let out a terrifying roar. Flames surged and the huge Black Dragon ship exploded. A large number of people died and the water was dyed red with blood. How terrifying! On the islands, the Lu family army's people were trembling. One must know that the Black Dragon ship could even kill a first-realm transcendent expert, but it couldn't stop the giant ape. That's Little Flame. The 4 patriarchs knew that Lin Ling had Little Flame, but they didn't know that Little Flame had grown so powerful. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Ling had used 100,000 military points to exchange for a large number of treasures. Little Flame had evolved once again, becoming even stronger. Its strength was almost on par with Lin Ling's. Rumble. As the deafening sound fell into the ears of Lu Feihu, it was like a knife was cutting into their hearts. Before, They had wanted to use the Black Dragon ship to suppress Lin Ling's momentum, but who would have thought that they wouldn't be able to suppress him at all? Instead, they allowed Lin Ling to easily suppress their momentum. The Black Dragon ship that they had painstakingly built was now completely destroyed. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Black Dragon boats on the surface of the water were all smashed into pieces. Corpses floated in the water, causing the entire bay of reeds to become silent. It's finally quieted down. What were you guys talking about before? Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't know what had happened. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian swallowed their saliva subconsciously. For a moment, they didn't dare to speak. In the end, Lu Xuantian said with a pale face, "Our Lu family army will never invade the rainforest." They were scared. Because even the Black Dragon ship could not stop the giant ape, then what else could they rely on? We've compromised. The four patriarchs and the Holy King were overjoyed. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of his name. He was able to turn the tide every time and turn the impossible into a possibility. With this, the people of the rainforest would no longer have to fear the Lu family army. Unfortunately, was it enough to not invade the rainforest? Lin Ling had never intended to do so. Even if they didn't invade the rainforest now, who could guarantee that the Lu family army wouldn't launch a sneak attack when the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles attacked? Human nature was the most complicated. It wasn't uncommon to go back on one's words. I'm sorry, but are you guys negotiating? Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian narrowed their eyes. What was the meaning of this? There's no such thing as a truce in a negotiation. There's only one side that's at a disadvantage and one side that's at an advantage. Therefore, you guys are the ones at a disadvantage. Lin Ling said again. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian frowned and said at the same time, then what do you want? If I'm in a good mood, then you'll submit to me. Lin Ling stopped drinking and looked at Lu Feihu coldly. In your dreams. Lu Feihu shouted coldly. What a joke, they had already compromised. The rainforest people should be happy instead of demanding the Lu family army to submit. This was a joke. Bang! Lu Xuantian slammed the table and stood up angrily. What if you're in a bad mood? What do you want? I'll kill you. A cold voice sounded and a dazzling flame appeared in Lu Xuantian's eyes. Lin Ling held the sea heart flame in his hand and lightly slapped it out. Everyone's cultivation is the same. Do you think you can do it? Lu Xuantian sneered and released his profound sense martial skill. It was actually a myriad of colors. Countless green plants rose from the ground and turned his surroundings into a primeval forest. Lin Ling, be careful. Yes. The four patriarchs shouted worriedly. Lu Xuantian was stronger than them because they were in the pseudo-mortal realm while Lu Xuantian was in the first realm of Transcendent Realm. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the first realm of Transcendent Realm. He wasn't even afraid of the second realm of Transcendent Realm. Chi. A strange thing happened. The blue flame seemed calm, but when it came into contact with the endless plant world, it burned everything in an instant. The most terrifying thing was the instant, not the slow burning. Lu Xuantian was also wrapped in the flame. He kept screaming in pain, but his voice could not be transmitted out at all. Then, he turned into ashes. He was a strategist who calculated everything in the world, but he didn't calculate his own life. One move, instant kill. Bang! Lu Feihu's eyes widened. What kind of flame was that? My mood is getting worse. I'm going to start killing. Bang! Lin Ling was still drinking his wine and said indifferently. He said before that if he was in a good mood, the other party would submit. If he was in a bad mood, then submitting would be useless. He would kill them all. I'm willing to submit. Bang! Lu Feihu immediately knelt down. Although he was in the second realm of Transcendent Realm, he had a feeling that he wasn't a match for this young man. Although it was unbelievable, he didn't dare to take the risk. I'm still in a bad mood. Is this all your wine? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lu Feihu's expression changed drastically. Now that he had submitted, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His mood was getting worse and worse. If this continued, then he would die. Everyone in the Lu family army would die. Everyone, submit immediately. Lu Feihu anxiously shouted. In the distant islands and reeds, everyone knelt down. Their leader had spoken like this, so what else could they say? Moreover, they had seen it with their own eyes. That handsome young man was very powerful, and had the strength to dominate everything. Wait, I'll go get some good wine. Lu Feihu quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, there was a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years in his hand. The four clan leaders looked at the scene in shock. Strength was indeed the foundation of dominating everything. When they came, the Lu family army didn't treat them well. They didn't even have tea and wine. Now, not only did they have tea and wine, they were afraid that the tea and wine would be bad. This would make Lin Ling's mood bad. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.